Oh my god, we got there. Fuck. Hi. What's up? Sorry I'm late. How's it going though? Okay, good. Chat's working. Oh, I need to... Yeah, hi everyone. What's up? It's been sort of a long day. I woke up at like fucking 8:30. So I've been up for a while. So in that sense, I guess. Yeah. But we're gonna work on the SnowWhite cosplay. We're gonna make that. I'm gonna make myself some coffee. And I have vegetables I'm snacking on. Yay. And also water. Ah, fuck. Sorry. But before we do any of that, I have more packages to open. So let's do this first. Okay, this first one is just this. Just this one. So we'll open this. I don't know. I don't remember which shop this is from, so hopefully their card is in here and I can show you. But they wrote me this little cute little note and there's a little drawing on it. So I'm keeping it. Hello, hello, hello. Seriously. Oh yeah, dude, this is so cute. Okay. Is your card on here? It is. Ha ha ha. Aww. Bro, cute. Cute little fucking card with a little note on it and stuff. And this. Miso! Off. Stop. Are you really just gonna come in here and be a fucking menace? What's wrong with you? God. Anyway. Okay. Their YouTube is Cinnamon Stardust. This is their... Nah. Can it fucking focus? Ah, come on. There. There we go. Ta-da! Okay. Okay, there we go. Yay! Alright, anyway, little ducks. I got a little notebook from them though, and it's really cute. It's bad about ripping. Okay, I didn't rip the sticker. Ta-da! Cute little notebook. It's dotted. Very cute. Nice, there's a little pocket on the back. I love when there's the pocket. I did see the clip of Melina. That shit's so funny. It's funny watching everyone react to that and they just don't know any of the lore. It's great. Like, they don't even understand. Everyone reacting to it, they don't even understand. They don't even know. Don't even know the deep lore, okay? They don't even understand how common of a Melina W this is. Okay, next one came in these cute little envelopes and mystery box with my name on it. So, where are you going? Okay, where's my thingy? Stickers. vanilla stickers. Oh my god, these are so fucking cute. It's a bunch of cats. I will show you the cats. The first cat. Little froggy cat. Little cloud kitty. Oh, fun. I didn't even know that was a thing. Little kitty. Skeleton kitty. The mushroom kitty. The unicorn kitty. Flower crown. Oh, peach kitty. They're so cute. Okay, what's the next one? What is it? True. Tasty pot stickers. That's a good one. Hello. Thank you for being a fan. Okay. What are these ones? Ah, these are cows. Same, but cows. Cows. They're so fucking cute. I love them. Oh yeah, you want to leave now, Popos? It's kind of boring in here, huh? It's almost like I didn't want you in here in the first place for that reason, because I didn't want to fucking have to let you out immediately. This one's so cute. Oh. And then this one. I got their whole collection of stickers. They're so cute. And then it's like not showing up great on camera, but it's, yeah, it's cute. Yes. Nice train vlog. Very good. True. No, they weren't overnighted, but they definitely do look similar, don't they? Although, to be fair, they look similar because I bought stuff like this and then Etsy recommended me similar items. So, okay. Ooh, yes. Mystery bags. Oh my god. Mystery bags. I've got some mystery bags. Oh yeah, no, these are not from, I might have linked this shop yesterday, but I didn't buy anything from this shop yesterday. I bought these a while ago. Okay, the first one, it's got mystery cows. So we'll see which cow I get. Aww, I got a sticker with it too. It's this one. Little pin. It's so cute. Dude, this is a nice pin. I like it. Hell yeah. Okay. Got one. Another one. It's from the same thing. Who sent me these? Myself. I purchased them. Ice cream cow and pin. Dude, these are so cute. Okay, this is a different series. Different cows on this one. My stunt double, true. Oh, little bee cow. Little bee cow. Okay, and then this is also from the same pack. Little Sakura cow. So cute. That'll go well with the little Sakura cow I got yesterday. Multiple Sakura cows. More stickers and stuff. I'm gonna open that next. First, I'm gonna look at the other pins I got. So I got, this one goes with this. I got a little sheep that goes with the cow. And then I got another little sheep. This one's a little, shit, what are the candies called? The Japanese little candies that they have in like Totoro and Spirited Away. Anyway, the little candies. And then I got a bee pig and a bee sheep, which goes with my bee cow. And then I also got these two, which goes with this one. It's a set. I'm happy about that. I have so many more pins to put down. I'm gonna fucking kick the Pulpos out because she's pissing me off right now. Pulpos, why did you even ask to come in here? What was the reason? Why is she like this? She just doesn't like doors being shut. Okay. These are the mobs that should be added to Minecraft. Oh my god. Can you imagine? That'd be so good. Okay, let's see. I got a bunch of sticker sheets. So, first, it's all the cats. But in miniature sticker form. More cats. More cats. The cows. More cows. And then, oh my god, their fucking thank you card is so cute. Okay, here's their little thank you card. It's Cotton Dreams. Their @ is KAMIARI Studio. There you go. Little discount code. But look how cute it is. Bruh. The extras that people give are just mwah. Okay, and now the stickers. More of them. And a duplicate Zodiac cow. A hollow cow. This one's super cool. Another little cow. A little piggy. Another mushroom cat, which is great because I will definitely be using multiple mushroom cats. Another kitty. And then a little unicorn. Cute! Ah! I dropped it. No, okay, we're good. Yay! More items to add. You're joking. I swear to God, this is heavy. Alright, I'll put this somewhere safe. Is that focused? Yeah, that's focused. Alright, so now that we got that out of the way. Oh yeah, by the way, look what else came. Look what came. The little shark bag. I need to figure out what I'm putting on it. But, okay. Shopping addiction aside, I say before grabbing more items I've purchased. Anyway, SnowWhite outfit. We need to figure out. Dude, I wish cows looked like that. Okay, so corset, mini corset. We've got the bloomers that I had to fucking dye. These were white before, and they are now yellow. I think my dye job worked pretty decent. They were white, and now they're not. Haha, yay. So that's a good color combo for SnowWhite so far. Okay, and then for the shirt, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So that's the thing we need to decide on next. Here's one shirt. I was thinking I wanted to have it be a lighter blue. Just because I thought that it would work better, to give it some more dimension. So I've got this. It looks a little bit like splotchy because I dyed this one too, and yeah, it just ended up looking tie-dyed for some reason. But most of that would be covered anyway, and I don't really care. So there's this, which I feel like this one works pretty good because of the sleeves and stuff. So I'm kind of leaning towards this one. But then I've also got, I could do this long sleeved one with like puffy sleeves. It's like a darker blue though. And it's like it ties in the back. But I don't know how SnowWhite this one is. I'm not sure. I feel like I'd have to try it on. And then the last one is also darker blue, but it has short sleeves, and it's just kind of like plain. I felt like it wasn't puffy enough sleeves for SnowWhite. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. So one of those, I'll try them on. And then I've got a few options for collars, because SnowWhite's got like a white collar situation happening. Let me just pull up a reference photo. I know it's just fucking SnowWhite, but sometimes it helps to look at it. Good, it's a PNG. Nice. Okay. Pull this bitch up on screen. Okay. So we've got that. And then... Right, that's what I was thinking, Yosef. Because, like, do you see what I mean? Where it's, like, the middle part is, like, a darker blue, and then the sleeves are a lighter blue, and then she's got, like, the white collar. So I was thinking for the collar, I've got a few different options. I've got this, like, bib thing. It's got just like a normal collar. I've got another one of these, but it's lace. So one of those could work. And then I've got one that's literally just like a Peter Pan collar that you can like just fucking tie on like that. Which that could work. But it feels kind of big to me. Although hers is kind of big, but I'm not sure. So it could be one of those. And then last but not least, I have this like top shirt thing that I was gonna use for something else, but I was like, okay, I mean, maybe I could layer it. But then I was like, the long sleeves, I don't know. I might save that for something else. What are we thinking? I know, right? Usually people don't use the primary colors, but she's literally blue, red, and white. Or blue, red, and yellow with a bit of white as her colors. It's just the primary colors. It's interesting. Anyone who comes in asking for, oh, will you do this specific cosplay again? Not if you bother me about it. And also, there's still the old video. Just go watch that. And if I feel like returning to it, I will return to it. But the more you ask me to, probably the less I'm gonna do it, because you're not paying me, bitch. So, beggars can't be choosers. Okay? Let's see. I'm like, should I put this on? I don't really want to get changed right now. Oh, and then I have socks and yellow shoes to go with it. So, yeah, I think I'll just lay it out. Let's just lay it out on the ground and see what looks best. That's the best idea. Okay. No, I will not watch again. I have tons of other things to watch. Then why are you bitching and moaning in my chat right now? The fuck? I do that daily, don't worry. This sweatshirt. This one. Someone link from, I showed you the thing yesterday. Let me see if I can find it. This one was from, let me go. It's from Etsy. It's from one of the many stores. Let me find it. Because I bought quite a bit of things. Actually, was it one of the ones from Etsy or was it not? We'll find out momentarily. I bought so much stuff. Not you. Not you. Oh, I found the ones I just opened. Where is it? Did I buy it from their website? I bought it from their website. Oh no, chat. Oh no, we have to actually look for stuff. Oh no, work. Someone find it. Someone. S2 heart, thank you, Jeffukun. No one likes fake boys acting as girls. I mean, you say that, but it's a pretty popular category on Pornhub. It is on Etsy. Okay, I just didn't scroll far enough, I guess. I think they had other colors, but they had a lot of stuff. Is today a pink high heels kind of day or a worn out Converse kind of day? Today is a pajamas type of day. I'm still wearing the same shirt from yesterday. Today is I put in zero effort, okay? These sweatpants were on my floor, all right? The zero effort was given. Why am I putting it on that? I have a full ass mannequin. Am I okay? I literally have this bitch. I bought you for this purpose. Alright. Let's see, what should we try first? Because we could put the shorts on first. If I can figure out how to fucking do that. Let's see. So I have to put it on over the, yeah. I'll try to put it around the stand. Let's see if I can do this. Will it fit? Yeah. Yeah. Aha. Yes. this one. I don't want to break it. Final. Okay. Go about this the other way and unscrew it and shit. That's so much more work though. Looks like. Can you? Oh my god, bitch. So why is you loose? You should not be loose. Ugh. Dude, it just keeps going. There we go. Your ass is too fat. Okay. Ass too fat. Help. Okay. Whew. There you go, bestie. Got your pants on. Oh my god. Yeah. That's gonna be fun to take off tomorrow. Yeah. Now that the pants are on. Oh my god. I'm gonna move the camera so it's up. So you guys see what I'm fucking doing. Okay. Guess I'll try this one on first. I think that's the best idea. How's chat? Oh, do we? It's a good mannequin. It was the only one that came in the small enough size. Do you know how hard I looked for a mannequin that was size 0? This mannequin's still too big. Like, it's bigger than me. 'Cause I'm a 00. So it's not ideal, but it's fine. It's fine. They just don't make mannequins that small. Unless I want a child mannequin, I guess, but that's too small. Dude, remember? Right, Rick? It was so weird back when does this make my ass look fat? And you were supposed to say no. Can you imagine? You say no now, you're like, no, it looks flat. Like, you look great. They'd punch you in the face. Like, nah, does not have a name. Bitch, maybe. Maybe its name is Bitch. Bitch Sensei. Hello, I'm good. Actually, no, the only part of that does fit me is the hip part. Like, that is actually the right size. It's that part that's not the right size. Like, the rib cage, way too big. 'Cause my rib cage is like the size of the waist area. If that went up all the way, then it would be the right size, but it's not. I'm too bottom heavy. Struggle. Listen, they are already bullied into having thick asses. They just can't. It's not their fault. Bro, I hate when the mannequin's too big. Because it's like you need something to like fucking put it on and pin it on and everything. But then, oh, I almost dropped that. And then, but then it's fucking too big. So it's like you have to kind of resize everything once you get it off anyway. So it's like you have to do it twice, which is annoying. And like I've made my own mannequin before, like duct taped my body and just made a mannequin, which, you know, is a good temporary thing. But like, bro, it only works kind of, and it doesn't last very long. I feel like that's the issue, is like they're not very sustainable. Oh, nice. Well, good timing for my stream then. Oh, really? Dude, there was literally so many fucking Venti cosplays when I went to SoccerCon. I'm trying to think. It was literally mostly Genshin cosplays. And then Chainsaw Man. Yeah. Genshin and Chainsaw Man were like most of the cosplays. Oh, and My Hero Academia. Oh, and Demon Slayer. Those were like the top ones I saw. I'm trying to think. Yeah. Honestly, I was mostly disappointed by the lack of furries. I only saw like 2 furries. What's up with that? And they were like, no offense, but like typical fursuits. They weren't like... There was nothing notable about them. They were just like blue. I like Chainsaw Man. I would say I love it because the animation, it's definitely, yeah, I don't know, I really like it. I can't find something that I dislike about it other than that one plot line, which, jail. Other than that, yeah, I don't know, I wouldn't put it in my top 10 though. I don't know why. Why? It's really good though. Genre's right up my alley. It's gory, which I like. There's a decent, interesting, compelling plot. Character design is good. None of the characters like super fucking off-putting or annoying other than eye patch bitch, but I'm glad she's gone anyway. Fucking pedophile. Anyway, fine. I'm over it. It's okay. I'm fine. But I'm not sure. Yeah. I can't find anything I don't like about it, but yeah. Bruh, she literally, he's a child. Denji's a child. He's a child. He's a child. Like, bruh. I'm like, bruh. Yeah, I don't know why. It's just not in my top 10. Maybe it's because I don't relate enough to any of the characters. Like, I like them all. And if any of them, I definitely would relate to Denji the most. But I don't think I relate enough for it to be in my top 10. Suggestions for anime for someone who hasn't watched much before. That's always a hard one because it's like, you kind of just have to get used to it. You kind of just have to dive in. I mean, there's always like the classics like Death Note or something like that. Where it's like everyone pretty much unanimously agrees it's good. don't know. It's kind of hard to suggest animes for people that haven't watched it much. It depends on, I guess, what type of genre of other stuff you're into. If you like action stuff, watch like Attack on Titan or fucking My Hero Academia, I guess. Yeah, no, I'm actually, no, okay, I'm gonna retract the I guess. No, that's a good intro anime. My Hero Academia is a good intro anime. It's not my favorite anime, but like the first season is very solid, and it's a good intro anime to get you used to it, and it has like enough crossover with like American superhero stuff that I feel like it's pretty, it's an easy jumping ground for a lot of people. Lucky Star is a good starter for slice of life. I mean, if you already know about Japanese culture, I would say yes. Otherwise, like, slice of life in general is not a good starting point for anime. Like, slice of life is like, you need to like be somewhat versed in like Japanese culture to like understand a lot of the references and jokes that are made in most slice of life anime. Like, even just like, because a lot of them are a comedy, and a lot of it's like implied comedy, because that's how a lot of Japanese comedy is. So yeah, Cowboy Bebop's a good gateway one. Bunny Girl Senpai is not a good one. Dead Man Wonderland actually would be a good one too. I would say actually not Blood Blockade, because that one I feel like you need to know way more anime tropes. That's the same reason I'm not suggesting Slimu. Even though I love it, I don't think it's a good intro anime, because you need to know a lot about different anime tropes, like isekai tropes and Japanese culture to like understand a lot of it. Yeah, there's a lot of puns that only make sense in Japanese too. So it's like, yeah. Nobody asked, babe. Let's see. If you're gonna do like a slice of life that's actually a good intro for like people who don't like action, I would say Fruits Basket. Because even though there is like a lot of like cultural stuff in that anime, they do like a very good job at explaining it for like Western audiences. So I feel like Fruits Baskets would actually be like a good slice of life intro anime. I start with Ben 10 or Avatar. Stop. Delver and Crybaby, maybe. Oh, sorry. Slimu is that time I was reincarnated as a slime. I just shortened it to Slimu, because slime in Japanese accent. Slimu. Spy Family would be a good intro one. Yeah, Spy Family is a good one. That's definitely a good one. Yeah. I would say if you've watched Death Note before, jump to Spy Family next. Studio Ghibli's also good intro. However, it's a good intro to like Japanese animation culture, not anime. Like, because Hayao Miyazaki has like his weird elitist bullshit opinion about anime, he like avoids it seeming very actually anime related, like the fucking plague. So there's not gonna be any of the fucking tropes or like any of that shit. It's gonna be more like a Disney movie or something. It's not really like anime. It's like a darker, grittier Disney movie. So I wouldn't really say that it's good intro for anime. exactly. Does that make sense? I mean, yeah, there's always Naruto or Dragon Ball or any of the classics, One Punch Man, One Piece. The one with the cat dude. I don't remember. With the white hair, whatever the fuck his name is. Yeah. The only anime you've seen is Attack on Titan? Interesting. Watch Dead Man Wonderland next. Try that one. Or if you watched Attack on Titan, you might actually like Assassination Classroom. Try that one too. Those would both be good. Boy, you did not just say fuck anime and then you love Dragon Ball. Please gain some perspective. That's... Be serious. You've only seen the edgy... Inuyasha, yeah, thank you. Why could I not remember? They might. I don't know. I haven't... Yay, dude. Welcome. Welcome for 25 months. I don't know. I haven't watched Cartoon Network in a long time. Bitch, I don't even like Free. I will literally never recommend a sports anime to anyone ever, period, because I cannot watch them. I cringe way too fucking hard. The only one you've seen is Dragon Ball. Okay, well then how do you know that you don't like the rest of it, huh? Sounds like you're just being a hater for the sake of it and you're missing out on something that you might actually enjoy. It sounds like a sad existence. Thanks, dude. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Ours is chillin'. Let me smoke this so that I can have a justified reason that my camera angle looks like this. So I'm not sitting in the fucking chair anymore. Is that basketball? I'm guessing from the name. Oh, you could do the cyberpunk anime. You could watch that. It's not fully anime. I mean, like, it is, but it's like not exactly. I feel like that one's a good crossover if you're like not sure about it. Yeah. Ooh, nice. Initial D is good. Honestly, the best thing you can do if you're trying to find an anime you like, or that you might like, and you've not watched anime before, or even if you have and you can't find an anime that you want to watch, what I like to do is think of what your favorite movie is, like Hollywood movie, and then Google anime like insert Hollywood movie name. You'll get some good suggestions, like anime like The Matrix, for example. There's a lot. Like, oh, what's it called? Psychopaths. That would be a good example. Welcome. Welcome to being a simp. Oh yeah, there's always Gundam. Although that's like a acquired taste for sure. Not everyone's into Gundam, but I liked Gundam. But yeah, that's my favorite thing to do, is to just like Google it. Okay, no, I'm saying ones that are like it, not like literally an anime version of the movie. It's okay, I'm gonna try, actually, JK. I need to try these first. I think I'm gonna try this one. Try the not lace version first. still can't remember what this is called. Is it a stay? No, that's something else. That's on your, somewhere else. Okay. Got that. Then we've got this. Yeah, because that's what I was thinking. See, it would just like show up like this underneath. I feel like that looks good. Whichever shirt we decide on, we're gonna have to like add the red bits. By the way. But okay, let's tuck this bitch in because we need to tuck a tuck. Tuck. This looks weird. Okay. There we go. There's that. Ah! It's too many fucking strings. Oh my god. I'm definitely gonna replace this with better ribbon. But stretch it out so it actually fits on this. Just need it slightly looser. Okay. There we go. Ugh. I mean, I feel like that's pretty fucking spot on, no? I think the light blue is better. I'm just like, because I think it's gotta be short sleeve. It looks better with the white. Or the light, not the white. Ugh. Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel like I should try it on. Oh, here, I'll show you. I have a thing. See? Thank you, Jean! So let's do this. Aha. I feel like I should try it on. thinking. I'm like, I think I need to go, I want to go grab white boxers. I'm not wearing white boxers right now. I'm gonna go grab white ones because I feel like that'll look best into this because they're slightly see-through. Okay, let me go grab that and then I'll be back and then I will change, but I'm gonna let the bubbles in. Be right back. Where are you like this? Please stop scratching the door. Okay. White. Got them. I'm gonna... JK, I have to unscrew the fucking... Ah! Okay, I'm gonna take a sip of coffee. Now I have to unscrew it. Oh my god. Okay. It's fine. This was worth it. Yeah. Okay, got it. Don't mind me. Why are you like this? Boss! What? Why are you... Why are you, Bubbles? You're fine. Ma'am. You're fine, doggy. You're fine, Bubbles. Soul, I'm just Soul. Menace. What? What is the reason? Ma'am. Ma'am. Do you mind? Do you mind? Well, so you're gonna... Yeah, thank you. You're gonna kick this off. Then you move that much more. You're a menace. Did you just put your foot on my foot? Did you just put your foot on my foot? What are you doing? The mannequin's on the floor, Bubbles. What are you gonna do about it, Bubbles? What's gonna happen, Bubbles? Oh, Bubbles! What is it, Bubbles? Oh, Bubbles! What is it, Daddy? Get it, Bubbles. Get it, Bubbles. Attack. Battle. Battle. Get it, Bubbles. Get it, Bubbles. Meatbus wants to get it. Bubba, get it. Get it. Do you want to get it, Bubba? Misa doesn't give a shit. Sorry. Why are you like this? You gonna get it? You're not getting it. Get it? Yeah. What is it? You can just sniff it. You can just sniff it. No, you can just sniff it. Here, I'll show you. Look. Look, Meatbus is sniffing it. Look. It's right there. It's fine. It's safe. Look, your brother's next to it. Yeah, see? Soul. Daddy. Hi, Baba. Hi, Moppy. Are we friends? Are we friends? Oh, Baba. Hi. nervous Baba. What? Why are you running away? Baba? Why are you running away, Baba? He ran away. He's gone. Ma'am! That's it, Paul. Sorry. Sorry, look. It's okay, Popos. No, see, Popos, look. It's not done. It's back normal. Normal, Popos. See? See, Popos? It's okay, Popos. It's okay, Popos. It's okay, Popos. You're okay. Come here. Come here. I'll show you up close. Look. It's safe, Popos. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, chill. 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 Popos! Popos! Popos. The menace. Oh, God. Little Popos. All right. I'm gonna put these on. Jeez. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I will be in the closet. Bops. Bops, keep company. No, that shows the closet. Okay, keep company. There. I will narrate from the closet. See how difficult this is. Little doggy, why you stare at me like that? What? I'm just literally right here. You're fine. You're literally fine. Are you crying right now? Why are you crying? Why are you cry puppy? Don't be cry puppy. Hi, Baba. Hey, Baba. Hey, Baba. Little Papas. Papas and Papas. No, don't eat that. That's not for Bubby. Okay, you're leaving me? Is there a Popos? Hi, the Popos. What are you doing, doggy? Ma'am. Alright, I may have miscalculated. These underwear are not completely white. It'll be fine. Okay. Not sure how I'm gonna adjust shorts or whatever, bloomers. Not sure how I'm adjusting them yet. Hey, doggy. You're fine. We're just hanging out. We're just hanging out, pup. We're just chilling. Well, here chilling, I'm putting myself in a torture chamber, but it's fine. It's fine. Oh my god, why? Dude, the look that Soul is giving me right now. I swear to God. Okay, we're making progress. We're almost there. I missed when I was wearing pajamas. shirt into my underwear. Yeah. That's not weird at all. Okay, I just realized I can put this part on the stream. Why did I tighten it? Okay. Thank you, Riz. Ta-da! See, they're not fully white. Oops. But like, let's just pretend I tightened this all the way and did it up. Bruh, if I could do a flip, do you really think I'd be able to do it in this outfit? Anyway, where are the socks? There they are. Oh wait, I didn't button this. Oops. Hey, little doggy. Little feet are all crossed. Cute. Okay, there we go. Whew. There. Got the fucking back done. That's kind of silly. Okay. So for these, I'm like, do I poof them up more and have them up like this? Or do I have them lower? Which is better? You say that, but I could get way more bitches than you could without even fucking trying. Do you know how many girls are in my fucking DMs? Lower. You think up looks cute? See, I can't decide. Okay, we're doing a poll. We're doing a poll. Poll. What do you think? Add white tights. That's not a bad idea. Here, I'm gonna put, no, foot not on camera. You almost got free toes. Not happening. That is Pupbles on the bed. She's being a cute Pupbles. The shoes. Look how perfect these are. I have not actually tried these on yet. Hey, they fit perfectly. Nice. Yeah. Go on, bitch. Ugh, this cheap ass buckle. So swear to God. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. Up, okay. Up is winning by a lot. I'm gonna make it so these socks aren't up like a nerd. You want out, Bubba? Bye. Soul, you want out too, or are you hanging out? Okay. We're hanging out with Bubbles. Bubbles wants to be our friend. That's a good little Bubbles. It definitely makes it look more like bloomers if they're up like that. Nice. I mean, yeah, I think this is pretty decent. I'm gonna do wear different underwear, but that's fine. Now, do we like this collar? Or should I try... Where's the lace collar? I wonder if I could... I wanna see... If I can stick this in my shirt and pretend I'm gonna give myself titties here for a second. Great. Can I have it be like layered? Nah, looks a little weird. Okay, I'm just doing the one. Fancy saber, I mean. I could use Link's sword. It matches. Like, why is it the same colors? Like, why does it work? On guard. Boop, 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 boop. She fought with this sword yesterday. Like she was fighting with the mannequin. Where are you going? Are you trying to run away from it? Bubbles! Trying to attack. You want to attack? Which one do you want? Get a Bubbles. Get a Bubbles. She has beef with all of my props. Hey, hey! You're gonna get your little claws caught on that. You're city, Bubbles! You're city! On the back of it? Oh, Bubbles. Hey, Bubbles. Are you wild, Bubbles? Are you wild, Bubbles? You good dog? You good dog? You need a dog? Is you good doggy? Is you your Bubbles? Is Bubbles? I'll move it so you're not scared of it, Bubbles. It's over there. You're safe. The sword is gone, Bubbles. Bubbles. How's the butt look in this? Alright. I can't flip, bro. I'm not good at it. I could do a cartwheel. Maybe. Let me not get ahead of myself. Let me not overpromise. I can maybe do a cartwheel. Do you want a bell pepper Bubbles? There you go, baby. She really likes bell peppers. Okay, I'm gonna fix this camera angle. Yeah. All right, let me end the poll. You can do a barrel roll. I can do a somersault. Men don't show ass. Well, boy, do I have some news for you. Little doggy. Dude, I can't. How? I'll do a roll for you. I'll do a roll for you. How about that? Also, I have to fix a venti really quick. Okay. Venti's fixed. All right, come here, Bubbles. Roll with me, Bubbles. Gotcha. Gotcha, Bubbles. Surprise roll attack for Bubbles. Surprise attack roll, Bubbles. Hey, you can't steal my food. I love you. I'm giving you kisses. Popos. William says hello, Popos. Do you say hi back, Popos? She's thinking about it. She says hi. You need another bell pepper, Popos. I found out dogs can have bell pepper, and it's Soul's new favorite snack. Did you just drop that on me? Hey. Don't. I'm not a plate. Ma'am, not a plate. Yeah, I'm not a plate though. You want another one, baby? She's like, give me all of it now. Hey, stop using me as a plate. And the way she's staring at me right now. Alright, I guess I should take this off. I'll film this next week. That'll be fun. Okay, so we just need to do the red on the sleeves, and then I want to do some detailing on the corset, I think. Yeah. Why are you gay? Because I like cock up my ass. He ran away because he hates me. Just kidding, he wants to hang out with someone else. Okay, let's take it off. Bubbles. Bubbles, you entertain chat by eating some bell pepper. Good bubbles. Ugh. And then I have to avoid using the hot glue gun. We're gonna use the fabric glue, not the hot glue gun, so I don't hurt myself. Question, should I have a little no, I have the bow. I don't need a little crown. Oh yeah. Hi, Peppers. What's happening? Ugh. Okay, out of the torture chamber. Are you over to lap? Where are you going? What are you doing? What are you sniffing for right now? Ooh. What's that, boss? Is that my shoe? Oh, boss. What are you gonna do about it, boys? What is over there, boys? What's happening, doggy? Look. Okay. Now I can put pants back on. Alright, where the fuck's my hot glue? Pretty glue. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. It's right here. Lol. Big bag of crafting supplies. I forgot about that. Somehow. Whew. All right. Boss. Thanks for being a good boss. Good vegetable boss. There you go. That's the last one though. Jean. You're gonna make me fucking carve an apple, aren't you? God damn it. Because that's a good idea. The crunch noises from Bubbles. They're so funny. I wish she felt that way about carrots, but she does not like them. Let's see if she'll eat a tiny carrot. She just spit it out, and it's now on the floor. Yeah, that's how she feels about carrots. All right, fine. You sure? She's too good for carrots. All right, that's fine. No, next week's video, because I need to let it dry and everything, and I'm filming this week's video tomorrow. So I'm gonna do like a wholesome Step Bro. This fucking carrot slice. Step Bro, sleepover PJs type vibe. Dude, they're so good. I love carrot chips. I also just like carrots in general. I fucking love vegetables. But if you have a hard time eating vegetables or fruit or something like that, if you have a hard time eating anything healthy, thanks, Lex. Oh yeah, Twink Tuesday. True. I should have named the stream that. But if you have a hard time eating vegetables, make them either like a dip or cook them in something that's salty and sweet, because that's how like fast food and everything like tricks you into wanting to continue to eat the food frequently. You just gotta make it salty and sweet. So literally, if you are desperate, you can add salt and sugar just over your vegetables or something, and you will want to eat them more. Don't add too much though, otherwise it's gross, but yeah. Okay. Oops. And immediately fell. Great. You're fine, bubbles. Okay. So I have a lot of things that I got from Michael's. Hey, thank you. Welcome back. Wow, that has been a long time. Like if you dip it in like a sweet and sour sauce, like my favorite thing to do, if you like sushi or like spring rolls or something like that, get like a nori sheet or seaweed sheet and add sticky rice to it. Then just fucking pack that shit with vegetables, roll it up, dip it in some sweet and sour sauce. Mwah. All the veggies. Very healthy. Very yum. Very good. Okay. Sandpaper for some reason. Oh, because I was distressing jeans. I was like, why? Yeah, I eat meat. What if you love nuggets? Make your own. Get chicken breast, first of all. So it's slightly healthier. And then just use like a flour egg panko mix to bread it or whatever. And then cook them in like the air fryer or something, so it's not gonna get super oily. And it's gonna be a lot healthier. Yeah. I think mostly the key is, if you're like, oh, I eat this unhealthy food every day, make it yourself. It'll be way less unhealthy if you don't use a bunch of, you know, extra fucking oil and shit like that, obviously. But yeah. Wait, why does it say it could be dangerous to eat it? Are you in California or something? True, you can put veggies in there. You could do a thing where if you are making chicken nuggets or something, you can also take like cauliflower and broccoli and like grind it up super thin and then make little tater tots out of it and then bread those up too. Look up a recipe. But you can make cauliflower broccoli tater tots and then you can cook those at the same time as the chicken nuggets. And then you'll have veggies too, but they won't taste like veggies. Maryland, huh? Interesting. I thought it was gonna be one of those California everything gives you cancer type of things. I'm gonna free the bubbles really quick. She wants to play. Get him, Bubbles. You can't show the squeaky toy. Yeah, dude, I love cauliflower and broccoli. I love veggies. I think it's because my parents made me eat veggies when I was little, but they would cook them in ways where it didn't seem like it was veggies. And it made me like them a lot. Also, we had a garden and I felt like I was foraging. So I would just go in the garden and like eat vegetables out of the earth. Cause I don't know why kids are weird. Oh my god. Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Mungo. Thank you for hanging out with us. Also, where are you that it's already past midnight? I'm like, it's 4:30. Bruh. For some reason? Aww. She texted me. I'm gonna respond later. Let's see. What was I gonna say? Oh my god, I totally blanked. Fuck. Anyway, let me sing you happy birthday. Corn is technically a grain, I think, but I will cope and tell myself it's a vegetable because I eat it a lot. I love corn. Oh, it's in the UK. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. All right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mungo. Happy birthday to you. Yay! I hope you have a very good one. Hopefully you get some good sleep. Popos! Why are you like this? Menace. That's giving is mayonnaise an instrument. Okay. So I got blue glitter paint and stuff and shiny paint because I want to paint the corset and decorate it so it's slightly more interesting. Dude, stop with the door. There was also this cute little heart, yeah, this is a heart. They had this cute little star basket at Michael's. It was in the 4th of July section, but like, it's just adorable. So I was like, yeah, buying that. Anyway, that aside, I've got blue puffy paint too, which we could decorate with. Yes, okay. I got some gold ribbon because I thought that I could either do up the lace with it or I could use it to like line part of the corset. I thought that would also look kind of good. Dude, I always get free birthday stuff when I actually go places on my birthday, but usually I'm just chilling at home, so I never get it. Doggy. You're so needy. And I need to blow my nose because my fucking allergies are still killing me. Hold on. Gonna mute you. Ugh. Fuck allergies. Anyway, so I was thinking of just lining like the bottom of the corset. Like the part that will be touching the yellow. So in a way it's almost like it's lining the yellow bit of it, if that makes sense. That was my thought. Yeah, I saw those movies in like middle school. This ribbon, I just got it because look how fucking pretty it is. Look at this color. I love it. I don't know what I'm using it for. Yeah. I got tape for some reason. Probably just thought that would be useful. Sure, probably is. Oh yeah, I got Rub and Buff because I thought that I could potentially stain the rivets on the corset gold. I don't know if that's gonna work or not. We're gonna find out. If that doesn't work, I was thinking I could gild it with this. Cause, yeah. Oh, and then I brought way too much. It's fucking open. Great. I got way too much hot glue. But it's fine, because I will use it all, because I use so much hot glue. And this way, I won't run out. I think I was traumatized from running out last time. And I was like, never again. And then we've got fabric glue, which is what we'll be actually using today. Because I'm not letting myself use the hot glue unless absolutely necessary. I won't burn myself this time. Okay, and then I got this fake grass. It's a table runner, but I was like, no bitch. That's a set. That's a set. I can lay it on the ground. This bitch. I can lay it on the ground, right? And then I can just edit it to cover the whole ground. Are you mad because the camera is not centered on you, Bubbles? I'm sorry. Did I buy extra band-aids? We don't need to talk about that. Oh, but we did buy, I got a gay ribbon because they had Pride stuff out. I got this one and this one. This was this was the other thing I was thinking I could use to tie the corset. I think I'll probably use this. I think it'll look better. And then this is what I'm gonna use to put on the sleeves, I figured I'd just cut out pieces of ribbon, because I didn't feel like buying a whole thing of fabric for it. And then I got a 4th of July hat, because I'll cut that off properly another time, because check it out, I can do an Uncle Sam. Yeah, Pride Month is coming up. So I got that. More fabric glue. Yay. And then, what else? Ugh. Right. Okay, more glitter paint. And then I got blue and yellow buttons because I thought I could do something with them maybe if I felt like it. And then I got this chain because I was like, oh, I could add a chain on it somewhere. That could be fun. And then I got a wax finish also in case that works better. And then I also got this rope because maybe. Okay. I'm gonna take everything out of its fucking packaging because would you rather have $1 billion or a can of baked beans? Well, considering I have multiple cans of baked beans in my cabinet right now, I think I'll take the $1 billion. Solve world hunger or something with it. Right? I felt like this could also, like, I was thinking at the bottom of the corset I could add like looping of this and chain. Like that could look cool. Mostly I want to decorate the corset. That's like the main goal. The buttons I was thinking could go on the bloomers though. I just kind of feel like that would look good. Thank you, Jean! Thank you for the gifted subs. Ugh. Okay, put that pile right there. That could be our trash. Fabric glue. Yeah. I might have gone for the can, maybe. But I could buy baked beans with the $1 billion, so. Only the Space Force? Lol. I feel like the gilding is gonna work the best. I just kind of got all of the different methods of gold foiling stuff. Other than literal gold foil for some reason. I did not get actual gold foil. I don't know why. Eesh. Okay, ribbon to the ground. Ugh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Oh, whore. Oh, God. Okay, I got all of it. We're good. Alright, all of the supplies. Oop, fuck. All the supplies. Next to Bubbles. Everyone gets government issued baked beans. True! I did say solving world hunger was the goal, so baked beans in that solution. Okay, I'm trying to think which one should we start on. I think we should start on the shirt. 'Cause yeah. No. I should start on the corset because I want to do multiple things to it, so things have to dry to do those things. So I should paint it first. Yeah. Hello. Government issued femboy. Now you're talking like the incels. The government mandated waifus and femboys. Just to be inclusive. God damn it. Look at those little bubbles. Should I give her another one? Bubbles. Do you crave the veggies, Bubbles? Do you crave the veggies, Bubbles? Do you crave the veggie? In a straight way, of course. Yes. She won't fall for it. Oh boop. Oh boop boop. Menace. Like she just gets closer. Are you Bubbles? Bubbles! Boop. Got you. She's like, I didn't even try to dodge. Oh, Bubbles. Can you also... Well, dogs are not technically carnivores, they're omnivores. Like we are. They just, you know, are more so carnivores. I can definitely just subsist off that shit if you need to. Our pet's not good enough for you? Is that what's happening? No! Casey, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Bruh. I guess we were not able to find a scientist to kidnap yet. Unfortunately. It's okay, we'll find one. We'll find one and resurrect all the pups. And preserve all the living pups. They will live forever. She really thinks I'm talking about her right now. I mean, I guess I kind of am, but... Oh. Thank you. Yeah, losing a pet is hard. Hi, baby. Look at the bubbles. Can I pick you up? The way she just keeps moving further away. Bubbles. Hi, Bubbles. Do you want to hang out? Come here. Oh, Bubbles. Come here. Come here. Bubbles. God damn it. Yeah, she does back up like it's a horror movie. She's like, she thinks she's sly. Bubbles. Stop running! Balls. No, she literally wants more bell peppers. That's what she wants. Look at her. See, look at her face. Here, I'll give you a small one, Bubbles. This one's thinner. See, this is what she wants. Will you be a good Bubbles and sit, Bubbles? You sit, sit? Sit, sit? Sit, sit? Up. Good girl. Actually make her record that time. She really likes bell peppers, yeah. The crunch. The puppy crunch. She's lucky because I like hearing her crunch it, so it's, yeah. Yeah, I've done that many times. Let's see if she'll let me do it. Immediately backs away. Can I pick you up? Up, up? Up, up? Thank you. Yeah, no, I got your feet. I got your feet. The feet are got. You're fine. Hi, little man. Do you want to join me under the hoodie, Bubbles? Do you want to? Come here, Bubbles. She's too distracted. She won't go in. She's too distracted by the food. But at least she's captured Bubbles. There we go, now we are friends. Hi. Up here. There we go. There's your Bubbles. There's a little Bubbles. Don't try to escape that way, you're gonna choke yourself. Don't escape that direction, baby. No, don't escape that, not that direction. Bubbles! You can't escape out the top. Also, why are you so warm? Oh my god. Warm doggy. You're like a little toaster right now. Why are you so warm, baby? Yeah, it's hot. Yeah, you're hot Bubbles. Is that why you want the bell peppers? Because they're cold? Cold bell peppers or Bubbles? There you go. Okay, last one. Don't drop it on me, please. He dropped part of it on me. Yeah, the bubbles. Nope, the AC is on right now. Should we open the door for the bubbles? For the baby bubbles? You need the outside open bubbles. Hot little baby. And we're gonna work on the floor. Doggy. Little bubbles. A boop, a boop. You have my hair in your mouth. What's up with that? There's a good dog. I'm just giving you kisses. You're just getting the pets. You're fine. I'm just giving you puppy love. Okay, fine. I know. It's warm up here. Okay. You're free, Bubbles. Free, Bubbles. She looks upset by that. Oh my god, little Bob. Oh my god, little Bob. I'm fine without her on me. But when she's on me, it's like, oh my god, what the fuck? Door open for Bubbles? There. The door's open for Bubbles. You can go inside Bubbles. Why are you like this, Bubbles? Silly dog. Obsessed. Literally obsessed. Literally fucking obsessed. You're a Bubbles. Hello. No, they're not a pain at all. I love the Bubbles. Just needy. Just wants attention. Wants the puppy attention. All the time. Ah, little Bob. Dogs are the best. I love dogs. And cats. I love cats too. Don't get me wrong. Any cat people in chat. I like both. I'm bisexual on the cat-dog debate. The way she is squinting her eyes right now, as if that means she gets shit. Bitch. Yeah, I know, right? She, is a forever Bubbles. Let me see if I can find a baby Bubbles photo. Is there a little baby Bubbles photo? Baby Bubbles? Let's find baby Bubbles. Yeah, you're the baby Bubbles. Yeah, here's a little baby Bubbles. Little baby Bubbles. That's what she looked like 2 weeks or a month after I got her. Yeah, little baby Bubbles. Little tiny little Bubbles. She's just like twice the size now. But she still looks like Bubbles. I have hundreds of albums on my phone is how I keep everything organized. As far as items physically, that's That's a different story. Oh my god. Yeah, she is like, I am still a Popples. Are you still a Popples? She's like, why do you keep saying my name and you're not giving me stuff? Anyway, should we watch something while we fucking work on stuff? I feel like we should. Popples has ditched us. Popples realized we were not giving into the needs of the Popples. So she ditched us. Alright. Let's see. Let's see. Is there anything that'll just come up in my recommended? Let's see if I can find something interesting. We could do... I'm doing good. I'm trying to find something for us to fucking listen to while we're crafting. Dude, yeah, baby Popples. That would be great if you could just Google the baby Popples. I wish I could just search in my phone and get more baby Popples photos, because like I haven't saved all of them to my to like the right albums, only some of them. So I want more. I do, but I don't update it, so it's like there's not that much on it. Okay, let's, any more, true crime. Maybe. Okay, let's, puppy drama. Okay. I'm gonna find a true crime video to listen to. Num. Like, I want something that's not too long. But not too short that I have to change it immediately. Okay, let's do... Okay, we're gonna react to a dreading video. I'll link it in chat for you guys. And don't worry, we'll do a countdown. So we can sync it if you want. I have no idea what this is about, so we'll find out. It says, I would never do this. The case of Jim Raunch. So what would he never do? Let's find out. Give me a link. Yeah. There you go. Go like the video. Oops. Bro. Did not mean to press that. But anyway, yeah. Go like the video. So yeah, and also go queue it up so that we can play it at the same time. Because I'm not putting the video on the screen, so you have to go watch it, okay? Go give them a view. Not like they really need the help, but you know. You baby? You returned to be a baby? Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, is that like an hour and 45 should be a decent amount of a decent amount of time, hopefully, question mark. Okay, everyone get it queued up. Yeah, something tells me he definitely would do this. This is a thing he would do. Just a little sneaking suspicion. I think I'll try to sit like right there where Pupples is, around that area, so that I show up on both of the cameras. Otherwise, I'll come up here and occasionally read chat. I won't be able to see you though. Okay. Press play on go. All right, we're gonna do 3, 2, 1, go. So press play on go. 3, 2, 1, go.
So you just were out driving?
Let me know how the volume is.
No, I don't want to live that.
Okay. Did you come out to see somebody today?
Somebody invited me to come over.
Well, who was that?
Is it a child? Oh no.
Cheyenne something.
This is James Rauch. James, who usually went by Jim, was a 60-year-old faculty member of the University of Cincinnati. He taught courses at the college, criminal justice and human services, specifically helping with the distance learning graduate programs in criminal justice. He also had a passion for the arts, composing music,
criminal justice,
and often wrote in the University of Cincinnati newspaper, expressing thoughts like this one. I just received a copy of the University of Cincinnati Horizons. I found that this April issue of Horizons exceeds any UC publication I've seen in my past 4 to 5 years at the university. It exceeds in its quality and layout, but more importantly, message and concept. It truly encompasses all of the arts in our university community. Please accept my congratulations on a truly noble effort in spreading this message. Those who worked alongside him would go on to say that he was more than a bit pompous and arrogant. He often spoke down to his peers, thinking himself better than them. He was the kind of person who constantly had something to say and wanted to make sure that everyone knew that he was the smartest man in the room. But to most, Jim was just an average guy, which is why most people were shocked when in 2007 he was arrested as a part of a sting done by the show To Catch a Predator. Welcome back to another episode of Threading. Or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we are going to be going over the
changes
case
everything.
Jim
Oh my God, where is
and
Chris?
his infamous interrogation. Jim
Although
is one of the hundreds
Chris
of
is a
men
little
that were
bitch
caught in
now, which
part
is
due
so
to the show
disappointing.
To Catch a Predator.
But it's fine.
It's incredibly
The memes
well known to the people who are fans of the show,
are still good.
which is why this case came so highly recommended by one of our longtime patrons. That said, if there's a video you would like to see us
he was
create,
literally
or a case you
on
want
To Catch a
bring more
Predator
attention to,
by-
feel free to let me know in the comments down below,
Not
or
the
email
literal-
me at trading.official@gmail.com. With all of that said, let us begin.
Where the fuck are my scissors?
On April 1st, 2007, Jim would come across a profile, seemingly belonging to a young girl. The profile included a normal picture of a girl, and throughout the profile, it was obvious that the person behind the account was 13 years old and not an adult. Despite that, Jim went ahead and sent a friend request to the profile. The account, which was not run by a child, but rather was run by the cyber vigilante group Perverted Justice, immediately responded to the friend request, asking if they, the girl, knew Jim, to which he responded, trying to flirt with the person posing as a minor. Do you want to? Before we go any further, it's important to clarify that despite what the Rick and Morty co-creator Justin Roiland thinks, what Perverted Justice does is not entrapment. It's simply having an account that appears to be run by a child should not result in adults trying to prey on that child. In cases like this one, the account in question is never going
Yeah, you
out of
tell
their way
them.
to engage with the men and women who seek them out. They simply post pretending to be a minor, and the predators come to them. However, to be clear, it does not matter if a minor online reaches out to an adult and attempts to engage with them in an inappropriate way. The adult they are reaching out to knows that engaging with a minor is legal and wrong, while the child likely does not. The account, run by Preferred Justice, stated that their name was Cheyenne, and immediately told Jim that they were a 13-year-old living in Kentucky. They also demonstrated the age difference in their lack of maturity, as when Jim stated that he was a male in his 50s and was horny, they asked, "Where's horny?" Jim then
Where's horny?
verifies Cheyenne's
Stop.
age, asking if she was really 13 years old, which she says she is.
Perverted
He then,
Justice, I
after
swear
less
to
than
God,
8
what
minutes
he-
of talking, sends her a picture of his penis,
Me, my
asking
mommy,
her,
and my
quote,
daddy.
"Would you like to suck
Stop.
on this?" unquote. Cheyenne tells him no, and that she doesn't even know him, but Jim continues the conversation and asks her
Like, I love
if she,
them,
quote,
but they
fucks around, unquote. She doesn't know what
to
that
get better
means,
decoys.
And he rephrases his question, asking the 13-year-old if she likes to feel a man inside of her. For nearly 2 weeks, Jim talks to Cheyenne almost every day, attempting to groom who he believes to be a child into a sexual
But
relationship.
then again, they fall for it
He
every
asks her
time, so does
where
it
she
even matter?
lives, where she goes to school, pretends to be interested in her friends and family, all with the direct purpose of manipulating this child into being with him. The entire chat log will be linked below, but at no point does the
Yeah, I'll leave
decoy start the sexual conversation or pressure it to continue. On April 12th, 2007, the decoy states that her family is going out of town and that she will be left home alone for the first time since speaking to Jim. She asks him if he wants to come over, something that he has stated he wanted to do numerous times in their conversations. And after stating that he wants to go, he sends her this. "Cheyenne, I have too much to lose by getting caught doing this. I have second thoughts. I'm still not
Be
trusting,
serious.
and I don't know if it's okay. Please
I don't
don't
know
stop
if it's
talking,
okay.
and maybe
What
someday
do you
we can
mean?
really do this. I'd love to come over
What
there
do you-
and feel you as much as
oh.
you want to feel me, but I can't, at least right now, Jim." The decoy then states she knew he wouldn't come, and he says, "No, I'm serious. It could wreck my life. Oh, but I would love to make love to you,
Bitch.
but I'm scared that your neighbors would see my car, your mother would come home early. Would you like to talk with me? I'll send my moober." I think he meant number. He repeats that he is scared that this situation could ruin his life, and then, in order to verify that she is who she says she is, gives her his private phone number. The decoy then calls,
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I bet this is Cheyenne.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Not much. What are you doing?
I'm just about. I'm getting ready to go.
What?
I'm getting ready to get on the road.
What?
Cool.
Are you interested?
Yeah, very.
Yeah. I'm just like scared. There's gonna be
Definitely
somebody
a
over
real
there,
child.
like the cops and everything.
Very, very convincing.
Okay.
How do they fall for it every time?
140, what? Kibble?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I will be there. I'm at my place right now, and it's like Eastgate area,
Okay.
and I will be there as soon as I can be there.
Okay.
Are you sure this is okay?
Are you sure this is okay?
Okay.
Bro!
Well, I will. What?
Do you want me to make you some juice or something for when you get come over?
No, I said like a black and tonic. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm okay.
Okay.
And I will be there as quickly as I can get there. I've got a couple things to finish up here before I leave the house, and then I'll be right over there.
Okay.
Is there anything I should know? Is there anything I should know about the house or anything? Yeah, you said. I said okay. Let me.
Yeah,
let me
it's
think.
a sting house. You're going
Okay, I get off
through.
471, turn on 27.
Fucker.
First street on the left. I don't know what the name of that street is. And then the right and then the left. And that's Keble.
It's 140 Vogel. Vogel.
Oh, Vogel. I don't know why I said Keble. Okay, it's 140 Vogel. It's okay. What do I turn off of 127? Off of 27. What's that road? Do you know? Never mind.
I'm not sure.
Right.
It's the first one.
The paints are
Okay.
You want me to call you in a little bit just to make
Thanks.
sure you have the right directions?
I'll tell you what, you call my cell. I've got your phone number on my cell now. I'll just if I need you, I'll just like back up on that.
Okay.
What?
I don't know. It's at the dead end. It's a dead end street.
Okay,
So
and
it's pretty easy to find.
it's on the left-hand side. 140 is.
Yeah, you turn down Camp and then you make a right on Logo.
Okay. Turn right on Vogel, and is there a sign or a mailbox or something?
Okay, I think I'm just gonna
The
go at
phone
it.
number should be fairly easy.
Yeah, alright, I'm just
Fine.
gonna go at it.
Okay. Well, if I have a problem, like I said, I got your number. You sure this is okay with you? This is okay with you? Okay.
This is okay with me. I'll call you though, because I don't know. My mom might have my incoming calls blocked, but I can call you.
Okay, well, like I said, within the next half hour or so, I'm heading my way over there.
Okay.
Bruh.
And I will.
He's not fucking around. He's
really
like, I'm
looking forward
on
to
the
this.
way.
I am too.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds real
Okay,
good.
I will give you a call in a
You know what?
half
I'm
an
gonna
hour, okay?
take this off so I don't
Okay,
get part of it.
and I may pull up your driveway before that half hour, because I'm just about ready to leave here.
Okay.
Okay, I'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Jim was obviously relieved when he heard what he believed to be a child's voice on the other end of the call. He, on some level, didn't think that the police would be able to fake a child's voice so well, and
Why?
he thought he was going to
Why
be
would
meeting
he
up with a
think that?
13-year-old child to have sex. He was also incredibly drunk. Before making his way out to see Cheyenne, Jim would consume multiple drinks,
God, what a loser.
attempting to quell his nerves. He then got into his car and proceeded to get lost, trying to find the decoy house.
Hello.
Hi.
He got lost.
Hi.
Bye.
I am at, okay, I'm telling you where I'm at, because
God, what a loser.
I'm at Antonio's Wine, Liquor, and Beer Tobacco.
Ah.
Okay, I'm looking for a left-hand turn. Or does it go past the church?
I don't remember. I don't remember a church.
Okay, it's called, shit, I can't tell. I'm going down the hill now.
Bro.
I'm going to turn around and come back up. I'm ready to see you, okay?
Okay, so
Okay, here's a-
fucking get there. What the
There's
hell?
a stop sign here. This is the office.
The what?
The office, and then there's the cottage, cocktail lounge.
What?
Have you found the other, like, Alexandria Parkway? It's right across from...
I'm turning around, okay? I got a feeling I went too far.
Oh my god.
Okay. I went past the cottage, cocktail lounge,
Bro.
the office, and I'm going up the hill.
Stop.
Oh.
Stop it.
I hope the hell you have a bathroom, because I need to piss.
I hope you have a
Okay, the church.
bathroom.
What church
Oh my
is it?
god.
Is it?
Why, you gonna piss
What?
yourself because you're fucking
What's
drunk?
the name of the church that you're
Loser?
passing?
Oh, shit. There's no sign out front.
Pathetic.
What's it look like?
What?
What's it look like?
Oh, it's a big church. There's Antoine's Wine and Beer.
You go past the church.
I go past the church?
Yes.
That means I gotta turn around. Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's not a problem. I can do it. I'm a damn good driver. I'll say go with the curve.
Oh my god.
Okay. I've gone to the wine and
Why
okay.
is he such a
here's the
loser?
church. I'm back to the church.
Okay, hold up there.
You are literally trying to get
Hold on.
directions from a
Hold on.
child to go abuse them
There's
right now.
a green
Or
light
what?
here at the church.
Or what you think is a child.
I'm now going down the hill.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you go
Okay.
down the hill, I think. You're
What?
looking for Alexandria Parkway.
I don't think so.
What do you mean I don't think
I
so?
don't think so.
I'm probably on Alexander.
Are you?
Stop.
I'm guessing. Cause okay, here's the I'm back to the office. I'm at to a red for good light here.
You want to go straight on 27? Are you on 27?
I got a feeling this is. I think I'm on 27. I really do.
Okay, you want to keep going straight.
Okay, I'm here at transfer station sportswear. Big lot.
Captain Big Lot? Lot? It's 5 miles. Just keep going straight.
It's what?
5 miles. It's about
About 5 miles. Oh shit. Okay. Making a big sure.
Dude.
Oh shit.
Oh my
You
god.
better damn well have someplace for this.
He is
I have a bathroom.
so
Why
drunk.
don't I have a bathroom?
Because I have to piss. Okay. I'll tell you a place
get out of the car and take a piss.
Papa
then.
John.
What?
Here's
You really need to go see this child that fucking badly right now?
Have you passed the Lowe's?
Be serious.
please.
Do you see
Have
how
you
shiny
passed
it
the
is?
Lowe's?
Have I passed the what?
Lowe's.
The what?
Lowe's store? Lowe's store. The Lowe's Home Improvement.
No, I don't. No.
Dude,
I have
at any point during this, does he not realize that this is not directions a child would give?
First Street.
I'm
No.
coming. I'm coming to a McDonald's.
You're coming to a McDonald's. Okay.
Like,
Once you get to Lowe's, it's the first street on the right.
There's a,
how would this child who doesn't know how to drive know these directions?
Yeah, but
That's
once
okay.
No, it's at Lowe's. You have to pass Lowe's
Oh my
first.
god.
Not
Okay.
McDonald's. You have to pass Lowe's.
Okay, I see a White Castle. Am I confusing you?
No.
I'm gonna. Okay. Oh, no. Okay.
Like, you really have to be the stupidest person to follow
You're
the
gonna
news.
see a Lowe's. You're gonna see a Lowe's Home Improvement store. After you see the Lowe's,
I have not seen a Lowe's.
it's
I see a Kmart. Kmart.
How is he this useless?
Keep Kmart. Keep coming. It's about 5 miles. Wait.
Is he driving at a snail
Why
pace?
don't you tell
What's
me downtown
happening?
Cincinnati?
How is he unable
Why don't you tell me since downtown Cincinnati?
to find the Lowe's?
Jim is beginning to get suspicious once again. On the one hand, a child not knowing exactly where they live and giving perfect, step-by-step directions is normal. She is 13 and likely only knows what her parents have told her. But Jim knows what he is doing is wrong and illegal. Should he be caught attempting to meet up with a 13-year-old,
Is he
one who
starting
he
to get
spoke
suspicious?
explicitly to, his life as he knows it will be
Sounds like he's
It's okay.
trying to really get directions
listen
from
to
this
me.
child and expecting them.
If you can do what we're talking about,
Oh my god.
I'm driving.
Okay.
You got me?
Yeah?
Okay.
Good! Somebody does, because we're down in Newport.
What even?
Does that make sense? I gotta piss, though. God, I gotta piss bad.
I'm about to shut that door. Fucking
I have a
What?
bathroom.
lawnmower outside.
I have a bathroom. Just keep coming.
So many.
Yeah, but when I did it, gourmet chili. I don't think it's
Coming
going
up
right.
on the Lowe's soon.
From what the directions you gave me, Dixie chili. I'm going by Dixie chili right now.
Bruh.
I am on new. What? What?
You're going the wrong
Yeah.
way.
You're going the wrong way. Stop.
I figured as such. I guess I may have to stand off on the road and piss off. Yes.
Oh my god. Stop.
What do you think? Do you think I should go stand on the side of the road and piss?
No, just keep coming. Just keep coming. I have a bathroom. I'll open the door for you. You can run into the bathroom.
Oh my god, I can't.
Where do you go to school?
Huh?
Where do you go
I
to
don't
school?
go to school. I go at the local school. It's 4 blocks away.
I flustered you as big
It
as
looks
they.
so cool.
In their chat logs, Jim repeatedly asked Cheyenne where she went to school,
Okay.
and she had always rebuffed his questions,
that.
saying that she doesn't give out that information to people she doesn't know. but throughout their conversations, she also gave key details away, like the fact that when they first started talking, she was on spring break. Jim is an educator, and it's more than likely that in order to verify that she was in fact a minor, he looked up the schools in her area and when their spring breaks were scheduled. It's possible that the date she said she was on spring break wasn't directly in line with some school districts, but it was in line with others. And given Jim's paranoia about sleeping with a minor, he likely knows which schools had that exact spring break and wants to see if she does. It's unlikely that the decoy knows the spring break information of schools in this area and rebuffs his question as best she could.
Bro, they need to give her this info.
It's not a big deal. I'm really worried about, this legal thing.
There's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, you don't say.
Can I fuck you and you're still 13?
Yeah.
You think?
I won't
You
tell
think?
anybody.
Why are you asking the 13-year-old?
Oh,
And if you don't tell anybody, I don't tell anybody, you know?
Okay. We'll go from there, okay?
Bro.
You guys come out to my car. Guys got like a afro thing on. Come on. Okay, where am I going?
Okay, did you turn around?
I'll tell you where I'm headed, and you can tell me from there. If
Okay,
I
turn
piss my
around.
car, I will piss out my windows, okay?
Huh?
If I have to piss out my windows, I will. Okay, I am down at Newport, right now.
You're at Newport. Okay, you need to turn around and go the opposite way. You need to...
Okay, I need to go out of the way away from Newport. I understand that. Okay, and I will do that. Unless I can't, which is another... I always have a ball.
Getting this taped off. There we go.
I'm sorry. I tell you how crude I am? Okay. I just went by Opera House.
What?
I just went by the Opera House.
You went by the Opera House?
Yes, in Newport.
You're in Newport? Okay, did you turn around?
Bruh.
Did I turn?
How is he still going the wrong direction?
Back on 471.
You want to get... No, you want to go
Oh
on...
my god,
go the opposite way on 27.
stop.
You went into Newport, so you want to turn around and go the opposite way. You want to pass all the stuff that you passed. You want to pass Papa John's.
Right, I understand. But if I go on 471, I can bypass all that, right?
I don't know that way.
Okay. Well, can I get off 471 to get to you?
No, just turn around. Turn, like...
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that.
The next.
I'll do that. Just because, Okay, I'm turning around. Okay. I may stop at it like you know what? Can you hold on for a
shit.
second?
Take that holding room.
Piss my brains out.
Okay.
You like that? Hey, damn it, Cheyenne. How do you get a damn name like Cheyenne and live in Newport?
What?
I don't know.
and your real age is 13?
Yeah?
You sure you want to fuck me?
Bruh.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm at the... Oh, fuck, what is
I
this?
can't tell if he's being suspicious or if he's just like, this is too
I'm
good
at
to
the
be
corner
true or something.
Where actually,
Because that's kind of the vibe he's
my
giving.
daughter... Oh, God, this is freaky. My daughter was good movies at Pompilios.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been to Pompilios?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah. You ever said pick up Pompilios?
This
I
man.
don't-
Breaking up, right?
And, breaking up, is that what we call that?
God, I really
No.
hope we're able to give this man jail time.
Okay, I'm driving up toward... We're going to get there before your mother gets home, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And, come on, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I just
I
have to
like-
know where you are.
I like this on the phone, by the way.
The decoy's just like, yeah, I'm fine, just getting fucking tired of this conversation.
once more, and after a while, he finally finds his way to the home. However, as we know, he hasn't met with the 13-year-old girl he desperately wanted to be with, and instead was met with Chris Hansen and the police. However, given how late it was when he arrived, Chris Hansen never questioned him, and instead was immediately arrested and brought in for questioning.
Dang it.
In Jim's personal life, he viewed himself as an upstanding citizen, and often railed against criticism of law enforcement. The police were there to protect them, and he felt as if they were above reproach. He believed that he was one of the good ones, and only those who had something to hide questioned the actions of the police. This belief is shown on display here, as Jim will try to befriend the cops questioning him. In his mind, this entire ordeal is a misunderstanding because he is such a good person and would never actually do what he was just caught doing. His conversations with the decoy weren't him trying to sexually exploit a minor, but instead was made to look like it was by a sting operation. He will deny any responsibility for his actions and try to distance himself away from what occurred and try to frame the sting operation as being corrupt and evil. He is also considerably drunk during this interview, which will lead to him making numerous missteps throughout. He will attempt to ingratiate himself to the cops, letting them know that he is a good person who supports them and admires what they do.
So you just were out driving?
No, I won't admit that.
Okay.
Immediately, Jim tries to distance himself from what he has done, without realizing that simply going for a drive at night isn't a criminal offense. Him being unwilling to admit that he drove when he drove his car into the driveway of the Sting house is ridiculous, and a sign of the ridiculous things to come.
Did you come out to see somebody today?
Somebody invited me.
Fuck that brush. It's now covered in
Well, who
glue.
was that?
I am abandoning it. How's chat?
Cheyenne or somebody.
Google says he did. Nice.
Jim refused to admit that he was out driving, but is willing to admit that he had been invited over to the home of a 13-year-old girl.
How'd you meet Cheyenne?
I was online and came up.
LMAO.
When you were online, do you do that at home, or do you?
While eating rabbit food.
Yes.
Is that generally the only place you do it?
Yes.
Okay. What do you have your own personal computer or laptop?
Yes.
So,
Both.
oh, do you have both?
I actually have 2 laptops.
Your 2 laptops? Okay.
It's my business.
Okay, it's your business. Okay.
What type of business?
I do web
Dude.
pages for University of Cincinnati.
No, they never let them
I
use the
have
toilet.
access.
They never let them use the toilet. Sometimes they do so that Chris can come out and surprise them when they leave, but if they just arrested him, he didn't get a piss. They definitely made him hold that shit and piss in a cup.
And you usually use all his computers to chat to people, or chat, or do you just use one specific, or?
Usually at home.
Okay, usually at home. Okay.
Why, just
And-
pedos getting arrested make you uncomfortable or something?
Which I don't do. But that, again, because of the fact of the business that I'm in, chat is a part of what I do. And chat is a part of University of Cincinnati distance learning.
Probably.
And I need to be able to access that.
I love when guys who are like
Able to do the business
super paranoid about it being a sting,
with them.
Okay.
and it turns out to be a sting.
So you met?
And they're like,
So you met
no,
Cheyenne?
see, I knew it actually. I would have never done this. I was just testing, actually.
Okay, she came back.
As we have covered, this is
Okay.
patently false. Jim sent Cheyenne a friend request and repeatedly sent her sexual messages, despite her repeatedly saying that she was 13. With predators like Jim, they often will try to put the onus of responsibility
Nice.
onto the child they are preying on. They will say the child was flirting with them, that they started the sexual talk, and that they were clearly the one in control. They will try to frame themselves, the adult, as being helpless against the child's actions. This, of course, is untrue and stupid. If you are an adult and the person under the age of consent is pursuing you sexually,
Why would the
there are
juggalo
clear and
book
obvious
make you
steps you
feel
can take to
uncomfortable?
stop them. Informing their parents, blocking them on social media, refusing to engage with them, and not allow yourself to be alone with them. These are just a few ways that you can do this. But there are plenty more ways. As the adult in the situation, it is your responsibility not to engage with the minor in a sexual way, if that is, in fact, the case, which in most situations, it's not.
You tell me about that.
I don't know. I don't know exactly how it happened at all.
The bubbles.
I have no recollection at all of what happened for her to make contact with me. I don't know. Was I on some line of some sort? I have no idea.
So you were chatting, and she came on to you while you were chatting sometime?
Well, somebody did, whatever, who that Cheyenne is.
Jim clearly feels betrayed by the fact that Cheyenne was not who she said she was. Never mind the fact that Cheyenne said she was a 13-year-old
Stop.
who hadn't graduated middle school yet. His statement, along with his body language, indicates annoyance and betrayal,
I love that he's
which is
mad about
nearly
it.
comical given the situation. In his mind, the man who wanted to sleep with a minor is the one wronged in the situation.
Do you know how old Cheyenne was?
She told me she was 13, but and then I was very, very, very. I don't do that.
You don't do that?
I don't want to do that. I mean, I'm not.
I love that they're always so stupid and tell on themselves so willingly.
I'd be happy.
Oh, God.
Give me an 18, 19-year-old. I'd be happy. 13-year-olds, God, it's gross.
Not your thing. And when you were talking to Cheyenne on the chat line, what'd you guys talk about?
Well, and up until this afternoon, which was, I don't know what I gave in for, but I thought she was more like an adult. But I was very, very cautious not to be there. I didn't want to be there.
I didn't read out the full chat, as it's incredibly graphic, but within the first 10 minutes of talking to Cheyenne, Jim asked her to turn her webcam on so he could masturbate for her on video. He was not extremely cautious, and the continued insistence that he was
Bro.
has more to do with his inebriation, as he doesn't realize that the officers in front of him have the chat logs.
I really don't. That's not my thing. I don't like it. I don't want it. Don't want it. What would the rest of it?
But you might have a little curiosity.
No, I don't even.
Which is normal.
I'm not even curiosity. I don't have any curiosity about it. It's too young. It's stupid.
There's always a little bit about people left.
Now you can go back and look at all the records of the conversations I've had. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. It's stupid.
You can go to the record shop.
I don't. That's not what I want to be.
Okay. You know,
I don't even. That's not me.
it's not you.
No, not at all.
Do you have any type of webcam
What?
or anything like that?
I do have a web.
Bro?
Do you ever use it for any purposes?
It's available. Use it. I don't know what that means.
What even?
So we didn't get into what you guys talked about. What you guys talked about?
I was very, very up until today, which is obviously the reason the results have come. I have been very, very cautious about talking about anything. I
Bro,
do not want
no.
to be involved with a 13-year-old. I do not like it. I don't want it. And
You're 13, right?
for some reason, I just need really relaxed.
So who do you think you were talking to?
Another person.
Another person.
What is wrong with him?
It's perfect. And that's
I mean,
honest with
other
you,
than the obvious.
for whatever worth value that is. I cannot condone the statements that I would have made this afternoon to her. I wish I could retract them, not because of you guys,
Yeah.
but because of the fact that I
Be for real.
just don't. That's not it. That's not me. I don't
What's wrong with
see it.
him?
Jim, I understand. Right. And I understand you've made a mistake. Okay. I read the
Okay.
chats.
Right. You can see how.
I get it.
You
You made a
see
mistake.
where you
We
told her
all would have done that, right?
to fuck.
Just admit to it. It's not that big of a deal. Just jail.
I mean, we can go down. I'm not gonna go into
The fact they
details.
always fall for it too.
I understand what you got.
Yeah.
And I
Like, no,
I'm just trying.
you
I'm
wouldn't
just
be
trying
here
to
if it wasn't a
understand
big deal.
I did not meet with her, number one. Number two, I didn't really want to meet with her.
Okay.
It's not lagging
It was-
from my
it was-
end.
I really, if you go to the bottom line.
So it's either you or YouTube.
Let's talk about facts that I denied, and I did not want to do that. I really did not want to.
Whoops.
Jim, I know you're under a lot of pressure right now.
I'm not under
your wife.
pressure at all. I'm really not. I mean, obviously.
Stop. The cop is so funny.
That's not.
Are you married?
Yes. No. God, no. You want her? You can have her. I'm sorry.
I got one of my own. That's enough for me.
Yeah, this is just give her ammunition, that's all.
I'm not trying to give no ammunition for nobody. This is just me, you, and Kate here.
Oh
okay?
God. Is he married?
No, it's not, but,
Well,
okay. I did not do anything to this, whatever this person.
He said he had a daughter.
I did not.
Is he married?
Actually
okay.
meet with. I met with this person because this.
Dude,
person,
I don't know how cops
whoever
interview
is
people like this
able-
without like being like, you are a piece of shit. I hope you die in jail. Fuck you.
And
If it was up to me, I'd lock you in and throw away the key. The fuck?
Did you?
Life sentence.
So you guys did talk about sexual
At the bare
acts
minimum.
in your conversations.
Right? I'm like,
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, listen. You are.
it must be a divorce situation, right? He has an ex-wife.
Okay.
Why wouldn't I?
Because where'd the daughter come from?
This is fun.
What news were you watching?
I don't-
This is like a.
Is he lying?
Scavenger hunt. Almost.
Is he lying about having a daughter? Or is he lying about not having a wife?
I'm gonna get there. You know, fuck me.
You go back.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I don't know. I really don't know. It doesn't really, as far as I'm concerned,
You know,
it doesn't matter.
You know, Jim, I'm just trying to figure out what really happened. Because if we don't talk about it now, and if I just give this to somebody, they're gonna think you are
Bitch.
a sick, maybe possibly a child predator,
Maybe, possibly.
and I don't think you're that point, okay? And you're not.
Boy was
But if we don't talk about it,
one grown
else?
adult away
What
from
else?
that.
can I tell people, say, you know, Jim made a mistake. This
Didn't
didn't
follow
happen.
through. Number one. Number two.
Sorry, did he just say there was no
Because the fact that
follow-through?
they didn't follow through was-
How long did you drive around
I'm not
looking
so
for that
sure
house?
that
By the
I
way?
turned down the street right when he was picked up.
Yeah.
If you check back on the records, on the results, there have been at least three times where I turned around.
Weird thing to say, but now I'm understanding why this video makes you uncomfortable.
And I don't do this. I don't, number one, I don't really want to.
Cause what?
Okay. Give me some sex, okay? And I'll find ways to do the sex. But don't-
Exactly.
I'm not gonna use
The only reason there's no follow through because the child does not exist. The fuck?
If nobody stopped you,
I just realized the
do you
best
think
use of
mine is?
AI.
Absolutely nothing. And I'll be honest with you about that.
The
nothing.
fucking
Nothing would happen.
cops
Okay.
should definitely use that. Because normally what they do for the decoy child photos
because places any.
is what they'll do is they'll use like child photos of current adults that are like employees working as decoys. They'll use like pictures of themselves as children, and that'll be like
The reason I walked out
the
is
pictures they use.
because
But it would be so much better to just use AI, because then A, it's not real, so no one's being harmed. Even the adults using their own child photo, like that's still kind of creepy, I'm not gonna lie. Because you know what's happening to them. So like AI would be way better.
My own.
And you know these guys are stupid, so like you could totally fucking get away with it. Plus like, oh, the finger, you can fucking Photoshop that and fix it, stupid easy.
Okay, not
Like,
not young, not old, not fat, not thin, not someone who is
Okay.
interested
let me see.
in who I am.
I
Yeah,
want
that's
to
really-
paint
And
a bit.
how long have you and your wife been divorced?
Oh,
Or been separated? Or
We've been divorced for 2000. What was it? 4 years? Almost 5 years.
5 years ago?
I've had relationships with other women. It's not that.
You got it.
It's not a sexual thing at all.
I want to paint the boning a different color.
There's somebody, and I guess, and I put this out. Maybe this isn't the right place for doing it, but Cheyenne, whoever Cheyenne is, son George down the hall, talk to me.
Again, he is incredibly bitter about the fact that the 13-year-old he was attempting to prey on isn't actually 13. And if what he's saying is true, that he just wanted someone to talk to, then that person, not being a child, shouldn't matter. But it does, because he is a pedophile.
He's like, but she was lying to me.
When that person talked
What the
to me,
fuck? Why would she lie about being a child?
There's a person-
I wanted to have sex with her. You guys
Now, I am the
suck.
people
Like,
that-
bro!
and for whatever that's
What is wrong with you?
bring them into this, but
Oh my god.
Made you feel good, didn't it?
it kept me away from that loneliness that I have when I'm sitting in my house with myself. And somebody talks to me.
Nobody to talk to.
Yeah.
You feel that lonely feeling, and
Whatever, however that coins itself.
she try and fill that, didn't she? She fulfilled that need.
Yeah, but then it turns around because of this crap, which I understand you made for doing it. I don't.
So you
I think there's a
live
need
alone.
there's a need for people out there, and yeah.
There's a need for people
And,
out there, right? So
that need
prostitutes
is fulfilled.
exist. Go to one of those.
Right. And the law enforcement, by the way, I'm in criminal justice. I'll tell you that. That's the bottom line. But I am. I used to. I work for the criminal justice department. There is a need for people in this society to have a connection with somebody, and I don't care. I don't want where the connection comes from. I think is crucial, and that's where I've gotten fucked up, you know. But don't judge me on that.
I'm not judging you.
I know you're not. I know, but eventually I will be. So yeah.
I'm judging.
And I know that system, how it works.
But Jim, I can understand that, you know, when you're feeling lonely, and you feel like you have, you know, you just live by yourself?
Mhm.
Okay. And you feel that lonely, and you go home every night, you're feeling lonely, you talk to Cheyenne,
Or whoever.
and
Or whoever. Oh my
Whoever,
god, he's
you know,
still
you're
mad
chatting
about
with
it.
Cheyenne here.
Stop.
you feel like you can feel, do you feel like you can feel open to say
Chill,
things?
bro.
Right.
Chill.
And I don't, you know. And I think it's unfair of the
Or
justice systems
whoever.
to condemn me for talking to someone. If it's underage, I understand. And I know that's where you come in. My relationship that was created with my relationship to Cheyenne was because of the fact
I swear
that
to fucking
that I
god.
closed that out.
If he says Cheyenne one more fucking time,
And
he's like, but where's my waifu?
I fault you guys
She's
with
not
that
real. You guys lying
because
to me. That's the worst thing
of
that's
the
happening
investigations or
here.
how you do that is that person who's
Okay.
making those communications
Bruh.
starts to connect with the person, and that connection that you make is maybe with the perverted people is more it's really negative. But with a person like me, it connects. There's somebody who's talking to me.
But a person like
And,
you, what?
I don't know. You do
Soul,
what you have to do.
don't bark.
Let's cut the bullshit and just go.
Teddy. No barking the birds.
I'm to the point, you know. I'm lonely. I'm not going to get back to my ex-wife. I wouldn't do that anyway. I have people who don't want to talk to me anymore. I don't care.
Did he say
So
ex-wife?
I have somebody who's Cheyenne who talks to whoever it is, whoever is Cheyenne. it's okay. Yeah, maybe I went over the border. And if I did, that's what I'm paying the price.
So you spend a lot of time chatting?
I don't know what a lot of time is.
I guess it's relative to.
It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, probably a couple hours a day.
Yeah.
Maybe 3.
I did a lot of enhance.
And most of it's not chatting. Most of it's just trying to find someone who wants to talk.
Yeah.
And I think that's a major problem too.
What do you generally talk about with Cheyenne or other people?
I was talking to other people, by the way.
Music. The weather. Really.
The music, the weather.
It really is.
No, you don't.
I'm really being honest about that. I don't think it's going to go any further. You're this great, wonderful thing. You're going to find out the answers to the world and chatting, but it's a whole world out there, and
It's a what? What is he talking about right now?
I have problems with what's going on right here.
What the fuck?
Because I think it's an invasion of privacy.
Boy.
Not in terms of the
Get a
younger
grip.
age. I think that somebody else should have stopped that before I got to it.
Well,
Right, so
Jim
that's what
sees
they're
what's
doing.
happening here as an invasion of his privacy. The fact that he pursued a child and asked them to watch him masturbate doesn't seem to compute with him. Despite him saying he is a lonely person who was just seeking conversation and connection online, that is not the case. He had plenty of friends, a relatively large family, and was active in his community. He could have, if he wanted to, found people to talk to that were age appropriate, but he didn't want that. He wanted to be watched by a child, so he sought that out, and he just so happened to accidentally run into a sting operation by the police.
I'm not a chatter.
Okay.
So if you could educate me a little bit on,
Okay.
where would you go to find
Okay.
somebody to talk
In the case of the Cheyenne thing, that was done through Yahoo
From Yahoo?
Messenger,
Bye.
who has, if you're 18, you're not allowed here.
It asked you if you're 18 or you're not. Is that your excuse now?
Adult
The website asked if she was 18 and she
Adult.
checked yes, so it should be fine.
Kentucky. And in that
Boy,
regard, that's
what?
where I really come off with I think it's not fair for you to come at me.
It's not fair for you to come at me because you guys lied.
Except for the
She's
fact
not
that
real.
up front, because of the way you
And
guys
even
do
if she
the
was
work,
real, she checked the
make sure
M18
that you
box. So
say
it's fine.
13, 14, whatever.
Bruh.
But it shouldn't be there in the
What the
first place.
fuck?
Again, Jim tries to blame the child for acting like a child would. Every person who has grown up on the internet has lied about their age at some point. You hit that you were over the age of 18 before you are, because you want to know what is being withheld from your safe
That's why I
version of the
blame
internet.
parents.
That doesn't then mean adults who are aware of their actual ages are given carte blanche to treat them like adults, especially when one of the first things the person posing as Cheyenne said was that she was 13. Jim trying to imply that he isn't responsible or a bad person for trying to sexually groom a minor because they shouldn't have been on Yahoo Messenger is an irrelevant point, but he is trying to deny responsibility in any way
It's actually
possible.
pretty fucking hilarious that he
Yeah.
tried to pull that as a
If
fucking
it's
excuse.
going to be if it's
Like,
going to be something
no.
legally
Dude, that's not how anything works.
fines Yahoo or Goggle or whoever it happens
Goggle?
to be
No.
an adult
He didn't
place
just
to
call
go,
Google Goggle.
then
No. He did not.
if I go there and you even say that you're 13, why are you there in the first place?
Bruh,
How did you get through that first
do you think this will
that
go
first
back in
level?
court?
And I really have a problem with that.
What, were you trying to fucking teach her a lesson? Because I've heard
You
that
guys
from
have heard
fucking
this over
Detector Predator
and over
dudes
and over.
before.
I'm really interested in knowing how this chat thing works and how you met Cheyenne What type
I
is there?
don't have any idea. I could go back to that. I don't know what initiated the first conversation with Cheyenne. I don't remember.
My guess is you messaged her
It could have
and then
been
asked to
3 weeks ago,
masturbate on
a
the
week
webcam.
ago. I have no idea. But I know that maybe I went through and I looked and I went down my list of people who were
I don't know
adult
how.
camps.
Maybe I did this hyper-specific
And I said,
set of actions that
"Hey,
is
there's
definitely what fucking happened, and I definitely know how I did it. What,
Webcam available.
sir?
And the name comes up.
So you could tell that they had a webcam?
Yes, you can tell that.
Okay. So that's something that you look for
No,
when you
no,
talk
no,
to
no,
people?
I don't look for it. I don't
Oh,
look for it.
okay.
Bruh.
No, I look for
Fucking
somebody.
Freudian slip. Oh no, Bubba wants in.
You know, and
Okay, hold on. Hold on, Mr. Man.
But if they
Hold
have a
on sec.
webcam, even better.
no, it doesn't really matter. It
Oh.
really doesn't matter. It means that they're probably a prostitute.
Oh.
They're putting their stuff out in the can. Most likely, it means it doesn't mean a damn
I
thing.
love the fucking cop. She's so funny.
So what happens after that?
Okay, I put up a message out, they respond.
Hey, Bobby, come on.
And,
Mr.
Cheyenne
Baba.
responds.
Alright, I'm
One of the very first things that Jim stated when asked how he met Cheyenne was that she pursued him, that she had messaged him first, gotten sexual with him first, and he was powerless to stop it. Now, less than 30 minutes later, he admits that that was a lie. Fantastic.
What happens after that? I'm not tech savvy.
Okay. So Cheyenne
Bruh.
responds. She says,
Bruh.
"Hi, how are you? Hi. Yeah, what you doing?" And it goes from there. And then, you know, if they're in the legal system and they're taking
yeah?
care of their little
What's up?
niches that they need to take care
What's
of.
up, little man?
Say, well, hey, I'm only 13.
You need to puppy attention?
Oh, that's okay. Still want to talk to you.
What's happening?
What's going on? How was school today?
Jim has destroyed his own case. He just made a speech about how if a child ends up on a website meant for adults, he shouldn't be condemned for not knowing that they are a child. And now immediately after is admitting that Cheyenne told him that she was 13. And he said,
What?
"Oh, that's okay, I still want to talk to you. How was school today?" If you are on an adult site looking for sexual conversation, and at any point a person identifying themselves as a minor appears, you are now legally responsible. If you have been made aware of their age,
Let
it
me
is
give
your
you some kisses
responsibility
before I
to
move on
not
to the
prey
next
on them.
Come here, Bubba.
And I don't mean that. It sounds so trite. And it doesn't mean
Mr. Baby.
in terms of me.
Are you
I'm a
baby?
teacher. I've been a teacher. I've done it. How was your school today? Is not, well, let me get in and fuck you. That's not it. It's understanding that person. And I guess that's
Let me bait the next one, Bobs.
Because they have social needs too,
they
just
have
like
social.
you.
They have social
Okay, and
needs too.
then
He's like,
and what is presented to me from Cheyenne.
But I can't exploit that. What the heck?
Is here's this girl, supposedly girl, who supposedly is going through a divorce, whose parents are separated, not as an opportunity for me as a predator
Going through
to
divorce.
go after them, but as a person to try and answer questions, and I
You're
stop
helping
it.
them.
What even? does
Except
that?
for, like I said this
What?
afternoon, which I
That doesn't make sense, bitch.
and I only went overboard because of the fact that I personally was frustrated, but that's the end of it.
In their conversations, Cheyenne did state that her parents were going through a divorce, and she was having a hard time with it. The following is the chat log from their conversation regarding that. Cheyenne, my mom and dad are getting a divorce. Jim, it is not the end of the world. Cheyenne, daddy moved out and doesn't like to talk to me. Sad face. Jim, sorry. Let me know if and when you want to meet, talk, etc. Cheyenne, Kay, what you want to do if we meet. Jim, it can go a lot of ways. For now, let's leave it at talk. But I want you to know I find you attractive, but young. Cheyenne, aw, thanks. Jim, what I would love to hear is, boy, I'd like to feel that dick. But I understand. Yeah, that's awesome, Jim.
Bro!
That classic feel that dick line. I mean, who hasn't used that at least 5 times a day when they walk outside. So technically, this was not a man looking to help a girl deal with her parents' divorce.
So do you see your role as helping them
Say, I want to feel that
through their life as well as them helping you?
I'm always doing it. That's the
Jail.
person I am.
Sounds like you've done it for many years. I mean, you've helped people,
30, 40 years. And not on the internet, but yeah.
Well, I'm not saying in your lifetime, you've helped many people.
To my colleague that's next door to me, I'm helping her do what she needs to do. I'm not a bad person. I'm really not. And I didn't hurt her.
And it didn't hurt her not to
And
point.
whoever this Cheyenne was, which was. And I knew.
Side note, you know what I hate is
don't know,
that just
maybe
because
in the back of my
the
mind.
murderer doesn't succeed in killing you, like if you somehow survive an attempted murder, that somehow they get less time because you survived. The fuck's up with that?
It was all set.
Like
Oh,
you
talk to him with
survive
her?
and
Was
they
it
get
set up?
rewarded for it? Nah.
And in that frame, I was hoping that it wasn't. But in the good nature that I am, I really wanted to help.
You really wanted to help her get her pants off and inside.
How are you going to help her?
Is what you wanted.
Tonight.
Shut
I
up.
don't know. Tonight, talk with her. Talk with her about this divorce thing that her parents were going through.
You barely even wanted to text her about that.
Really, that was my.
Clearly. Clearly.
Do you think it could have been more?
No. Got it. Okay. And let me go back to who was talking about lesbian. I went to, like I said, a swingers club last night in Dayton.
Did you just say you went to a swingers club last night?
3 women there.
What?
That's not what I mean. I mean, sexual.
What the fuck are you talking about right now?
But in your chat, you ask if she would have sex.
Well, only because I was trying to get that corner into her to let loose and and I don't know, maybe in the bad sense of things, maybe that wasn't. But I don't think it was. I wouldn't have followed through with it.
Think it was more trying to get a connection with her?
Yeah, I really do. I think she just doesn't know where she's going. She doesn't know where she's going.
She's trying
not
to
real,
figure
by
life
the
out,
way.
and you're trying to help her figure that life out.
At least in my sense of it.
In your mind.
I would have. The last thing I wanted to do was come over here to Campbell County and meet a 13-year-old. Give me a break.
Give me a break. You're the one who did
Last
it.
night I could have had 2 women. Why would I want to do?
I could have had 2 women.
No.
No.
Tonight you were just trying to help somebody.
Just out of the goodness of your
I
heart.
really feel I was trying to do that. And I turned her down twice. If you read those people's emails, I turned her down twice. I'm not coming. I'm scared. I don't want to do it. It's too much for me to do.
I'm scared. I don't want to do it.
And I really felt that way. But I was
You don't want to do
trying
what,
to.
sir?
She was so searching.
You don't want to do
Again,
what,
said,
sir? What is the thing that you don't want to do?
This is the part that bothers me, isn't it?
This is the part that
provoking
bothers me.
to get me to do something.
I can't. The way he's trying to reframe this.
Without that provoking, I wouldn't. She'd have backed off. If it had been backed off,
What?
even thought about it.
This is similar to what Justin Roiland said on a podcast appearance, but it is even more untrue in this instance. Jim had on multiple occasions talked about wanting to meet up with Cheyenne. He told her about his hot tub, asked if she wanted to come to his house, and basically made it a point to say in each conversation that he wanted to have sex with her. The decoy didn't force his hand or insist in any forceful way that he needed to come over to have sex with her. The idea that
And
this is
even if
entrapment
she
and that the predator
did,
did nothing wrong is completely false. Had the decoy been a
just
real
say no.
13-year-old, Jim
Like,
would
what
have
is
been
the
alone in
child
the house
gonna
with a
force you
minor
to do it?
and likely would have
How?
assaulted them.
Yeah, but she must have really needed you for you
No,
to,
not
for her
she,
to.
whoever it is. Let's make it clear.
Right, but what you
See,
thought was that
but
she needed you.
Oh, back
Yeah,
to being triggered about that again.
absolutely. And you know what? I gotta go
God,
back to
what a
that
fucking bitch.
in relationship to the police department, the criminal justice. You gotta watch out how far you take that, because there are people who do care about other people, and I'm
Because there are people that do care about
you
other
can
people.
write off this thing.
Right, so that's what you're looking at right now is the people who care about other people. Not yourself.
And I don't think you would.
I wasn't. There's no question about it.
Jim, I honestly think you were not going to hurt Cheyenne or whoever you thought you were going to meet tonight. Jim, I know you're not going to hurt her, right?
I wasn't.
What definition of hurt are we going by?
I don't think you had any.
I had more intention of hurting myself than I do intention of hurting her.
But you needed to fill a void.
No, it's not a void. I don't want to make it a void. I got people I talk to some places, okay?
What a need.
I have a need to help people.
I have a need to help people.
Maybe that's closer to it than filling a void. Because I do have people who have problems, and I have no problems. But
What's he gonna save her from the divorce by
Relationships are hard, and it sounds like that the connection that you were making with her, she was innocent, you were innocent, you were just trying to help her, and it just got out of hand.
It got out of hand. I agree with you.
Yeah,
Bro.
and it's much easier to talk to a younger person
what's it
because
called?
they're more open and understanding.
The read technique is
But see,
working wonders right now. Holy shit.
This is the lesson I think that you need to learn.
I think that's what they're using.
You're playing a role. And whoever's doing it is playing the role of something that they're not. And when they play that role, they've got all this stuff behind them, all this garbage, not garbage, it's not really garbage, it's really experience. Okay, they've got that behind them, and they're manipulating that all the way through it.
Mm-hmm.
And with a person or a good, successful,
being a nonce. Ta-da!
what do they call
Oh,
it?
I did both of them. Oh my god.
Officer.
Yeah.
Who is doing this, a good officer can remove that a little bit so they can be innocent to bring it in. But the return on that, which is the problem, is the person from the outside who comes in.
Wash the brush off real quick.
They don't see it as that person who has
Oh my god, my eyes.
has all that control. And therefore, relax, give up levels of intensity that they might not have if they were talking to an adult. And therefore, because of
Do I have paper
relaxing
towels in here? I don't
intensity,
think I do.
maybe some things out that need to get out, but also go, in my case, go overboard, and expect that person who's on the other side, who is intelligent enough and has the experience enough to really understand
It's not
what's going
completely
on
dried
there,
off, but better.
makes a critical judgment instead of
Okay.
an emotional judgment.
These
on
off
what's
the sides
happened
they
to
can
the person
dry.
with me. I
But
don't know if that makes sense, but
check it out.
do
Ooh.
what you have to do. I don't
Get
really
close.
care. I mean, I really do. It's either gonna
See?
crush my life or it's gonna we're gonna go.
Fancy.
I think by getting it off your shoulders and talking about it, I
I'm gonna
think
take the tape off.
you're making a step.
So I only
somewhere.
really needed it to block the paint.
I mean,
I'm not trying to get some damn 13-year-old in my bed. That's not it.
Yes, you are.
If I want to get somebody in my bed, I go to the swingers club. I go to the people I date, which there are 3 or 4 that I normally date.
There's
And I can
3 or
do that.
4 that
That's
I normally
that's
date.
I mean, that's not.
Okay.
I'm not a predator. I'm not that in that ballgame. I don't like even young women. There's a little problem with that. I'm sorry. It's like young little guys. Put them over there.
that's not your thing.
It really isn't.
That's not your thing.
But it's not. But young are not my thing. It's,
Why
I don't.
does
there
every
are-
pedophile act like they're like, I don't even like kids? Like, yeah, I mean,
I'm really.
I know. Like, you don't.
Jim, if I thought that
You don't
was
think
you,
fondly of them other than
wouldn't waste my
as a
time
sex
here
object,
with you.
which is
Because if I felt that way, I'd say, you know what? Jim's like that. Throw you away. And out the door I go.
Okay, let me give you another information. I taught music for 31 years.
someone
I have
relink
never
in chat.
been arrested in that 31 years for any kind of child molestation or anything like that.
Dude, I'm actually obsessed with how these
In the
look right now.
31 years, I've seen many kids go through my system.
I'm very excited to see what this looks like once it's all dry.
It's
And once I can put the string on it and lace it back up.
So when
Okay,
you were
let me see.
online chat and you felt that you felt like you were talking to somebody who possibly did understand and probably had some experiences, you felt like you
Clear
could
off
let go,
somewhere
right?
safe.
You know, it's funny,
Just paint off the ground.
and to put it in perspective over the last couple weeks, which
You're so cute.
I did not feel that way until tonight.
Now time to
And I
cut
don't know what made that
the
difference.
little teardrop
I have no idea what made that
for the
difference.
sleeve.
But I felt like
I'll cut like
maybe it's
6,
a movement
3
on
for
the
each
part of the
sleeve.
people whoever did it to kind of
Shitty ribbon,
go that
but I
direction.
figured it would fuse on well, so it's fine.
No, I really was very cautious of not letting any information out,
And draw
not
it
even
onto
my
it.
emotions until tonight.
Tonight you
Boy.
felt, you know, that you could speak.
I guess I was
you could be
like-
free.
I was just looked down. I was tired of playing games and doing things and just backed off and just,
What?
okay, you want to talk, you want to get together, here's my phone number, give me a call, I'll do it. I mean, really,
That doesn't make any
you let your guard
sense.
I let my
The
guard down.
fuck?
I let my guard down only because of the fact that I had my
Thank
guard
you.
up for weeks. And
Where's the scissors?
And only and through that guard that I had, I thought maybe she needed some help. Maybe she needed to talk to someone. Maybe she was moving in a direction that I could help her in some way. Really, that's the honest answer.
This dude.
And what did you want to talk to her about? I mean, regards to
I wanted to open up those channels. I don't know where she was in that regard. I wanted to open it up so she could talk to me. And she in the past she was guarded too.
and
What?
she.
Or-
You got, I mean, you talked about a lot of things. You said you talked about, you know, different things. You know, do you,
What you doing in the
how
closet,
did you
little
guys talk
bubbles?
about? I know you said you let your guard down, and you're feeling lonely. How many times did you guys talk about sexual things?
Nothing until tonight. That I'm aware
They
of.
have the
I
chat,
don't remember
bro.
anything, the connotation of the, and if it was like really off the wall.
Off the wall?
Yeah, it wasn't like as straightforward as it was.
So what do you consider straight, kind of off the wall? Just something that you remember talked about?
Hold on, Bubbles.
I don't remember specifically.
You guys, I mean, you just off the wall things, maybe about giving a blowjob or anything like that, or
Or talking about what kind of relationship did she have with a boyfriend.
Yay.
And,
did you guys Go deeper than that.
Phrasing.
He ever touch you
Phrasing.
about that?
Phrasing.
That's about the extent.
Phrasing.
That's about the bottom of it.
You were still in
Did she
here.
ever talk to you
I
about
didn't realize you were still in here, Bob.
Deeper than that? I mean,
Not until tonight. No. I'm not sure she really.
Did anyone else forget that Misa was in here?
Which is my problem.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
He was so in the post.
It just kind of seemed like everything.
I don't know what it was about tonight.
Oh my god. Oh fuck.
Maybe it's just a common
Age, sex, location, let's go.
Talking over a period of time, which is probably a lot of it.
Kind of culminated over a couple
No,
of weeks.
it wasn't a culmination.
I need better
It was more
pair of
of-
scissors.
it
This
was
one's
more
not
of
great.
Just a relaxed nature between two people. And like I said, it wasn't a culmination of things. It was more of a relaxed nature of
What?
understanding each other.
So you felt like you were on the same page?
Yeah,
As a child.
and that we could talk about something.
And you were open. You guys were open.
I agree with that. I think for some reason, it
Ew.
became more open tonight than ever before.
Ew.
And,
My age, sex, location is.
exploded.
What was the first one? Age.
But, again, I jump on you guys for this.
Like, what's my age?
Because
27,
that-
male,
what I
Seattle.
need,
There you go.
whether it was Cheyenne or Joe Blow,
Okay, last one.
I needed somebody to talk to. And instead of somebody to talk to, I ended up with investigations. I understand. I don't criticize you for it. Don't understand. Don't misunderstand.
I understand.
It's a real
Can I
social.
cut these all at the same time?
It's a real social problem. How often do you do this every night?
No. This is Jim. You know, like I said before, we're just trying to get at what happened tonight and what's been happening. And
I'm
I
tracing it.
understand that you've had a rough time. You needed to talk to somebody.
Yes.
You could have went out with 2 women or 3 women the other night.
15. I mean,
15?
The other night, 2 nights up there.
Talked to Cheyenne, made you feel good.
15 women or 15 was their age? It was 2 15-year-olds?
It solved a problem.
Or.
But it didn't solve a problem in terms of I didn't do anything except for talk.
And and then tonight was just a culmination of, you felt like,
I know the number keeps growing.
hey, maybe I need to see her. Maybe she can actually, I can open up to her.
And that's exactly, and that is really essentially it.
That's really essentially it.
Would it come to some
Gross.
sexual thing? I'm not going to say it wouldn't, but I'm on the other side.
You're not gonna say it wouldn't.
Which
Why on earth not?
it wouldn't have. I can't believe your phone ringing. It would not have. It would never reach that point because of the person I am, and because I would never have taken advantage of her. If you go back on those, and you'll see it. How many times I asked her, "Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure?"
That's not how this
And
works.
the reason why is because I didn't want to hurt her.
That's not how any of this works.
She was young, supposedly. She was young.
Supposedly.
And did not want to do
Stop. He's so mad about it.
I really, this young thing.
I don't think Jim, you did not. I know you didn't want her. And you went there tonight to see her,
help her out.
But you would. I don't think if anything would have happened. Now I'm talking anything. You would have never hurt her. Jim, I know that.
I wouldn't.
You would.
That's not me.
That's not you.
Got it.
But you know.
Alright, now we're set.
And you were there for her. You were trying to be there for her. And you came here for that reason. To be there
Gross.
for her tonight.
And let's be realistic about that too.
And let's be realistic about that
to
too.
be for her.
You first.
Possibly sexually too.
What?
But
Gross.
I don't know if I could ever do that.
You think this stream is fake? Why?
I don't think I could ever. I mean, I'm serious. I told you this.
It's already recorded.
I have gone.
Why would I do that?
I walked away because no, that's not what I want. I want to go to some place and meet somebody who really.
Don't worry, I'm not
really
committing a murder
needs
right now.
What I
There's no need to have a fake recorded stream. Does anyone get that reference?
One's you for you. One's Jim.
Yeah, and I'll do a hell of a lot for that. We can go into personal details on that, but there are people. There are people in my life who would do anything for me to just give up everything I have. And
True. This is all a figment of my imagination.
And there are other people on the inside who
Oh my god, I forgot he was a professor in criminal justice.
and I can't give them that because I got
That's
this
so embarrassing.
who really needs me, who won't say the thing.
You're fake.
To clarify, Jim is insisting he is not a predator because he is just so hot. He could sleep with anyone he wanted. So why would he sleep with a minor?
I mean,
According
just
to
look
Jim's
at
chat
him.
logs, he was
Obviously,
seeing
he's
someone at the
George
same time
Clooney.
He was trying to sleep with Cheyenne, but he described them extremely unfavorably, saying that she was overweight and had her own issues that he didn't want to deal with. He was not neck deep in women wanting to be with him. There was no one in his life willing to give up everything, so he would give them a chance. And the idea
Yeah, no
that there
shit.
was is silly. Sillier still, that doesn't make him not a pedophile.
Yeah. Why would
A relationship.
like, so you're saying you were drowning in women and you still went to go fuck the child?
Be specific about it. You want specifics or you want to talk
Because
about
that
it now?
doesn't help your case in the way that you think it does.
Who won't be
Like
there,
at all.
doesn't want to see me
It's the opposite.
except for on the
It's
weekends
literally
when
the
she's with
opposite.
her. Okay. I have another woman who would love for me to just move in with her. I can't move in with her because she's not the one.
Because she's not the one. The child is the one,
This
then?
come around, she never
Is that what I'm supposed to have
So
the
what I
takeaway
do,
be from this?
juggle phone calls and those two. Then we add in
Like,
the other
bro.
persons, you know. Okay, so I can't satisfy anyone. I know. I can see you're gone on this. You have no.
So it
clue
can't
what I'm
satisfy
talking- But this is all going on.
The cell
These are your
phone
feelings.
there.
These are your feelings.
Well, no,
Dude, that's like
they're
have you
beyond-
seen that
So they're people
sex toy on
who
Twitter
affect
that's like it's like the rose that has like the tongue and that happening?
I can get down on my
And
knees
people
say,
keep reacting to it like, I can't compete with this. Why are you competing with it? Hold it.
Yeah. So eventually.
Are you stupid?
And everybody else will go on.
And tonight,
What the fuck?
It's just, as I said,
You
I
don't need to be
care.
threatened
I
by
don't
toys. You need to learn how to use them.
Shit. I've been there before. Not major, but
Like,
yeah,
bro,
I know
sneak
what
that
it's-
shit out,
I know what
okay?
it's- And
Like, come on.
you wouldn't be there for her.
Exactly. It makes no sense.
I wanted somebody. Her mother was not around. Her father was not around, and she. didn't know what to
So
do.
you took that as a
She
reason
had-
to go fucking try to groom her?
Emotional
'Cause-
feelings,
Yeah.
sexual feelings. She had a multitude of feelings.
Right. And I could answer some of those by my. And
Why is he giving Captain Save-A-Ho energy low-key, but for a child he's trying to groom?
But right now, we're talking about it, and that's the main point.
It's like, she didn't have any
I mean, you
parents
could- you
around.
could come
I
in
needed
and
to
say
step
that,
in.
yeah.
And
I
what?
still feel sabotaged. I'm not trying to sabotage.
but I feel sabotage. Because of the fact that is I'm not out there fucking the 13-year-olds and or getting them drunk and
Like, if you were just listening to this and you didn't know what this guy looked like, you would
I'm
be
not doing that. And I don't have a
shocked that he looks like a serial killer. He looks like an actual serial killer. Like, bro looks like he's got bodies. For sure. Like, he looks like what you'd think of what a pedophile looks like. He actually, like, fits the stereotype. So, the idea... Sorry, I paused it, by the way.
But you felt a connection tonight. And tonight was
But, like, the idea
she needed
that...
you, and I needed
Oh my
her
God.
in some sense.
I'm
I
at,
needed to be able to.
1:18:20.
I needed. There's a needy thing.
To help her.
I needed to
Right?
fulfill the need of somebody.
He literally looks like a
I've always
serial
done that
killer.
all my life. We go back to history.
Like,
the
dude,
Yeah,
you'd
it's
think he
always-
looks
it's always that.
like
Trying to
fucking...
find some way to help some kids, and I really felt that. need. It's not bullshit. It's just the way I feel.
It's bullshit. I mean, if that's the way you feel, I mean,
Me trying to think of a hot actor, I'm going back to George Clooney.
Well, I know, but on the outside of it,
You'd think he looks like George Clooney. Or like Brad Pitt or some
you
shit.
didn't have feelings. I mean, you'd be inhuman if you didn't have feelings. And tonight was about feelings. Tonight
was?
Tonight was about feelings, and tonight was about you trying to help someone who you thought you needed.
help them.
To be fair, it's not actually a child actress. They're all over 18.
I wanted to
With
be.
them.
I wanted to be able after the discussion. If it's sexual,
True, he's like the ring
whatever it
tape.
may be, I wanted to share that this is how I would see it.
Oh my god.
What do you need? Where do we go from there? What,
No, that's so accurate.
how does my role change with you? Okay, enough labor.
That's so accurate. I'm pulling up a picture right now. He
You
looks
know,
exactly like the guy from 13 Cameras.
You've said several times
Like,
that, you know, you
Same
feel
glasses and
sabotaged.
everything.
We're not here to make life harder for you. I mean, you're in the situation that you're in, and right now we have an opportunity to talk through things and maybe get you in a better situation so
No, it's a WebMP post.
you don't feel sabotaged.
Okay, in that relationship,
Okay.
in that
Please,
in that perspective,
don't be a WebMP. Yes, good, not WebMP.
how do I deal?
Look,
I'm gonna be online
tell me that's not the same person.
unless you guys chop off.
Same person,
Take the job away.
same dude. It's the same dude.
And
It's literally
deal
the same
with
person.
that when I see somebody who does have a need.
Like, oops, sorry, SnowWhite. I didn't mean to
I
move
don't
you.
mean searching out.
It's literally the same human.
I'm somebody. I have. That's the whole thing. I never.
Yeah, exactly.
Never.
Bro just
have
needs to
gone
grow out a
to
mustache.
somebody
They'd be a
on the
spitting
internet
image.
Who hasn't responded to me.
Oh, Wilford Brimley.
However
Okay.
however that plays a perspective and how you deal with the job that you do. For me,
Oh, I
once
see
they
it, yeah.
respond to me, then I have not an obligation. I don't but I
I'll bring up
do I need to answer them?
I'll bring
Or
up the
do I
Quaker
shut it
Oat.
off?
Fucking
And
WebMP.
That is really hard.
WebMP.
Yeah.
That is really hard. When somebody said hi, after I said hi to them,
Although he's got a way better mustache.
I mean, just that simple. Just that
Where's
simple.
a photo that I can actually use with the like?
If I don't respond to them, it says, "Oh, he doesn't care." It's like the 37,000 other people that don't care.
Although he doesn't have the glasses.
And I have a real problem with that because if somebody
No, I think the last guy looks more like him. I'm gonna be real. Like, yeah, they
This
Like,
is not a
yes,
problem. Jim insisting that he is morally
But
compelled to talk to anyone
I feel like
who
the
talks
last
to
guy
him
is
online,
more
and
the
therefore
energy. This guy
asking a
looks
minor
too
to have
nice.
sex was okay is ridiculous. That's nonsense.
What do we do?
Okay, let me
If
figure
you
out
could
how to put this
Talk
on.
more about the information that you exchanged with Cheyenne as far as pictures or chat.
I did have my webcam, and my webcam has been both. It's been both visual, as obviously seeing me, facially, genitalia.
Genitalia.
How many times would you say?
I would say maybe 1 or 2 times that she has accepted to see me.
She has
That was
accepted
on
this.
Yahoo.
That was on
You
Yahoo,
realize
and
it was a
her.
cop. Right?
I never.
I mean, like, it
forced
wasn't
her.
literally a cop, but-
She always asked to have an exception, have to accept it.
When, sir?
But not. It's not always been genitalia, but that.
Face, genitalia. So there's multitude of different.
Yeah, but that's only, and again,
Yeah, I don't know who that guy is.
only because of the fact that that's the way I was at that point. Not that I was, no, okay, Cheyenne is going to be on, so let's put her on my dick. No, it was never that. It was there. I just clicked on webcams available. She accepted it or not accepted it. In most cases, and she didn't.
What is this logic?
Mm-hmm. No, was this in response to the conversation you were
No,
having, or
there was usually no conversation in relationship to that. No conversation, nothing. Is this an adult cam? No, not even now. It's cam is available. If you want, you can say it. If you don't.
When you sent that,
But that's again. But in relationship to other people other than Cheyenne, that was common practice for me. What do you know?
Right.
If somebody wanted to look at it, they could
Okay.
look at it, decline, look at it, stop, go on, do their own.
so
Let's see if this is a good size or not.
And that was my. That was what I
Such a good
expected them
size.
to do. If they didn't want to see it, they didn't do it. If they did see it and they didn't want to look at it, they could click off.
so you sent it as something as if she wanted to view it, she could view it. If she didn't want to view it.
Exactly. And I would have done that I would have done that beyond Cheyenne. Way, all of any other people that I had
Right.
contact with.
Okay. I think the best way to attach
You go
this.
through hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, and you get a response, and you put on my webcam is available. That's it, and then you get that choice.
So, when you said that there were webcam shots of your genitalia, what was going on? Was there masturbation involved?
Not in all cases, just there.
Just
There was masturbation in places of people who did have a connection with me. Okay, in other
Part
words,
of me
people
is
who
like,
stayed with
should
me.
I just?
Short term? No.
what about with Cheyenne?
Eh,
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
what's the best way to
There
attach
was.
this?
And that may be just I don't remember, but I don't think so. No, I don't think
It
so.
needs to be flat on this.
I think it was more like, here's a.
You have to do one at a time.
That was more of it.
More of an education for her.
I think so. I
Bye.
think so. She would, at least whoever
Okay.
she was. It was more of a
Exploratory.
this is what a guy looks like. Yeah. Oh, your boyfriend looks like? You ever touched that, your boyfriend? Oh, yeah, I touched him once. Okay. Nothing
Gross.
for that. Nothing for her. That I remember. I remember.
Also-
only doing that like 1 or 2 times.
Why have I heard so many different pedophiles use this same
Probably 1 or 2
line of
times.
fucking reasoning as an excuse? There's been so many
And
that have
tonight,
used that excuse on To Catch a Predator. Like,
said you were going to be for her in various issues. You know,
what the fuck?
because her, some with her parents.
Oh, I'm using
She's
fabric
so
glue because I'm
wonderful
lazy.
in the hospital
And also I don't have thread.
and
Thread.
I
So.
connected
And you,
I gave her my phone number.
give her a phone
That
number,
makes it a little
which was
difficult.
was a big step for me.
Yeah. For,
Well, big step for
My
me.
piece
because
of paper to make it so I don't glue my sleeve together on accident.
And then we followed through with that fiasco. We've been
I
driving.
think I'm just gonna go at it.
how'd you find her?
Where's the glue?
How'd you find her place there?
Here.
Luckily.
Okay, I've
You
got
like a
quick
map
drying
first, or-
and
I
the
originally had
normal
a
stuff,
map,
so
but we never, I
see how
I
this
spent
goes.
an hour looking for directions for Tara.
open that.
Or whoever it is, their directions.
They were terrible.
Yeah, they were.
So did you have to call her back, or?
She called me, and then obviously that was.
And that's where you kind of asked where is this?
Well, where am I going? What am I doing?
Was it a cell phone
I'm not sure.
or your
I had a cell
phone?
phone. I had a cell
Why?
phone.
So she was calling you on your cell phone? Yeah. Okay.
Have you ever called her on your cell phone or anything like that?
No, never. Not till 9.
And tonight, I know a lot of things. You wanted to
Oh my god. Come on.
express certain things. You wanted to
Get out of here.
kind of. I'm trying to express your feelings, Jim.
Okay,
I'm trying to express your feelings, and because I want to get it right. I don't want to say something that's not right.
Okay.
But
Oh my god.
tonight,
Come on.
you know, you wanted to see how she was emotionally, sexually.
Come on. Holy shit. Got it.
Is that what kind of the condoms come into play?
Were the what?
Condoms she had on you?
I
Sorry, he had condoms on him.
Which I did last night also.
Yeah.
That maybe that should be.
Bye.
I put the condoms in my pocket tonight.
Yeah.
If something culminated that she it
Helen.
went that direction. At least
You want to
some
feel you want to be
protection.
safe?
Okay.
That was lewd.
The same
mean
reason
to-
why I had
okay.
them in my pocket last night. In case when I went to the swingers club,
God.
I would have them.
Shaking the glue.
And you
Okay.
protect
I
yourself.
think I'm just gonna put
I know.
glue
No,
on
yeah.
here and then put it on the spot
Number
and
one,
then hope for the fucking
protect
best.
myself. Number 2, I protect
Put this first.
Just like I said, you care about people. I can understand that you would.
I know it's gonna
would
leak
want, like I said, you
through,
didn't want to
so,
hurt nobody. You
I'll just do it on the edge.
And that's and tonight went in that direction. You were at least been prepared.
I was prepared if it did it when it came to that point.
Yeah.
Which, did I really expect it to be there?
Did you want it to be there?
Oh, yeah, I'd love to be. Only in the sense that I'm frustrated as hell.
Jim just fully admitted to wanting to sleep with a 13-year-old. Up until this point, he'd been
Yeah.
denying it. When it was asked outright, he would say no. He wasn't interested in young women. Even 18 and 19-year-olds were too young. But after an hour of talking, with him getting comfortable and thinking that the police officers are really understanding that he is a good guy and wasn't doing harm to anyone, he states he really wanted things to work out tonight so he could sleep with a minor. This is obviously huge, and the officers in charge of this interview were extremely skillful in how they approached this interrogation. It was vitally
seriously.
important that they give Jim the runway to say
It's
whatever
clear
he
they're
wanted and
very
not
good at
feel
this.
judged. He needed to express everything that he was a good person, that so many women wanted to sleep with him without any sort of pushback to get to this point.
What a fucking idiot.
Do I want this furnace
Okay.
up the way there? No, I can go down the list.
Glue.
I can go down the list. It's been 2 weeks since I've had it. And yeah, I'm frustrated as hell. But expectations of
Bro.
it being there, not any more than anything else. It really is an aggressive nature on my part. You know.
But you have feelings. I mean, it's,
Well, but what I'm thinking of is, okay, I'm going to go over and meet her what happened, whatever happens, okay, it's fine. And then I'm thinking about, okay, well, I'm gonna stop over at
Nice.
Ryan's.
Now we have to do it on the other side.
after it's over with, maybe there's...
We are listening to a pedo get
Rhino's is over.
busted.
It's a
On To Catch a Predator. Well, this is the police interview after getting busted on To Catch a Predator.
You know, if this like doesn't...
Stop! Not the beer belly.
I'm ready. That's exactly what it is.
And I think it would have went. Same thing would have won differently tonight when we were not here. Do you think you could have had a relationship with Cheyenne? Do you think there was enough of a connection there that you could have a relationship with her?
I think it's too early.
I think it's too early. What?
But you did feel connected. You did feel connected to her.
I felt connected to it, but it was too fast.
Too fast.
It was too fast. Stop.
It probably would have been one of those things where we sat down and have the iced tea and the lmao.
To be clear, Jim is stating that while he felt connected to Cheyenne and wanted to have sex with her, had she asked for a relationship with him after the fact, he would have said no. The way he states this information is so ridiculous because he phrases it as if he would have let the child he is preying on down, like she was so in love with him that she wanted to be with him and only him. For some reason, he seems to think of himself as a sex god that women are just clamoring to get their hands on.
Well, that's the fantasy.
And that's what's so bad
guess.
about this. Because that's where I was. You know, maybe she wasn't the same the same area, but or whoever it is.
Or whoever it is.
But for me, I just, I really was not trying to. It's not this predator trying to.
And Jim, we've done went over that.
Okay, but the point is, you still think that there's some sense of that.
But Jim, if you made a mistake, I can handle. You made a mistake tonight.
I did not contrive this girl into
This
to
woman.
have sex with me.
He really just
What I
almost said
did-
that.
What I did was I tried to meet with her,
To help her out.
Be
to
for
help
real.
her out and what she needs to do. She's going to do some stuff with it, if that's really
And
true.
that's
And then I still go on with my life.
and that's different
God.
from a predator.
Yeah.
Who
Well, I
takes-
hope so.
Who
I hope
takes,
so.
you know, Jim, I see the difference. Okay. But I
I hope so because
and
I
Trying to
There's a
line it
clear
up.
distinction there.
Okay. Well,
See how I can do this.
I don't want that clapped on top of me. I've spent many
That
years
looks about right. I think.
not keeping away from it,
Yeah, that looks right. That looks
but
right.
being
That
aware
looks
that it's
right.
out there and just being careful.
Yeah.
And then the fall on this is like,
Well, you've not had any issues before.
no, not at all.
What is
Not
he
at all.
saying?
But the thing
What is he trying to imply
music
right
teacher, elementary school,
What are you implying?
magnitude of shit out there for that. And,
What?
and things like this, if this had ever happened to me, I would be fired from West
No, I'm not wearing makeup.
Because of the fact that there is that stigma, and because of the fact that, you know, I'm since retired, so that it doesn't matter anymore. But you should know that. You should know that those qualifications that come along with that territory, and it's not just music teachers, it's the other teachers as well. Any male teachers in elementary grade.
And like I said,
This is an incredibly worrying statement given his conversations
I don't
with
know.
Cheyenne.
Ask
The next
chat.
portion
Do I
of the
need
interrogation
makeup?
I will skip through.
Chat,
Just
do
know
you-
that he starts
do you
crying
agree?
about a woman who he claims is the love of his life, who he cannot be with because she just doesn't want to be with him. However, he doesn't believe she really doesn't want to be with him. She just has control issues and won't allow him to love her. It has nothing to do with the situation he's in, besides the fact that she is a social worker and works with children who have been sexually abused. He brings that subject up as if what he is doing is not the
Okay.
same thing. He
Think
then
I'm gonna
signs
work on the
consent
bottoms
forms for the
now?
police to go through his car.
no, you can say MC. The only other thing is, I know you said you had nothing in your house. Do you have anything inside your residence there on
Brandy Way.
Brandy Way? Is there anything in there that would give us any concern. You said you didn't have anything.
You have, the only thing that you would have would be the
Bruh.
computer things, but you
This
have all
man
the references to
It's
that.
such a fucking mess.
Do you have a problem with anybody looking in there and make sure there's nothing of...
Unless they want to see my genitalia.
I'm sorry. Would you got me off guard there, Jimmy? Got me.
Yeah,
Did I really?
it's late.
Yeah, it's late.
I'm sorry. No, there's nothing on there. I don't keep pornography
Ah.
on there. I don't.
Gross.
And I don't distribute pornography.
The fuck?
If somebody wants to go in there and go through and find some sort of program that I have, say,
There's no kitty
What?
porn or anything like
no,
that. It's
What?
everything's
Bitch.
adult stuff.
No, I'm not even talking about this. I'm talking about if somebody goes in and they find out that I have a piece of software that I have.
Oh, like
Or something
Flores or
else
something.
That there might be something like that, but there's no, I don't do that.
Yeah.
Go in.
Again, this is an incredibly worrying statement. He doesn't seem to realize that he attempted to sexually exploit a minor, so making illusions to have access to the dark web isn't out of the question.
You have no problem with that?
No.
Okay. Well, what
Why
I'll do,
is it
I'll just do
like
another
this?
consent if you have the...
I whipped out
Okay,
the
but
fucking
does that mean that they
needles.
come in and take
I
my
have
computers
white
away
thread. I think I can pull that
and-
off for
and
this.
cause me a problem not to be able to work?
Well,
Go
that
blend it
could
up.
be an issue.
Yeah.
I mean, also, if there's information, I mean, if they deemed it feels like it could have some information that they may
My
need,
child
yeah, that
cosplays.
is a possibility.
Okay.
Okay, so give me some help here.
I can't tell you what to do. I mean, it's up to you. And
We'll see.
I don't want to seem like I'm not cooperative, because I really am cooperative,
Yeah.
because I really don't have the kitty porn shit on there.
Yeah.
If they want to do
Right.
that, if there's kitty porn shit on there, somebody else has put it on there. Or something.
Someone else put it on there. Stop.
In the same regard, I need to be able to use my computer.
Who had access?
Well,
So,
it's up to you if you want to consent or not. I'm leaving that up to
We
you.
can't make you any promises on how
I can't
quick
say
you
no,
would
we're
get
not-
it
what if I
back
don't
or
sign it?
not.
What happens if I don't sign it?
Then you don't sign
If you
it.
don't sign it, that's... Okay.
It's completely your call.
Okay, but in lieu of the conversation that we just had, I'm not putting you on the spot, but that is my reason for doing it.
Okay. That's fine. I mean,
I have to have access to my computer. I have to have it in order to do my job.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to force you to, sign anything that you don't feel
Yeah,
you want.
in order to do my
Understand your
job.
reasoning.
Yeah, you're not
That's
gonna have
fine.
that job much longer, bro.
And I'll just leave it at that. I think for right now I don't have anything else.
Okay, so my thought is to maybe put some like of this in the shorts. There's a bug behind me.
The last thing here, I overlooked it here. Would you be willing to write a written statement of what happened tonight, or
I like that. I wish we had one.
would you like to write a written statement?
Your own
The spooky ghost did it exactly.
If you come up, so it's so negative that I want.
No, this is from you. This is your account of what happened.
What I'm saying is, I don't know what you have there, so.
It's basically
It's a blank statement.
it's a voluntary statement. It's blank. It just lets you know your rights.
It lets me know my rights.
It lets you know your rights.
If I don't put anything that does that relinquish my rights.
Yeah, if you don't want to write anything, you don't have to. It's totally voluntary. This is not something I'm just giving you the
I
opportunity.
want to add
I'm
buttons.
just trying to be careful. 'Cause
Okay.
I know.
I'm just trying to be careful. No, you're not.
That's fine. I think that's everything I have for right now. I guess what we'll do is you'll go with another
I'm just trying to
officer.
be careful.
For
That's a
right
little
now.
late for that, bro.
Do citation.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of clerical.
Just
And-
paperwork so that whenever they get you there, they can process you quickly.
Whenever they get you
Okay.
there.
You want me to grab
Yeah, is
this?
there anything else I need to know about the people?
I'll hang here until
Okay.
you get.
No, as of right now, there's nothing I can really tell you right now.
I'm adding the buttons
Other than,
on this area.
on this stuff.
Just sit here.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
hang tight with
just
her.
hang tight, and I'll hang
Take out
here.
buttons.
with you until we get somebody in here, okay?
And take a nap.
Alright,
Following the
someone keep how
interrogation,
many times
Jim
I
was
poked myself
charged with
tally.
traveling in interstate commerce with intent to engage in sexual conduct with a minor. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison, which
Did
he
he
spent
cross
bemoaning
state
his
lines?
charges and stating that he didn't deserve to be in prison. A man claiming to be his former cellmate described Jim as being more annoyed with his situation than anything, often declaring that he was the victim of police entrapment. However,
okay.
after his 3 years were up, he relocated to Illinois.
years is not
However,
enough, by
on
the
the
way.
22nd of January 2022, Jim seemingly passed away. Details about what happened are sparse, with some
Good.
online not believing he's dead at all. If you have made it to this portion of the video,
Why?
thank you for watching. If there's a case you would like to see
Why?
covered, let me know by leaving a comment down below or emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. I will see you in the next video, but until then, remember to stay safe.
Alright, well, that was interesting. Ugh. Alright. Let's see. Alright, what should we watch next, chat? No, I do not hand make all my cosplays. Just some of them. Just some of them. Because otherwise I would not get them done in time. Would take forever. Oh, we could watch an iceberg video. What about that? Good night. Have fun at work tomorrow. The next stream will be Teddy Chan tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Thursday. And then we're gonna stream Japanese on Friday. An iceberg video? It's like a deep dive on something. It just means like the more you go down the levels, the less known about it is. Yeah, let's do one of those. Okay. Alright, the top one is the unexplained incidents iceberg. Let's see. I don't know who this is, so we'll see if it's good or not for the first few seconds. Let me play it.
Alright, it has been a minute since I made an iceberg video.
Okay.
I have had so many requests.
His voice is tolerable. Alright, I will link in chat. Everyone, go like the video when I link it. If I can find it, where is it? Well, listen, I don't know. I haven't heard him talk that much, but it's definitely not bad, so I can tolerate it. Yeah, Friday will be, Okay, everyone get it queued up. While I find out where I'm gonna. That's the back, that's the front. Nice, I can just follow the seam. That will make my life easy. Alright, does this button fit? Yay, it does. Except I put it the wrong way. Little button. Ugh. Yeah. Alright, you guys got it queued up? Where's the hole? Ready? Okay. Alright. Press play on go. 3, 2, 1, go will be the countdown. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, it has been a minute since I made an iceberg video. I have had so many requests to make another one of these after I did that last 3-part series on one, so I just figured, why the hell not? Let's do another. Now, in case you don't know how an iceberg chart works, basically the stuff in the upper tiers is going to be the more widely known topics. And
thanks, bro. Okay, subscribing for that.
Layers of the iceberg, that's where you're going to find more darker, sort of less known topics. Basically, as the video goes on, we get into more and more sort of obscure and unexplainable territory. Now, before we start, I do want to say that this is actually the first iceberg chart that I've made personally. I really haven't even finished the iceberg. I got pretty far into it, but I do want to come back and add on a couple more layers at the bottom. So if you guys end up liking this video and the topics in here are good, just let me know, and I will probably end up finishing this off, and maybe we'll have 2 or even 3 parts. Now, with all of that stuff out of the way, let's jump in to the unexplained incidents iceberg. The disappearance of the Eileen Moore lighthouse keepers. On December 26th, 1900, a ship was making its way to Eileen Moore, a remote island off the west coast of Scotland, which, apart from the lighthouse keepers, had no inhabitants. On board the ship were Captain James Harvey and Joseph Moore, who was set to replace one of the lighthouse keepers currently stationed on the island. As the ship approached the island, Captain Harvey noticed how strange it was that nobody had been there to greet them at the landing platform. He blew his horn and set up a flare to try and get the attention of the lighthouse workers, but there was no response. Joseph Moore rowed his boat to shore, walked up the long set of stairs, and was met with immediate signs that something was terribly wrong. First, the door to the lighthouse was unlocked.
Tea deliveries.
Upon going inside, he noticed that 2 of the 3 oil-skinned coats were missing from the entrance hall. Pressing on into the kitchen area, Moore found some half-eaten food and an overturned chair. The scene seemed to indicate that there had been an abrupt hurry from the kitchen. After looking around, Moore also found the beds to be unmade, but was unable to locate any of the 3 workers. He rushed back down to the landing stage to tell the captain what had happened.
They could have played a video of a guy hitting on girls on a
search, it was determined that
why
the 3
would we
men
want
were
to
not
lobotomize
inside
ourselves?
the lighthouse or anywhere on the island. Searching through the workers' logs revealed an unusual string of entries. On the 12th of December, Thomas Marshall, the second assistant, wrote of, quote,
unless you're talking
severe
about
winds,
Finster,
the likes of which I have never seen before in 20 years.
That's different.
He also noted that James Ducat, the principal
usually it's
keeper, had
guys.
been very quiet, and that the third assistant, William MacArthur, had been crying.
No, there's
Now,
clearly no
William MacArthur
Boba in
was
this one.
seasoned in this line of work. It's very strange that he would have been crying about a storm. Log entries a day later on the 13th of December stated that the storm was still raging and that all three men
this
had
is
been
tied off
praying. Why would three experienced lighthouse keepers safely situated on a brand new lighthouse that was 150 feet above sea level be praying for a storm to stop? What makes all of this even more strange is the fact that no storms had been reported in the area when these entries were written. In fact, the weather should have been perfectly calm during those days. The final entry was made on the 15th of December. It simply read, "Storm ended, sea calm, God is over all." It's important to note that one of the oil-skinned coats was still hanging in the hall.
Gross.
These islands are very cold, especially in the dead of winter. Why would one of the men leave without grabbing his coat? Also of note is the fact that it would have been strictly prohibited for all three men to leave their posts at the same time, so what drew all three of them outside? Now, at the beginning of the investigation, it was assumed that all of these lighthouse keepers had just been swept out to sea by this huge storm that they had been talking about. However, this doesn't really make any sense, as there is plenty of evidence to suggest that the weather had been completely calm for those couple of days. On top of that, the final entry actually does state that this storm ended, followed by the phrase, "God is over all." From what I've placed together, it seems that two of the men were already outside when some sort of an emergency caused the third man, who was sitting in the kitchen, to jump up and run outside. Perhaps they had yelled back to the lighthouse for help, causing that third man to jump out of his seat. The chair falls back, he runs outside without his coat, and he somehow perishes however the other two did. But then again, that's really just a guess. There's no answers
Maybe it got
here. I'm sure it goes
ambushed?
without saying that the three men were never seen again. The Falcon Lake Incident. Before I begin this next one, I do want to stress that although it might sound a little bit absurd at first, this is one of the most documented UFO cases pretty much in history, and some of the evidence that we're going to get to is just kind of mind-blowing.
All
Even
right.
if it wasn't some alien or whatever, it's very difficult to draw a conclusion from this story.
I'm gonna put my skepticals on.
The Falcon Lake incident occurred on May 20th, 1967 at Falcon Lake in the Canadian province of Manitoba. The incident was widely investigated by many different Canadian authorities, including the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Royal Canadian Air Force,
Not the
the
Mounties.
Department of Health, as well as the Department of National Defense. The United States Air Force was even sent to Canada to aid in the investigation. Steve Michalak, an amateur geologist, regularly traveled to Falcon Lake searching for quartz and silver. He had previously staked a claim in the Falcon Lake area to prospect for precious metals and left for the area on a long weekend in May 1967. He was aware that quartz veins within Whiteshell Provincial Park yielded precious metals such as gold and nickel. While investigating a quartz vein, Michalak claimed that he was startled by the sounds of a flock of geese who had suddenly become agitated. According to Michalak, he looked up to see two objects hovering around 45 meters away from him, emitting a reddish glow.
I think I nodded that off well enough. Yeah,
He
these
described the
scissors suck.
objects
I didn't
as
sharpen them.
cigarette-shaped. He attempted to find any identifying insignia, but found none. The landed craft also changed in color between gray and red and resembled, quote, hot stainless steel, with a golden glow emanating around the vehicle. Michalak recalled the scent of sulfur and sounds of a whirring motor, as well as a hissing sound from air being expelled.
The
According
sulfur
to
is
Michalak, he
meaningless, I'm
could
gonna
hear
be
the
real.
voices of individuals which were muffled by the sounds produced. Michalak claimed that the speakers sounded human with two discernible voices, one higher than the other. He attempted to touch the craft, and he found it so hot that the fingertips of his gloves melted. Michalak says that the craft then turned counterclockwise, revealing a panel with a grid of holes that emanated a blast of heated gas, which hit him in the chest, blew him backward, and set fire to his clothing. Michalak says he immediately tore the burning clothing off as the craft flew away. He says that he was disoriented from the event, feeling nauseous and eventually vomiting before struggling to return to his motel room at the Falcon Motor Hotel.
How is this well documented, by the way?
Michalak spoke with the owner of the motel about seeing a doctor, but was told that the local doctor was absent. He then rested and phoned his wife, telling her that an accident had occurred and that he would be returning home. Upon his arrival, Michalak sought medical attention at the Misericordia Health Center for his injuries and was admitted to the emergency room.
Bruh.
Michalak
Yeah, go
suffered
sleep.
burns on his chest and stomach, which matched with his claims of being hit by the exhaust panel. A grid-like pattern of raised sores from his burns appeared on Michalak's body.
Okay.
He continued to suffer from prolonged bouts of diarrhea, headaches, blackouts, and continued weight
TMI.
loss, eventually seeking help from the Mayo Clinic, who determined that Michalak was of sound mind. His physical condition following the event was consistent with radiation poisoning. Michalak allegedly lost 13 pounds following the incident, with his lymphocyte count drastically falling to near lethal levels.
I don't know how any of that means it's a UFO, though.
He continued to suffer from
Like,
intermittent reappearances of his burns, as well as other side effects, until his
definitely
death in
weird.
1999.
Probably just came up upon some fucking
An investigation was held to
random
determine exactly what happened to Michalak, but it
thing you
only
weren't
led to more
supposed to.
questions than answers. Investigators say they found a 15-foot circle of burned vegetation right where he says this landing happened. They also found several examples of highly radioactive
Not the burned
material
vegetation.
in the soil, as
That
well
was
as on
literally
the clothes
proven
that
to be
Michalak
a
had ripped
hoax.
off.
The crop
It's
circles
also
are a
important to
proven
note that
hoax.
Michalak, right up until his death in 1999, held the belief that this was just some sort of an experimental
like
aircraft.
people have admitted
and
to
didn't
making
believe it
them.
was
You
aliens
just
or
walk
any
in and then use a
extraterrestrial
board
origin.
and push down the crops in like a pattern. Like, oh my
The
god.
Overton Bridge dogs.
They're like perfect circles though, yeah.
The Overton Bridge
Artists
is a fairly
can do
small
that.
bridge located near Dumbarton in
Like,
West
I don't-
Dumbartonshire, Scotland. Throughout the 1950s, locals started referring to the bridge as the
Did he have a
Bridge of
tattoo
Death,
still?
or the Dog's Side Bridge, as it was reported that dogs, upon approaching the bridge,
yeah.
would leap down
This
into the
one's
ravine
weird.
below for no
I've heard
apparent
of this
reason.
before.
In 2004, Kenneth Meikle was walking with his family and golden retriever when the dog suddenly bolted and jumped off the bridge. It survived, but was traumatized by the experience. Going
yeah.
into 2005, at least 5 other dogs also jumped over the course of just 6 months.
Yeah, this is actually weird, like why?
There are an astonishing number of reports of dogs just jumping off that bridge. Like,
Okay.
literally since the 1950s, there have been at least
Buttons.
600 incidents. There have been a number of different attempts to explain what has been happening at the bridge,
Tiny
including
detail that
different
no one will
sects in
see.
the area to some possible spiritual or otherwise paranormal cause. However, investigators have yet to come to any sort of a reasonable conclusion. The 2006 Mumbai sweet seawater incident. The 2006 Mumbai sweet seawater
Like,
incident was a strange phenomenon during which residents of
It's
Mumbai
way more
claimed
believable
that the water at Mahim
If you like
Creek
barely see
had
it.
suddenly turned sweet. Within hours, residents of the surrounding
Or it's just like
area
some weird
claimed
light in
that
the sky.
seawater
Like
at
that's
Taidal
way more
Beach had
believable
turned
to
sweet
me
as
for some
well.
reason than anything where it's
caused
like,
a
yeah,
mass
and then
hysteria
I like
among
literally
people who
saw
started
them.
coming in large numbers to drink the
No.
seawater. This quickly presented a
No.
major problem to local authorities, as nearby waterways received thousands of tons of raw sewage and industrial waste every single day. Others were seen collecting water as rubbish and plastic drifted
see.
past them. Since the creek is known to be highly polluted, it is definitely not out of the question that some sort of pollutant found its way into the water and caused the sweet taste. The thing is, though, even if we knew exactly what caused the sweet taste in the water, that doesn't explain why, like, thousands of people ran into this very clearly polluted creek and started drinking the water. I guess the likely explanation here is that it was just a simple case of mass hysteria, but even then, it's such a strange event.
Like I'm thinking just Like loop it a bunch.
Stanley Meyer's fuel cell. Stanley Allen Meyer was a gifted inventor
Literally
from
all
Columbus,
the alien
Ohio,
theories
who, by the time
ignore
he passed away, had
everything
filed for a
logical
large number of patents
and
which can
based in
easily still be
reality.
researched and viewed online to this day. However, his most notable patented invention was the water fuel cell, which purportedly split water into its component elements, hydrogen and oxygen. The hydrogen gas was then burned to generate energy. According to Meyer, the device required less energy to perform electrolysis than the minimum energy requirement predicted or measured by conventional science.
Am I gonna have enough?
So what you're really seeing with the water fuel cell as it is today is that we have a full system engineering approach, allowing us now to use water as a main fuel source to be able to run a conventional engine and run it on water and do it and equal or supersede the performance of a car running on gasoline and diesel fuel.
Right.
On March 20th, 1998, Stanley, his brother, and two Belgian investors raised glasses in the Grove City Cracker Barrel. Stephen, Stanley's brother, has gone on record stating the following. Stanley took a sip of cranberry juice. Then he grabbed his neck, bolted out the door, dropped to his knees, and vomited violently.
Weird.
I ran outside and asked him, "What's wrong?" He said, "They poisoned me." That was his dying declaration. Many people who knew Stanley think that he was murdered, as his invention could have massively paved the way for free energy. Other evidence that he was murdered was that Meyer's patents attracted much unwanted attention from governments, mysterious visitors from overseas, and lucrative buyout offers. His brother Stephen even said that the two Belgian investors who were with Stanley on the day of the murder seemed to know something. Quote, "I told them that Stan had died, and they never said a word. Absolutely nothing. No condolences.
Weird.
No questions." Many of the initial reactions to this story were that, to be frank, this was just all bullshit. Stanley's invention would have directly broken both the first and second laws of thermodynamics, which, according to conventional science, is obviously impossible. However, knowing that had Stanley been right, had he actually invented something that was capable of turning water into an efficient method of fuel, that would have clearly completely changed humanity's relationship with energy and would have completely disrupted multiple industries. Now, with that in mind, who were these two Belgian investors? What happened in that restaurant? And most importantly, was Stanley onto something that would have completely changed the world?
Okay, I'm gonna put it down at the bottom.
The Silent Twins. June and Jennifer Gibbons, also known as the Silent Twins, were born on the 11th of April, 1963. The twin sisters were inseparable from birth and had a sort of strange obsession with each other. When growing up, they spoke very fast and had developed a speech impediment, which, accompanied with the language they spoke, a sort of sped-up Bayesian Creole, made it difficult for people to understand them. The twins were the only black children in their community and were often the victims of bullying while they attended school. This would prove to be extremely traumatic for the twins, who slowly began receding into their own little world.
There we go.
The twins' language began to change with time, diverging from the Bayesian Creole it originated from. Soon, their language became completely unintelligible to others. The twins would go on to become increasingly reserved and eventually spoke to no one except each other and their younger sister, Rose. They began to sink deep into their own imaginary world, writing novels and plays with one another with a complete disregard towards the outside world. The girls eventually refused to read or write during their schooling.
Okay.
Upon the recommendation of a medic at their school, the twins began seeing a succession of therapists who tried unsuccessfully to get them to communicate with others. In a desperate attempt to break their isolation, the twins were sent to separate boarding schools. However, they each quickly became unresponsive and entirely catatonic without the presence of the other.
Shocking.
They literally wouldn't sleep, eat, or even use the bathroom. Just total withdrawal.
Okay.
Things started to degrade even further for the twins when they entered their teenage years and began using
God damn it,
drugs
this
and
ribbon is
alcohol.
annoying.
In 1981, the girls committed a number of crimes, first starting with vandalism and petty theft, eventually escalating all the way to arson, resulting in the twins burning down several buildings, including a tractor factory. This led to their being admitted to Bradmore Hospital, a high-security mental health hospital. They remained together at the hospital for 11 years. Placed on high doses of antipsychotic medications, they found themselves unable to concentrate.
Great.
Jennifer apparently developed
Just 'cause they won't
tardive
talk to you guys?
dyskinesia,
Okay,
a
seems
neurological
dramatic.
disorder resulting in involuntary, repetitive movements. The girls had a long-standing agreement that if one died, the other must begin to speak and live a normal life. During their stay in the hospital, they began to believe that it was necessary for one of them to die, and after much discussion, Jennifer agreed to make the sacrifice of her life.
Why?
She would later tell her parole officer that she knew everything was going to be okay because she was going to die soon. In March 1993, the twins were transferred from Bradmore to the more open Caswell Clinic in Bridgend, Wales. On arrival, Jennifer could not be roused. She was taken to the hospital where she died soon after of acute myocarditis, a sudden inflammation of the heart.
What?
There was no evidence of drugs or poison in her system.
Weird.
At the inquest, June revealed that
They gotta
Jennifer
have
had been
another
acting
button.
strangely for about a day before their release. Her speech had been slurring, and she had said that she was dying. On the trip to Caswell, she had slept in June's lap with her eyes open. Several days later, it was reported that June was in a strange mood. She said, "I'm free at last, liberated, and at last, Jennifer has given up her life for me." She also described it as a tsunami, washing her of her sins and being free of her sister.
Weird.
After Jennifer's death, June would go on to give several interviews about her and her sister's lives before, in 2008, living a perfectly quiet, normal life. Now, there are many different unexplained factors in regards to this case that are very interesting to me. First, what caused these twins to spiral downward into such a mentally reclusive and obsessive space?
It could
Why did
be
it happen to
literally
these two in
anything.
particular and not, like, every other set of twins? And second, something that is not very widely discussed is the fact that Jennifer seems to have, like, willfully caused her own death. It literally sounds like the two sisters decided that one of them had to die.
One of them had to
debated
die,
it for a
or they
little
just
bit, and then when
one
that
of them
person
felt
was
like
determined to be
they were
Jennifer,
dying, and because they didn't
she just
talk,
died,
no one
and that was
noticed,
it.
and then they just said nothing about the illness. Maybe.
The crew of the Mary Celeste. On November 7th, 1872, the 282-ton Mary Celeste set sail from New York Harbor on its way to Genoa,
That means
Italy.
all that.
On board were the ship's captain, Benjamin S. Briggs, his wife, Sarah, and their 2-year-old daughter,
Adding a third
Sophia,
button.
along with 8
I feel
crew
like there needs
members.
to be a third button.
Less than a month later, on December 5th, a passing British ship called Dei Gratia came within viewing distance of a vessel heading unsteadily towards them. The helmsman reported the ship to Dei Gratia's Captain Morehouse. The ship's erratic movements and the odd set of her sails led Morehouse to suspect that something was wrong. As the vessel drew close, he could see nobody on deck, and he received no reply to his signals. So he sent DeVoe and second mate John Wright in a ship's boat to investigate. The pair established that this was the Mary Celeste by the name on her stern. They then climbed aboard and found the ship completely deserted. The sails were in a poor condition, some missing altogether, and much of the rigging was damaged with ropes hanging loosely over the sides. However, other than this, there was no real structural damage.
She could have
to the
made up
ship.
anything, and people. Yeah,
The
exactly.
ship's single lifeboat was missing, and there was about 3.5 feet of water in the hold, which was a significant but not unusual amount of water for such a large ship. After looking around, they found the ship's daily log. Its final entry was dated 8 a.m. on November 25th, 9 days earlier. It recorded the Mary Celeste's position off Santa Maria Island in the Azores, nearly 400 nautical miles from the point where they currently were. DeVoe saw that the cabin interiors were wet and untidy from water that had entered through doorways and skylights, but were otherwise in reasonable order. Most of the ship's papers were missing, along with the captain's navigational instruments. However, the ship still contained 6 months' worth of food and water.
Weird.
There were no obvious signs of fire or violence. The evidence indicated an orderly departure from the ship by means of the missing lifeboat.
Oh, ribbon! Yay!
Experts have stated that for an experienced captain such as Briggs,
on the side.
the decision to have escaped via lifeboat would have only been done as an extremely drastic last resort. This would have only been justifiable if it seemed that the ship was going to completely sink, which doesn't seem to have been the case. Now, here's an interesting theory I read, which seems to be the most likely one in my opinion.
Maybe they all got
It is possible that after
sick.
several weeks of storms, the crew opened up the
crazy.
lower storage and went to check on the alcohol barrels, only to find some very powerful fumes. Perhaps fearing an explosion, they had everyone climb down onto this lifeboat, which they anchored to the Mary Celeste and were towed behind it. Now, they did not furl the sails completely, which would have made the boat go a lot faster. Possibly this created too much tension for the rope, and it broke, leaving their lifeboat stranded in the middle of nowhere. This series of events pretty much perfectly checks out because there were several ropes found dangling over the side of the ship. They also found that the lifeboat ropes, which used to hold the lifeboat up, were actually cut down instead of being untied, which implies
I'm just doing
that it was
on
done
one
with
side.
haste. Now,
I think it'll
do
look
kind
better.
of hope that this theory is not true because can
It's
you
like
imagine
lopsided.
being completely stranded in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean in a little lifeboat, watching your
It's alien.
only
True.
last hope of life
Shit.
just
You right.
drifting off into the distance? It's just a terrifying thought. The disappearance of Maura Murray.
Yeah, I also don't
Maura
want to fucking do
Murray,
the other
born
side.
May 4th, 1982, is an American woman who disappeared on the evening of February
Alright, I'm
9th,
happy.
2004
I'm happy with
after
the
a car
shorts.
crash on Route 112 near Woodsville,
Shorts are
New
chilling.
Hampshire. To this day, nearly 20 years later, her
Part of me
whereabouts remain
wants to
unknown.
decorate the shoes.
At the time of her disappearance, she was a 21-year-old nursing student completing her junior year at the University of Massachusetts. On Saturday, February 7th, Murray's father, Fred, arrived in Amherst. He told investigators he and Murray went car shopping that afternoon and later went to dinner with a friend of his daughter. Murray dropped her father off at his motel room and, borrowing his Toyota Corolla, returned to campus to attend a dorm party.
I'm just gonna
She
tie bows
arrived
on
at
them.
10:30 p.m.
Yeah.
At 2:30 a.m. on Sunday, February 8th, she left the party. At approximately 3:30 a.m., en route to her father's motel, she struck a guardrail on Route 9, causing nearly $10,000 worth of damage to her father's car. The responding officer wrote an accident report, but there is no documentation of field sobriety tests being conducted. Murray was driven to her father's motel and stayed in his room for the rest of the morning. Later Sunday morning, Fred Murray learned that the damage to his vehicle would be covered by his auto insurance. He rented a car, dropped Murray off at the university, and departed for Connecticut. After midnight on Monday, February 9th, Murray used her personal computer to search MapQuest for directions to the Berkshires and Burlington, Vermont. The first reported contact Murray had with anyone on February 9th was at 1:00 p.m. when she emailed her boyfriend the following message. "I love you more, stud. I've got your messages, but honestly, I didn't feel like talking to much of anyone. I promise to call today, though. Love you, Maura." She also made a phone call inquiring about renting a condominium at the same Bartlett, New Hampshire condo association her family had vacationed to in the past. Telephone records indicate that the call lasted 3 minutes. The owner did not rent the condo to Murray. On the afternoon of Monday, February 9th at 1:24 p.m., Murray emailed a work supervisor of the nursing school faculty that she would be out of town for a week due to a death in her family.
Weird.
However, according to her family, they had not experienced a death.
Are we sure?
She also said she would contact them when she returned. At 2:05 p.m., Murray called a number which provides recorded information about booking hotels in Stowe, Vermont. At 2:18 p.m., she telephoned her boyfriend and left a voice message promising him they would talk later. This call ended after 1 minute.
Fine.
In her car, Murray packed clothing, toiletries, college textbooks, and birth control pills. Her room would later be searched by campus police, who would find most of her belongings packed in boxes and all of her art taken down off the walls, indicating that her sudden departure likely involved premeditation to a certain degree. Around 3:30 p.m., she drove off the campus in her black 1996 Saturn sedan. At 3:40 p.m., Murray withdrew $280 from an ATM.
Sus.
CCTV footage showed that she was alone at the time of the withdrawal.
Definitely some weird
Murray
behavior.
then purchased several alcoholic beverages at a nearby liquor store.
Okay, so this is how you make
Security
a bow, by the way?
footage shows that she was alone when she made that purchase as well.
Like a good one?
Murray then left Amherst between 4 and 5 p.m., presumably via Interstate 91 North. She called to check her voicemail at 4:37 p.m., the last recorded use of her cell phone. To date, there is no indication that she had informed anyone of her destination or any evidence that she had even chosen one. Sometime around 7 o'clock p.m., a Woodsville, New Hampshire resident heard a loud sound outside her house. Through her window, she could see a car up against a snowbank along Route 112.
Okay.
At 7:27 p.m., she called 911 to report the accident.
And then let's see this.
According to the call log, the woman claimed to have seen a man
size.
smoking a cigarette inside the car. However, she later seemed to retract this statement, stating that she had not seen a man nor a person smoking a cigarette, but rather had seen what appeared to be a red light glowing from inside the car, potentially from a cell phone. A passing motorist, a school bus driver who lived nearby, stopped at the scene. They saw the car as well as a young woman walking around the vehicle. The school bus driver noted that the young woman was not bleeding or visibly injured, but cold and shivering. He offered to call for help, but she asked and might have even pleaded with him not to call the police and assured him she had already called AAA, though strangely, AAA has no record of any such call. Aware that there was no cell reception in the area, the man continued home and called the police. His call was received by the sheriff's department at 7:43 p.m. According to the official police log, 3 minutes later at 7:46 p.m., a Haverhill police officer arrived at the scene, but the woman driver had disappeared.
What?
No one was inside or around the car. The car had impacted a tree on the driver's side of the vehicle, severely damaging the left headlight and pushing the car's radiator into the fan, rendering it inoperable. The car's windshield was cracked on the driver's side and both airbags had deployed. The car was locked, and a rag believed to have been part of Murray's emergency roadside kit was discovered stuffed into the Saturn's muffler pipe. Inside and outside the car, he discovered red stains that looked to be red wine. Inside the car, the officer found an empty beer bottle and a damaged box of Franzia wine on the rear seat.
Okay.
In addition, he found a AAA card issued to Murray, blank accident report forms, gloves, compact discs, makeup, diamond jewelry, driving directions to Burlington, Vermont, Murray's favorite stuffed animal, and Not Without Peril, a book about mountain climbing in the White Mountains.
Interesting.
Missing were Murray's debit card, credit cards, and cell phone, none of which have been located or used since her disappearance. The police later reported some of the bottles of purchased liquor were also missing. Police traced the vehicle to Murray and initially treated her as a missing person on the belief that she may have wanted to disappear voluntarily. Following her initial disappearance, a contractor returning home saw a young woman moving quickly on foot eastbound on Route 112 about 4 to 5 miles east of where Murray's vehicle was discovered. He noted that the young person was wearing jeans, a dark coat, and a light-colored hood. He did not report it to police immediately due to his own confusion of the dates, only discovering 3 months later that he had spotted the young person the same night Murray disappeared. It is unclear if this sighting was Murray. she was never seen again. There is a lot to unpack here. What's strange about this specific case, along with, I guess, a lot of the other ones in this video, the more you seem to examine the little pieces, the less they seem to fit together. For example, she only looked up directions for going to Burlington, Vermont earlier that morning and didn't tell anyone
Such a
about
fucking
it.
weird
That
case,
seems to
what the
indicate
hell?
This was done without much planning at all, right? But then, how do you explain all of her stuff being boxed up in her dorm room, even non-essential stuff like art, just ready to go? It looked like she was planning on, like, completely restarting her life or moving somewhere else. For some reason, though, it looks like something drove her to make this decision much quicker and with much more haste, leaving behind all of her stuff and leaving in the middle of the night. And then that seems to make sense for a second, but then you remember the fact that she literally was communicating with her boyfriend throughout the day completely normally, as if she didn't intend on doing anything.
Two
She even
bows.
inquired through
Yay.
phone call trying to buy a condo with
They're similar.
connections to her family, which seems to imply she wasn't trying to just disappear. Although it has been nearly 20 years at this point, I do hope that her family and the public
tie
at least
them on to
find out
here
what really happened, even if the answers are a bit grim,
with
because
these,
that
and then
uncertainty
cover it
just,
up with a ribbon.
I don't know, it's got to be eating away at the family. I just can't even imagine what it would be like to
Yeah.
lose someone in such a cloudy way, you know? I do hope that they get some answers at some point in the future.
I'm gonna finish the edges of this off first, though.
The Isdal Woman. November 29th, 1970. A man and his two young daughters were hiking in the foothills of an area known as the Ice Valley. One of the daughters noted an unusual burning smell while climbing along some loose stones. There, she would make a grisly discovery. The charred body of a woman located among the rocks.
Okay.
Surprised and fearful, the group returned to town to notify the police of their discovery.
Is this one just gonna catch fire? Because that's annoying.
Examining the site, police noted the woman's supine position,
catch on
her
fire. I
clenched
just want you
hands
to
up by
melt.
her
Just
torso,
melt.
and the absence of a nearby campfire. The front of her body and her clothes had been severely burned to the point where she had become
Just difficult to
completely
do it.
unrecognizable. Several personal items were found around the body, including traces of burned paper. Discovered beneath it was a fur hat, which was later found to have traces of petrol. All identifying marks and labels on these items had been removed or rubbed off. However, her fingerprints remained and were eventually found to match another set of fingerprints on dark glasses found in a suitcase abandoned in a train station locker in nearby Bergen. 3 days later, investigators found 2 suitcases belonging to the woman at Bergen railway station.
Let me try that again.
In the lining of one, police discovered 5 100 Deutschmark notes, or about 1,023 US dollars.
This ribbon sucks.
As with the body, any possible
frayed edges,
identifying
Jesus
information
Christ.
had been removed from all items inside the suitcase. An autopsy concluded the woman had died from a combination of incapacitation by phenobarbital and poisoning by carbon monoxide. Soot was found in her lungs,
Why the
indicating
sweats?
that
'Cause it's not
she
that-
was alive as she
It's not that
burned,
warm
and
here
her neck
right
was
now.
bruised, possibly from a fall or by a blow. Analysis of her blood and stomach showed that she had consumed
Need to be
between
patient.
50 and 70 Fenomol brand sleeping pills. Police then launched an appeal for information in the Norwegian media regarding the case. The last time she was seen alive was on the 23rd of November when she checked
There
out
we
of
go.
room 407 of the Hotel Hordoheimen. Hotel staff told police that she was good-looking and roughly 5 foot 4 inches tall, with dark brown hair and small brown eyes. Staff noted that the woman kept mainly to her room and seemed to be on guard. When she checked out, she paid her bill in cash and requested a taxi. Her movements between then and the discovery of her body remain unknown. Based on handwritten check-in forms, police determined that the Isdal woman had traveled around Norway and Europe with at least 8 fake passports and aliases. While details such as birthdays and occupations changed from one form to another, she consistently gave her nationality as Belgian. The forms were filled out in either German or French.
Interesting.
It was also discovered that the woman had previously stayed at several hotels in Bergen and was known to change rooms after checking in. She often told hotel staff that she was a traveling saleswoman and antiques dealer. One witness said that she overheard the woman talking to a man in German in a Bergen hotel. Others who met her mentioned that she also spoke Flemish and broken English and smelled of garlic.
Weird.
People who saw or met her also commented that she wore wigs. Composite sketches based on witness descriptions and analysis of her body were then circulated in many countries. Despite the significant police resources deployed, the unknown woman was never identified and the case was quickly closed. While authorities concluded that she had committed suicide by ingestion of sleeping pills, others believe the evidence suggests that she was murdered.
I mean, it's sus.
Alright, I just can't understand how the official report states that this was a suicide. I can understand the sleeping pills part of it leading to that conclusion, but are they just ignoring the fact that this woman was literally burned alive? I mean, how does that at all point to suicide? This wasn't just done to get rid of the body either. The autopsy report shows that there was soot in her lungs, which apparently indicates that she was alive.
And just now seeing it for the first time?
Now, to me and many others, there seems to be a lot of evidence pointing to the fact that this woman was
I wear
some sort
wigs
of a
for
Cold War
cosplays.
spy. Any identifying markings that were on all of her belongings had been completely rubbed off. She had been traveling all across Europe, and she had been using at least 8 different passports and aliases. Clearly, though, this woman got caught up in some serious shit, and it ended up costing her life. The case eventually went cold, and the woman was never identified. It's very unlikely that we'll ever figure out who she was or what happened to her. The Kamar Daban incident. Upon first glance, the Kamar Daban incident might remind you of a similar case which took place in Dyatlov Pass, where several Soviet hikers died under extremely bizarre circumstances back in February of 1959.
That shit's super
While
weird.
that case has been covered many times, not as well known is a similar incident which took place in Kamar Daban, a Russian mountain range in southern Siberia. 41-year-old Ludmila Korovina was an experienced hiking instructor and survivalist labeled as a master by her peers and students. In the summer of 1993, Ludmila had planned a hike with 6 of her students to the Kamar Daban mountain range. She was very experienced in the area, which was a very popular tourist spot and considered a very safe place to hike, especially in the summer. Her students had trained with her for the trip, and they all shared a close-knit relationship. The member who was closest to Ludmila was 23-year-old Alexander Sacha Krisyan. The other 5 students were 24-year-old Tatiana Filipenko, 19-year-old Denis Svachkin, 17-year-old Valentina Valya Udachenko, 16-year-old Victoria Zelisova, and 15-year-old Timur Bapanov. On August 2nd, 1993, the group of 7 arrived in the town of Marino in preparation for their journey into the mountains. The weather forecast promised them clear, sunny skies. Ludmila and her students were one of 3 hiking groups in the area, one of which was being led by Ludmila's daughter, Natalia. The 2 groups had plans to meet up on August 5th when their hiking routes would cross paths. All of the 6 students were ready to begin their hike, as this was their chance to prove themselves experienced hikers. This was a journey they had been planning for and anticipating for months, and as a result, the group had become close. The group made extremely good time for the first 2 days of the hike, but by August 4th, as they were beginning their descent, the weather forecast would turn out to have been wrong, and the area was hit with a powerful rainstorm. The added weight to the hikers' supplies caused by the rain significantly slowed them down and quickly exhausted them. This
added.
led Ludmila to make the decision to camp out hastily in an exposed
right, now
location.
I'm gonna cover with this.
The group had attempted to build a fire that night, but were unsuccessful. Still, despite their recent troubles, they appear to have been motivated and excited to continue their hike. The following morning, they planned to meet up with Natalia and expected to be able to do so, given how quickly they had made their way up the mountain the previous day. However, later that day, Natalia and her group made it to the meeting spot, but her mother never appeared. Eventually, the group was forced to move on, assuming that the bad weather had set their group back. Sadly, the truth was far more gruesome. On August 10th, a group of kayakers noticed something in the tree line as they were paddling down a river at the base of the mountains. A lone girl was standing there, staring at them. The kayakers got out of their boats and approached the girl. The girl became hysterical when trying to explain her story to the kayakers.
Okay.
Some sources claim that she was covered in dry blood.
Now I'm gonna eat.
She told them that her name was Valentina Utachenko and said that she had been hiking with 6 others.
Tape it off.
Horrified, the kayakers took Valya to the nearest police station where a report was filed. However, she appeared to have been so traumatized by whatever she experienced that she would only be able to slowly reveal the details over days, weeks. Some details even took years for her to explain in detail. According to Valya, after eating breakfast that morning, the group descended the mountain, but a short while later, the first catastrophe occurred.
What happened?
From the back of the crowd, Sacha started to scream. When everyone turned to look at him, he was frothing at the mouth and bleeding from his eyes and ears.
What?
He collapsed on the ground, shaking before becoming motionless.
Bro?
Ludmila sprinted over to him and told the others to go on. She was extremely distraught, trying in vain to get Sacha to regain consciousness. The remaining group did not get far before they heard Ludmila cry out. As they turned and ran to her, they saw that she was having the same symptoms as Sacha.
What the hell?
Her eyes and nose were pouring blood, and she was frothing at the mouth.
That is so weird.
She convulsed and then collapsed on top of
Was there
Sacha.
like a nerve gas or something in the
who had
area?
gotten Ludmila first, was the next to collapse, grabbing at her throat as though she couldn't breathe. She slowly crawled over to a nearby rock and bashed her head against it until she went limp.
The fuck?
Victoria and Timur both ran while Dennis hid behind a rock. Valya stood unable to move, having just watched 3 of her closest friends seemingly die within only a few minutes.
Bruh.
Both Victoria and Timur collapsed while running and died in a similar manner, throwing up blood and clawing at their own throats, tearing their clothes off. Realizing that they were the only ones left, Valya and Dennis ran to each other and hurried away from the site of their friend's
has like a cool
death.
name and then it's just Dennis.
It wasn't long, however, before Dennis collapsed convulsing.
Poor Dennis.
Scared for her life, Valya ran and left her friends behind. Valya ran down the mountain until she felt that she had escaped whatever fate her friends had succumbed to. Under adequate tree cover, she set up the tent for the night and fell asleep. After waking up, Valya knew immediately that she would need supplies if she was going to survive alone in the wilderness. The problem was that she'd have to return to the site of her friend's death to retrieve them. Realizing that she had no other choice, Valya made the trek back up the mountain, retracing her steps. When she reached the site, she saw that none of them had moved from the spots where they had fallen. Assessing that they were all deceased, Valya quickly took the supplies she needed from their bodies and left, following power lines. She followed the power lines down the mountain for 4 days in the hopes that someone would come across her before she discovered a river and started following
4 days?
it. By the end of her 4th day, the kayakers had located and saved her. Despite the police receiving a report, no formal search was carried out until the 24th of August. It took several days for the helicopters to locate the remains of the group due to Valya's struggle to recount exactly what happened to authorities.
Interesting.
An autopsy was conducted. They were all found to have bruised lungs, yet, astonishingly, all of them, except Ludmila, who apparently had a heart attack, were found to have died of hypothermia.
What? How?
Okay,
What?
hypothermia doesn't really make any sense.
Hypothermia
There's really
makes
no
no
shortage
sense.
of theories for this one, but like all of the
Why
other
would
topics
all
in this
their
video,
noses
the
be
pieces just
bleeding?
seem to fit together less and less the more you look into them.
Like
Many
what?
have speculated that the group may have wandered into an area
I'm going with
used
nerve
for
gas.
Russian chemical testing.
See?
The symptoms Valya
Nerve
reported
gas.
the group experiencing are very
That's what I'm
similar
saying.
to what you might expect from exposure to nerve gas or a similar
See, nerve gas.
However, why
I know
would
my
they be doing
shit.
chemical testing right in a very popular hiking spot? Don't you think they would have maybe
I don't know, it's
gone farther
Russia.
out to
Maybe
Siberia
they
and
just
done
felt
in a
like
remote
it.
Area? Also, since Valya was in
They were
such
in a
close
silly,
proximity
goofy
to the
mood.
others, you would have expected her to
Okay,
have
let's check
experienced some
on-
kind of symptoms, right? But apparently she had none. Another theory posits that the group may have foraged for food
She
and
just
ate
killed
something
all of them. I'm
toxic,
just kidding.
like
I'm
a
just
mushroom
kidding.
or something. However, Korovina was a very experienced hiker and knew the area like the back of her hand. It's not likely that she would have made such a fatal mistake. Even so, Valya has claimed that the group ate well during the whole trip, so it's unlikely that they would have had to forage for food. We'll probably never know.
trying to figure
what
out if I
the
need
group
to seal
encountered on
this
the
or
mountains
not.
that day.
I don't think I do. When? This dried so well. Look how good it looks. Well, that was a fun iceberg. Let's find another iceberg. Let's do it by someone I actually know who they are, maybe. Wendigoon, yes. Okay, hi Wendigoon. This fucking laugh, stop. Okay, we're gonna watch Wendigoon. Everyone go like and subscribe. This will probably be the last thing that we do and watch, because I have to go do other things. Indigo. I have to color the rivets on this, and then I have to add the chain, and then the gold on it. If I decide to do that, I might get lazy and just not do that. 'Cause yeah, I might just do that tomorrow after I film or something. Or at least putting the chain on it, because I'm gonna attach that on the underside, I think. Oh, I have. I've already watched this video, but I'm sure that I missed things when I watched it the first time. So I'll still enjoy it. All right. Yeah. All right, everyone got it queued up? Let's sleepy dough. All right, I'm gonna press play on go. Right? 3, 2, 1, go.
Time for another totally non-controversial, totally safe for YouTube iceberg.
I just realized I didn't start it on 1. Hold on. Let me just, okay, let me start from 0. Sorry. Cycle back to the beginning. And then we will do this the correct way. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Time for
Now
another
we'll sync
totally
up.
non-controversial, totally
Sorry, I'm an
safe for
idiot.
YouTube iceberg.
Okay.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Indigo. Today we are covering the religion and cult iceberg. Now I need to get a few things out of the way before we get started. This iceberg does contain definitive cults, however that doesn't mean everything on this iceberg is a cult per se. The first ones that we're going to be looking at are just sort of fringe religious groups that don't really have that much of a following. And whenever I talk about them, I in no way want to get across the point that they are a cult just because they're on this list. As a matter of fact, even as we go further down on this list, some of the ones that we're going to run into are kind of structured weird. So like you'll have sort of safe ideologies next to very not safe ideologies. And I'm not really sure how that works. So just because something's on here, and even if it's on the same tier as a very dangerous or bad thing, that doesn't mean that it itself is bad. It just means, if anything, that it's just not as well known. Also, and I want to make this very clear, I am not a theologist by any means. Some of these I've never heard of and educated myself in the past couple days over. Religions are very intensive and long-spanning with their history and the reason practitioners do the things they do and what their belief is. So in no way take me as like the final authority on these things.
Not the wax. That's not the method we're doing.
Text, whereas in the real life, these ideologies are much more one way in emotions or the other, or their practices could be much more spiritual or physical than I make them out to be, or yada yada yada. What I'm saying is, if you're interested in any of these, I encourage you to do your own research, as I am in no way the final authority on what these religions mean. Like I said before, this video is for educational purposes and for entertainment, so I'm not saying anything on here to be offensive to anyone or to tell you or educate you on what your own religion or what someone else's might be. This is entirely a sort of gloss over basic concepts of these ideologies, and I hold full respect to all involved, at least until we get to the bottom tiers where I don't hold any respect for them, but we'll get to that. Speaking of bottom tiers, this is your viewer discretion. I will be more specific as we get closer, but right now saying there are going to be very intense themes in the bottom tiers as we go from sort of like rare religions down to specific events in which people were hurt in very extreme ways in some cases. So this is your warning now. There will be a warning then, but viewer discretion advised. If you're not okay with heavy topics, you may want to set this one out, or at least set it out whenever we get to the bottom. There will be timestamps for each tier in the description. So there's your disclaimers. We got a lot to cover, so let's get into it. But as always, thank you for watching. So I'm going to do something that I've never done, and I'm going to skip the first 2 tiers of this iceberg. The reason for it is they're just religions that are rather well known. Like tier 1 had things like Catholicism and Buddhism, and tier 2 had like Mormonism and Surfism, and those are common religions that we're all familiar with. The purpose of this is to kind of look at things that you may not be familiar with, or at least I wasn't familiar with before. So like I said, we're going to skip the first 2 and move into the first niche ideologies with tier 3. So starting with tier 3, Scientology. Scientology is something that you're definitely familiar with if you've been on the internet for a while, and is a religion that was founded by L. Ron Hubbard. The basic faith belief system of Scientology is that we as humans are actually Thetans that was created by an alien known as Xenu, who put us on Earth several million years ago and will one day come back to take us away from it. Xenu theirself exist as a member of the Galactic Confederacy, and the actual canon for Scientology is known as the space opera. But what most people are interested in is the church's interactions with the world around them. Like, for example, the number of celebrities that are a member of the church, as well as super secret shady undergoings that happen within the church, leading several people to believe that it's all a front for some greater New World Order, Illuminati conspiracy thing. Stack on top of that, stories of abuse have happened in the church, as well as cover-ups that have happened with people who have passed away by odd circumstances. One of the most famous interactions is Tom Cruise, who publicly shamed people for using medicine, and psychiatrists saying that the church's teaching should be all you need. And yeah, stuff like that. It just gets kind of weird. Nation of Islam was founded by Wallace Muhammad in Chicago. I also want to say this now because it applies to this one. If at any point I say that something has, say, core Christian values or core Church of Latter-day Saint values, it in no way means that this group is representative of the whole of that ideology. To give you an example that you may be more familiar with, the KKK, for example, had beliefs that came off of the Hebrew, Christian, Judaic prophecy, but they are in no way representative of Christianity across the world as a whole. The same applies to this. So if at any point I say that this has ideas of Islam or Judaism or whatever, it's just saying that they share some of the values with those people, not that they are what all of those people are. Making sure. The reason I specify that now is because Nation of Islam is a very fringe group that believes in full black supremacy. They believe that African Americans are the true chosen people of God, and that white people specifically were created thousands of years ago as an experiment by an evil scientist. No, I'm not kidding. So by that logic, white people are fake and have no souls.
I'm just gonna embrace
according
it.
to their belief, one day God will come back and take exclusively the African Americans into heaven and leave all of the soulless people to die, I guess. They're also super conservative in their belief system, saying that people should dress appropriately and wear very straight-edged attire, and have since opened up the nation to different races as long as you're not white. Christian Science was founded off of the book Science and Health by Mary Eddy. The basic concept is that sickness isn't real and is instead an illusion, and through prayer alone you can get rid of all sickness. This belief system has kind of died down in recent years, with modern proponents saying that, well, I guess medicine helps, but only if you also pray about it, and has worked its way into other natural sciences as well. LaVeyan Satanism was founded by Anton LaVey. The core principles of the religion come from Friedrich Nietzsche and Ayn Rand. Basically ideas that nothing really matters and humans should live communally. The thing about LaVeyan Satanism that not a lot of people get is, while it does share the name, it is not a direct worship of Satan himself. Instead, it's more so of a worship of humanity itself. The religion is very materialist, and they don't have any beliefs in worshiping a higher god or power, instead just existing, and if it feels good, do it. As well as pertaining some aspects of magic beliefs, they are very similar to the beliefs of the Antichrist, even if inadvertently so. See, a lot of people have the idea that the Antichrist in biblical prophecy is just an evil figure that acts like the devil, but in actuality, it is a forerunner for the devil that instead turns people to look at themselves instead of God. So in that fashion, LaVeyan Satanism kind of falls in line with that as a way of getting people to focus on the inward man rather than the outward body or outward spirit. I don't know, that's just an interesting parallel that I found while researching this, that while not directly worshiping Satan, it is technically, through cause and effect, getting across the point of Satan. So, potato, tomato. Amish Old Order is what a lot of people think of whenever they think of Amish in general. However, if you thought regular Amish were strict in only wearing certain materials, Old Order Amish aren't allowed to wear things like buttons, zippers, or bright colors. Not only that, but men
no buttons or zippers,
as women are not allowed to cut their hair, and they maintain more traditional ideas, such as a very hardcore belief in Christian pacifism, as in fighting is a last resort, and they don't maintain church bodies, instead choosing to worship at members' houses from time to time, as in the whole idea that God is not a place, instead a body of people. Falun Gong is a Buddhist Taoist mix that popped up in China. Despite being a very peaceful religion of meditation and independence, as well as examining the inner self, the Chinese government did not take kindly to a fast-growing religion that they did not have control of. So therefore, in 1999, they locked down the religion and made it illegal. With no exaggeration, China literally killed thousands of Falun Gong members in jail, with rumors even persisting that their bodies were used for the underground Chinese organ trade. It's an example of extreme religious prejudice within a country's government. Voodoo is the roots of the very popular, or at least famous, voodoo. The roots of voodoo are very interesting, as they came from African countries into the American South and mixed with the indigenous culture at the time, and created this sort of blend between two different kinds of native beliefs. Even some of the beliefs in gods and spirits can be seen as a sort of combination between African Islam and American Christianity. While there is a core belief system, what hoodoo is most known for is its practicality in magic and how performances of rituals and spells can lead to physically obtainable things in the real world. Messianic Jews are essentially Jewish traditions that believe in the Messiah or Jesus. Or in other words, it is the religion of Judaism, but they also incorporate the New Testament. It's an interesting example of sort of a middle ground that's met between two supposedly entirely different religions. ISKCON stands for the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. ISKCON holds several traditional Indian beliefs such as Vishnu and Krishna. However, they are much more physical with their interpretation of it, partaking of their worship primarily through versions of singing and dance. Because of this, festivals are a very important part of the ISKCON tradition. However, despite this, they're very reserved in other ideas, such as they do not partake of any premarital kissing, gambling, or intoxicants. Also, in the disturbing movie Iceberg, everyone was confused by kith for some reason. It's the word kiss, pronounced like Mike Tyson, so kith, and I use it to not get demonetized whenever I'm talking about naughty stuff. And like it or not, if I'm doing this full time, I want to be monetized. You'll be familiar with Gnosticism if you watch the conspiracy theory Iceberg. However, for those that don't, Gnosticism is essentially Christianity with a polytheistic idea of lesser gods. What that means is, yes, Christ and the Godhead exist. However, there are these smaller gods that are in charge of doing certain things on Earth. And the reason that bad things happen on Earth is because Earth was made by an evil god. Besides that, a lot of
I feel like that looks good. I'm gonna do it on both sides.
Magic, spiritual sense than standard Christianity. Like, for example, instead of sin and redemption, they more so follow the ideas of illusion and enlightenment, saying that things are not necessarily wrong, they're just not understood. Opus Dei, from all of my research, just seems to be a sort of laid-back version of Catholicism. Like, for example, they don't partake in big church gatherings or mass, and while they believe in the teachings of Catholicism, they more so believe that every person themselves is a layman or worker for God, and the organization itself is much smaller, with the entire thing having about 2,000 priests. Kabbalah is often described as Jewish mysticism. Put shortly, it's about understanding the barrier between God and man. In other words, there is this sort of fabric that exists around us that separates us from the higher realm of being, so a lot of this ideology is a way of sort of meditating or introspection in order to rise to the next plane of thought. Neo-shamanism is a new iteration of Native American beliefs. It's sort of an amalgamation of several different Native tribes now in the modern sense through being able to be connected, have sort of established an overall pantheistic canon of their religion. In other words, using the knowledge gained by other tribes, Neo-shamans kind of put together this entire idea of how the world works. It's got this really cool, like, brassy look to it. Sratu Hinduism is Hinduism. However, there is a very heavy reliance in rituals over beliefs. Or basically, doing specific acts is more important than simply believing or saying something. As you can imagine, rituals are a big deal within the religion, as well as oral traditions which are passed down instead of written or transcribed as the standard with most religions. That is it with Tier 3. We are now on to Tier 4. Starting with Hardline, the letter that YouTube won't let me say because it's dumb for some reason. Anon. Blank. Anon rose to popularity in recent years after the American 2016
what the fuck is he talking about?
The basic belief is that all of the world's elites are conspiring in a sort of secret society in order to maintain control of the world from behind the veil. This cabal of the elite is responsible, according to Annon's theories, of everything from human abductions to the results of world elections. It's very reliant on the ideas of secret societies being proliferated across the world. 5% Nation was started by a man named Clarence Smith, who left the Nation of Islam. Clarence Smith felt very led by Malcolm X, who was an at the time big member in the Nation of Islam, to go and start his own group, which he called 5% Nation, or Nations of Gods and Earths. 5% Nation was basically Nation of Islam, only even more so. Clarence renamed himself
even more so.
And the word 5% Nation comes from the idea that 85% of the world is ignorant, 10% of it is evil, and only 5% know the truth and are good enough to change it. Speaking of being Nation of Islam only more so, rather than just thinking that white people were created as an experiment, according to 5% Nation, white people are literally demons that have risen up from hell as a means of destroying God's people. And it's basically a fringe offshoot of an already fringe offshoot. Muslim Brotherhood's on here. I know it originates in Egypt. However, I am not qualified to talk about this, nor was I able to find information that made me feel like I was qualified to talk about this. So rather than sounding dumb, I'm just going to skip
Just
it.
checks out on that one.
Peyote religion is a name often attributed to the Native American Church. What's interesting is the Native American Church kind of came as a result of Christian missionaries coming to the Native tribes. So instead of believing in several spirits, they believe in the Great Spirit, which according to members is synonymous with Jesus Christ. The reason they're called the Peyote religion is because they believe that peyote can be used as a gateway to speak to the Great Spirit, or to at least escape this realm of existence for a limited time. Because of this, in the majority of their practices and worship services, peyote is used. Cargo cults was really interesting, and I had never heard of before researching this. Post-World War II, there were specific groups of people, specifically in Melanesia, who were gifted gifts by more technologically advanced societies such as the United States and Great Britain. Upon coming back to deliver these people more gifts, it was found that they were imitating the acts of the soldiers that were there whenever they were brought the first round of goods. So in other words, whenever the ships would show back up, they would be holding sticks like rifles and walking around in troop formation, thinking that by mimicking the people that brought them gifts, they could bring them back. It's a very interesting sort of like glass bubble of how a society would react if not given any information about how things like that carry out or how technology advances. It's a really cool rabbit hole to go down if you're interested. Church of Subgenius kind of exists as a parody of religion. Their prophet, J.R. Bob Dobbs, was a door-to-door salesman.
That's a name.
Get it? Because religion, he's a salesman. And according to them, all other religions of the world are a part of a greater conspiracy in order to keep smart-thinking people down. But at the same time, they believe in a lot of popular gods. Their main god is known as Jehovah One, but they also believe in, like, Odin and other deities, I guess. What's interesting is, while this kind of feels like a Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster thing, it seems as if some people actually believe in the religion nowadays. That or I just took the bait. Either way, good on you. Chaos magic is a modern name given to results-based magic. Or in other words, rather than getting sort of ideas or self-enlightenment or something like that out of magic, you get a very physical, obtainable goal. This is what a lot of people think in their head whenever they think of magic itself. While there are beliefs, they're kind of secondary to the point, and chaos magic users will actually manipulate their belief system in order to get whatever result they want. Society for Ethical Culture is the godless religion. They believe that morality exists apart from faith, and therefore people do not need to be faithful or believe in a god in order to be good people. They have churches and services, but rather than talking about a specific god or worship, they instead talk about how to better yourself and how to be a better person. They're big on concepts such as motivation and philanthropy, and believe that the individual should always strive to be the best they can, regardless of whatever higher order tells them to or not. Mandaism is hard to put a pin on, but the chief idea is that it's sort of like a Gnostic Abrahamic faith, sort of. In the Quran, it mentions people way back who could have been a sort of Mandaist, although it's not confirmed.
I love how
and
you
their
have
main
to correct
distinction
yourself
from
to misgender me,
Abrahamic
by the way.
ideas such as Christianity and Islam is that they are very spiritual.
You'll get it
with their
next time.
ideas. Such as they believe that after death, you go to the worlds of light, which is what we see whenever we look at stars, as well as believing in energy of areas such as Old World, which is where they make the majority of their stay. However, it's hard to kind of figure out a ton about them as they're very secretive and there's not a lot of members. So make of that what you will. Romuva can best be described as Lithuanians before Christianity. Or in other words, it was Lithuanians with a much more polytheist sort of pagan idea of what God is. A lot of their beliefs come from Baltic folklore, and there is a big emphasis on nature and ancestry. So rather than so much worshiping a one god deity, it is more so ideas of worshiping what is around you and the people who came before you. Chinese underground church is essentially Western Christianity in communist China. See, religions that do not directly answer to the Chinese government are illegal. And while they may allow it to exist to some capacity, if a church gets to any degree to actually call itself a church, they'll immediately shut it down. Because of this, underground churches, or house churches as they're called, meet in the houses of certain members. This is as a way to avoid persecution, and as far as fringe religions go, they have to be if they want to stay operating. We are now on to Tier 5, which is getting into a bit more of the sort of out there ideas. You'll see what I mean. The first of tier 5, the Igbo Jews, which is essentially Judaism incorporated into the Igbo people of Nigeria, follow to every degree traditional Judaism. However, the difference is they believe that they themselves are the chosen people of God. Or in other words, they think themselves to be the true Israelites instead of the people of Israel, which is the reason they practice Judaism so intently. And then on the other side of the spectrum, we have Christian identity, which is the idea that only whites, such as Anglo-Saxons and Germanics, are the descendants of Abraham and therefore God's chosen people. However, this isn't really a religion as much as it is an idea that exists in some religious groups. And some of the other ideas they get into are also weird, like serpent seed doctrine, which I talked about that in the iceberg. You can look that one up for yourself. And as with most of the things on here, it is generally shunned by the majority of people who practice the religion as well. Raelism is the idea that humans are not existent as the product of some deity, but were instead invented by an alien known as Elohim. Because of that, oddly enough, it's an atheistic religion, believing that there is no God and we are simply the results of a sort of science experiment. According to them, Elohim sent down 40 prophets in order to foretell whenever he would come back to take his experiments with him, and among these 40 prophets were Buddha and Jesus. General consensus is that they are strong proponents of science and also believe in the ancient aliens theory, or
what,
the idea
Mark?
that aliens came down and started humanity as we know it, and they hope to find immortality through the use of cloning. So, that's cool. Wahhabism is, from all the information I could find, conservative Islam. However, much like the Brotherhood one I mentioned earlier, there was not enough information for me to find anything substantial to say about it, and rather than looking like an idiot, I'm just going to move on. Shinriko, also known as Aleph, is a controversial group to say the least. They incorporate elements from Shiva to general Christianity to yoga and even Nostradamus, with one of their main proponents being that of a doomsday prophecy.
That's an interesting
or
combo.
more specifically, that the U.S. is the beast mentioned in the book of Revelations that will bring it into the known world. Because of this, certain extremists of the group were responsible for the Tokyo sarin attacks of 1995 that killed several innocent people. However, even though that happened, and we're going to see examples later on in the list of groups that it can't really be argued that the whole group wasn't in agreement of the bad thing that happened, I will say for this one that it seems the majority of people of the group disagreed with the attacks, and I don't want to condemn an entire ideology off of the actions of a few. So, just making that clear. Santa Muerta is pretty much a female personification of death. Quite literally, a skeleton that is dressed up in female's clothes and believed to be a sort of harbinger of death that is to be worshipped. It's another example of Mexican and Spanish culture having a very rooted belief in ideas of death, all the way from the Day of the Dead celebrations to things that the Spanish Inquisition saw whenever they first came over. It's a modern concept of worshiping death in a very upbeat and charismatic mood as what one might expect. Latter Rain is a movement that has happened in some Pentecostal churches after World War II. It essentially reincorporated the idea that in the modern sense, the spirit can interact directly with humanity as a means of performing physical actions. Or in other words, one can become Holy Spirit filled and do things such as healing or speak in tongues. It was a response to the evangelical revival which had just occurred, and was one of the first parts of something known as the charismatic movement, or as historians call it, the age in which religion became popular with the idea of words and catches in order to get new converts in. Shugendo is an interesting combination of folk religion and Buddhism. A lot of their belief resides in the supernatural, and even the idea that if one gets close enough to ideas of Buddhism that they can obtain these sort of supernatural powers. What's really cool about the religion is they exist, in the majority at least, in mountain ranges across Japan. So their temples are hidden in the backs of these giant mountain ranges. So you can just be going over a completely green area, and then there's a giant temple in front of you. It's a pretty neat idea. Dalit Buddhism is an Indian reinterpretation of Buddhism. It goes directly against the idea of the Indian caste system and promotes the ideas of equality amongst people. It also exists as more of a physical religion than most, or in other words, ideas aren't so much about spiritualism and praying as much as actions and action in public. Sedevacantivist, probably how you pronounce it, is an offshoot of Catholicism who believes that the Holy See position, or in other words, the Pope, has been left empty for several years. Different groups have different ideas of how long it's been gone, some dating back to the 20s, others recently as the 80s. But the general consensus is that the Catholic Church as it is now is not saying what the Catholic Church should, and therefore the leader is a sort of false prophet, and they don't believe in the Pope. We'll see more specific examples of this later on in the list. New Wavianism was started by Dwight York in 1991 and exists as a kind of UFO religion. Dwight York managed to grow the religion to such a degree that in Putnam County, Georgia, he built a complex known as Tamaray, which was inspired off the Egyptian
I'm just gonna take it on one
Most
side.
of their ideas revolved around the idea that aliens have been interacting with human society
on
for a
this
long time,
side, so I'll do
and
it
that
on
we
the
need to
other
prepare for their return. However, we'll never know how that went because the group was disbanded in 2004 whenever Dwight was sentenced to 135 years in prison for finance fraud and touching kids. So, yeah, the cult of angels, or Yazdanism as it's called, is essentially a form of pre-Islamic Kurds, or in other words, how the Kurdish people existed before Islam came into the region. They believe in Zoroastrianism and the Anunnaki, which are a specific version of the ancient aliens concept, and their belief system is interesting, as they have a sort of pantheon in which they accept several different ideas of the Abrahamic faith, and in practice they incorporate both the Bible and the Quran. We are now on to tier 6, and here we go. The Moorish Science Temple is an offshoot of Islam that believes that African Americans are the direct descendants of the Moabites. Yep, the organization was started by Noble Ali, who said he met with an Egyptian priest who said that he was blessed and an incarnation of a prophet that was made in order to lead his people. The group itself is very mystic, with Ali himself saying that he has found a version of the Quran that has been lost to everyone else, and they won't really let anyone else read it, and it's the book for their religion, so... Yeah, what was interesting in researching this, there was one article I was reading, I forget from where it was talking about this group, and it's like, Noble Ali made this in order to give the African Americans of the community something to do. I'm like, are you sure?
Probably the rescuers down under.
I don't think so. I think he wanted to be God. Fundamentalist polygamous desert.
That worked.
Fundamentalist polygamous desert compound Mormons are the extreme conservative branch of Mormonism that is shunned by the entirety of Mormonism. Mormonism itself was founded by Joseph Smith. However, from the original teachings, the religion has come a long way. That is not, however, the case with the specific group of Mormons that we're talking about. These specific, very conservative groups of Mormons believe in things such as polygamy, continuous revelations, or in other words, at any point someone can have a word from God and therefore add on to the canon of Scripture, and United Order Commune, which is just a way of saying people should exist within a commune. There are very few of these, no more than a total of 10,000, and all of these people have been excommunicated from the actual Church of Latter-day Saints for the practice of polygamy. So, Ringing Cedars Anastasianism was started in Russia in 1997. It comes from a book called The Ringing Cedars of Russia, in which the author said he met a person in the woods known as Anastasia, who was a deity who then told him how the world truly operates. The religion itself believes in a very holistic belief in what God and the world is, and that they all exist as sort of an intertwined being. And the actual word itself, Ringing Cedars, comes from the idea that there are subtle vibrations that exist everywhere, and that is the interconnected layer that holds all of the world together. Also, this religion normally lives together in these sort of commune settlements, primarily around the taiga area of the Siberian wilderness. Appalachian snake churches came off the holiness movement at the turn of the century. The majority of practitioners come from the Pentecost faith, and the whole thing exists itself as another part of the charismatic movement I talked about earlier. The guy who started it, George Hensley, drove from place to place, encouraging more and more people to do snake handling. The core belief of it comes from the disciples in the New Testament, whenever Jesus tells them that they don't have to fear snakes, they can pick them up and they won't be hurt, and the story of whenever several people are bit by dangerous snakes on the island of, I believe, Malta, with Paul, and Paul says that they'll all be healed. So George took that idea and applied it to the modern day. He doubled down and said that if anyone is bitten and killed by a venomous snake, then they just weren't faithful enough. To which in 1955, George was bitten and killed by a venomous snake. Snake handling is very dangerous. A lot of people die doing it, so much so to the point there's been legislation many states, and in Kentucky, where they specifically said snakes cannot be used for religious purposes. Moonies, also known as the Unification Movement, comes from its founder, Sun Moon. They're most known as being the group of people that has the mass weddings, but they also have some other interesting traditions,
those
such as they're one of the new religions. Those
are weird, yeah.
Original text, as well as a specific flag that is draped over members of the church's casket at funerals. According to their core belief, Jesus could not complete his mission on Earth because he was killed before he could have children. Because of this, Sun Moon, the religion's founder, is the reincarnation of Jesus and the new Messiah. And they basically just operate as a normal religion outside of that, with just the belief that they have a current living Messiah. Ravita's path, also known as Ravidecia, is a sort of spiritualistic belief that originated in India. They hold a lot of respect for the religion's gurus and hold a belief that the human soul is a part of God itself. The religion was closely identified with Sikhism until in 2009, a group of Sikhs killed a guru of Ravidas. I can't pronounce it. And now they're not so closely related with Sikhs anymore, as you could imagine. Michael Teachings is a sort of belief system that originated from a Ouija board game played in the 1970s. In San Francisco, a group of friends were playing with a Ouija board in which someone who identified themselves as Michael began talking to them. On subsequent sessions, Michael continued to talk to them, to which they began to write down his teachings.
We need to study the amount of people that create religions after talking to
belief system.
Shit on
and if
Ouija
you're curious
boards.
what the teachings are, basically be agape, love everybody, and psychology is important. And that's what I got out of it. Anti-Israel Zionist, I'll be honest, I didn't understand. I thought that it was saying that Zion, as in the land of Israel, is important and the people that are living there aren't. But then I saw something else that said it wasn't important. And to be honest, again, I'm just not sure about this one, so I will leave this to you all. Alright, here we are, Tier 7, and we are getting into the good stuff. Greek Orthodox Old Calendar is one of the pettiest departures I've ever seen, and I normally wouldn't say that about an entire religion, but from everything I've read,
petty, why?
guys. So from everything I read, Greek Orthodox Old Calendar is the exact same as Greek Orthodox, only they disagree on the calendar. So you could be asking yourself, how much does that old calendar matter? They did not, in the 1500s, want to make the transition from the Julian calendar to the revised Julian calendar. What's the difference? Well, according to the revised Julian calendar, if a year is divisible by 100, it is not a leap year, unless, of course, when divided by 900, it comes out to 2 or 600. What difference does that make?
What?
Well, from now until the year 2800, it will be one day. The reason the calendar was revised like that was because it would basically line people up with the Gregorian calendar. However, Greek Orthodox Old Calendar said no, and they kept their old calendar, and it is an entirely separate religion.
That is incredibly petty. What the hell?
They didn't want to change the leap years. Cool. The ghost dance is a concept that was incorporated into several Western Native American traditions. Ghost dance is believed to sort of been an offshoot of round dancing, only done in a more sacred spiritual manner as a way of contacting either the dead or the spirits. This would be done by the Native Americans to receive everything from guidance to battle preparedness to even the halt of westward expansion. This was started by a native named Jack Wilson, who worked as a sort of prophet going from tribe to tribe, teaching people the ghost dance. The ghost dance itself was very malleable, with some groups taking certain parts of it and adapting it into their culture, and others taking just the ideas, and it kind of worked its way to be a part of several different cultures. That was until it made its way to the Lakota tribe. See, Jack taught the Lakota tribe shortly before the Battle of Wounded Knee, in which the natives were massacred by the white settlers. Because of this, several tribes that Jack traveled to afterwards did not want to incorporate it, thinking that it may be some sort of bad omen. For example, the Navajo never took part in it. And because of this, the dance just kind of faded out, and it's not really practiced in any real regards now. However, the traces of it can be taken back to the roots of several different native ideologies. Branch Davidians were began by a man named David Koresh in Waco, Texas. David Koresh believed himself to be the forerunner of Christ, and that he was set up as a way to foretell of the coming doomsday. In order to be ready for it, David Koresh assembled his people into one commune that existed in Waco, Texas, with the basic idea of giving up worldly pleasures in hope for spiritual enlightenment. Of course, that didn't stop him from playing music and drinking and being the only one in the commune who was allowed to have children, but again, that's neither here nor there. To those around the commune, they said that Koresh and the Branch Davidians were very American and just seemed like your average old group of people. However, the people were propelled to a state of infamy when in 1993 the ATF attempted to raid the compound in hope of finding illegal weapons. However, during the raid, the ATF killed 76 people,
and
the
a dog,
majority of them being women and
and
children.
a dog,
and needless to say, that was
and a dog.
Branch Davidians. Because remember, kids, there's no law so trivial that the government won't kill you for it. The problem that happens with the Branch Davidians is a lot of people sort of justify it because, don't get me wrong, David Koresh was a horrible person. It is a known fact that he was abusing at least 2 children within the compound. However, if you're trying to keep children from being abused, maybe the solution isn't to kill all of them. Just a thought. Moving on. MHFM stands for the Most Holy Family Monastery. This is an example of the set of vacantists, the things that don't believe in the Pope, that I mentioned earlier in Fillmore, New York. What's interesting is the ways they sort of circumnavigate the Catholic Church. Like, for example, all of their communion and their priests has to be brought down from the Catholic Church in order to officially be Catholic, but since they don't believe in the Pope, they don't want to do it through the Vatican. So they get a sort of Byzantine moderator to technically, like, sanctify it. And in 2020, they got so fed up with the Catholic Church that they said it is heresy to attend a Pope-ordained Catholic service. Also in research, for some reason, I kept finding information that they denied the Holocaust.
Okay, the gilding worked, by the way.
Go off, I guess. One Law Hebrew roots is essentially evangelical Christianity.
Okay, let me try to relace this then.
What that means is they really push home a lot of the Old Testament ideas that were prevalent in Judaism, such as the Sabbath and the Ten Commandments. And they even believe, off of the ideas before, that this is the natural conclusion before the return of Christ. They believe that the first step of the modern Western American church was that of holiness, and then faith healing, and then charismaticness, and now Judaism. Meaning that if they continue to act this way, it will speed up the return of Christ. Independent Scientology, also known as the Free Zone, has all of the beliefs of Scientology with none of the organizational part. They go off of the saying the work was free, keep it so, implying that the Church of Scientology is so caught up with money and politics that's not existing as a religion anymore. So this is a group of people that kind of do away with the concept that the entire idea of Scientology was made up just to be made up, because they don't want anything to do with the organization. They just believe in the ideas of Xenu and the space opera. In research for this, the Church of Scientology called them squirrels to their face, which is so wild and funny. Like, it was an interview asking them about what they think of, like, the Free Zone Scientologist, and the church leader was like, "Oh, you mean the squirrels?" Rajneesh, also known as Osho, began a new religion commune in Oregon.
I can pull the wire
The core
out.
beliefs of the religion were kind of weird. Like, it's sort of the idea that everyone can get there in their own kind of way, and some ideas of Christianity, some of Islam, yada yada. However, it seemed to me like the core reason of this religion existing was so that Rajneesh could have power. And this is kind of supported by the salmonella attacks that occurred in the nearby town of Antelope, Oregon, in which Rajneesh's followers poisoned hundreds of people with salmonella as a means of somehow winning the election in Rajneesh's favor, which didn't work.
How does that even fucking make sense?
Rajneesh got deported, and a bunch of people got arrested. Other core ideas of the religion were like family's bad, because the idea is that you focus on your spiritual self rather than children. So parents who joined this religion would leave their kids behind in order to follow Rajneesh around. And also free love and stuff like that was encouraged. Just don't get married. The Freedomites are essentially a group of true communal anarchists existing in Saskatchewan, Canada. They're against everything from land ownership to public schools and using animals for work, and are most famously known for protesting nude, in the belief that the human body is a perfect creation and clothes are imperfect, so therefore being naked is the perfect existence. And other than that, they just exist on communes and try their best to live autonomously. The Source family, started by Father Yod, is often equated as being one of the first examples of the organic hippie idea. The family, as it's called, were very into an idea known as the Age of Aquarius, which is basically this overarching idea in astrology. What's way more interesting than that is the weird ideas that Father Yod came up with. For example, the band he started, Yahowah 13, was recorded and played in a restaurant he owned and was used as a means of spreading his message. He started this organization that eventually grew to 150 members out of a 3-bedroom house in LA. Also, more weird details about him. He possibly murdered Jean Ingram's husband so that he could sleep with her. And speaking of sleeping with, or should I say kissing with, he had 14 wives to which he had children by nearly all of them. And he died in a hang gliding accident because, having never hang glided before, he assumed he could do it, in which he could not. He may have been like a really bad dude in real life, I don't know. These stories were just too funny to laugh at. Reactive Satanism is probably what you think of whenever you think of the word Satanism. Also referred to as adolescent Satanism, it is the idea of taking true accounts of the Satanism from Christianity and simply inverting the values. For example, believing that Satan is Lucifer, the king of evil and the prince of darkness, and that he should be praised for it. The core beliefs of the people is that evil is good, and we should perpetuate as much horribleness in the world as we can as a means of circumventing the sort of status quo. While a lot of this can be seen as sort of edgy behavior, it doesn't change the fact that they are perpetuating bad things to happen to people, or at the very least bad advice, and is the definitive and literal Satan.
At the very least bad advice. We are now on to tier 8, and we are officially at the point that I do not feel bad calling these people out anymore. Starting with the Bergholz Barbers. This is in reference to a specific sect of the Amish tradition that was started by Sam Mullet in Bergholz, Ohio. If you thought old order Amish were strict, Sam Mullet started a new society because he did not think they were strict enough. Well, I couldn't find specific details on actions or practices that he did throughout his teachings. It was to the point that whenever he set himself up as the chief bishop of a new commune, only one would show up when you're supposed to have 3 in traditional Amish belief, which led future bishops to think that maybe he's not actually supposed to be a bishop. Whatever the case, Mullen excommunicated a deacon, to which 9 members of the commune then decided to leave, to which he then excommunicated each one of them. Keep in mind a couple things. For one, there was only like 4 people in the entire commune at the time. And excommunication's a big deal because in the Amish belief, if you're excommunicated by one group, you cannot rejoin to any group. So that wasn't just Mullet saying you can't come back here. That's him saying you can't be Amish anywhere, which is a big deal. This was such a point of contention that after several failed investigations, eventually 300 bishops from different Amish communities came together and made the ruling that the Mullet excommunications were null and void because he was too hard on them for the excommunication. Mullet did not like this one bit, and shortly after, the beard attacks began. As mentioned earlier, beards are a big deal in the Amish tradition. So people from Mullet's group ran around breaking into people's houses and violently cutting their beards off, which is how they got the name of the Bergholz Barbers. Eventually, they were arrested along with Mullet himself and charged with hate crimes and each served jail sentences. Some of the traditions were weird too, like it was very apparent that they did not identify as Christian, even though they supposedly held the Christian beliefs of Jesus and whatnot. They made sure Sunday was not a big deal, and there was no Sabbath. For some reason, they stuck to the Old Testament, which again makes the Sabbath thing more confusing. And then, oddly enough, kithing is totally fine. Not totally fine, it's not like it was encouraged, but whereas in other groups it was a shameful thing, they just didn't care. Which, why be so strict about the other stuff, but whatever. Children of God, which is now rebranded as the Family International, was a sort of apocalyptic cult. They had ideas of salvation through self and through each other, with an overarching idea that the world around them or the system was always coming to get them. Children of God is rather well known for the controversies they ran into, and rightfully so, as one of the group's main ideologies was that of, like free love at all times, with whoever you want, at any point, feel free. Good night. There's a documentary of them on Netflix, in which in the documentary you can see at random times all over the place. This didn't just extend to people within the community. This extended to their idea of God. So much so that one of their chief strategies in order to get new converts was something called flirty fishing, in which the women were encouraged to go out and be street hookers, and then after doing the stuff, use the opportunity to tell them about God. Stop.
To give you an idea of how often
No.
their Bible tracts
Imagine you just
out,
fuck some bitch and
held
she
up
starts
as custom
preaching the
agencies
word
because
of God to
pornography.
you.
The group was eventually
I
shut
would
down
laugh
and
so
several
fucking
arrested,
hard. I'm
or at
sorry.
least the original
What?
group was over pedophilia charges, as this whole idea of free love didn't exactly care about age of consent laws. And the founder, David Berg, eventually died, although the now rebranded Family International is in this weird hypocritical stage where they both support his teachings and then deny he did anything wrong, while also accepting that pedophilia is wrong, and then denying that he did it, which he did. And it's so dumb, it's weird. A lot of the stuff that I'm not mentioning here is really gross. As I mentioned earlier, there's a documentary on Netflix, which if you're interested is worth your time, called The Children of God. But yeah, really gross people. Moving on. The People's Temple, also known as the People's Temple of the Disciples of Christ, is the infamous Jim Jones cult. The core beliefs of the idea was this combination of Christianity and communism. However, that really didn't matter because the real core belief was whatever Jim Jones said. Jim Jones was
Whatever Jim Jones said.
and he sort of had this reel-in tactic in which he would get people interested in his society and then eventually trap them there. While the group was located in San Francisco, they had several instances of people trying to get away by whatever means, or else knowing they would be hunted down by members of the society. Eventually, facing public scrutiny, Jim Jones, along with several of his followers, moved to Guyana in South America and started their own town, which was named very humbly Jonestown. By 1978, there were over 900 people in the commune.
Which is crazy.
That was until Representative Leo Ryan investigated with a journalist team on accounts of child abuse occurring there. While investigating, a few members of the commune came up to the representative and said they wanted to leave with him, to which the representative allowed them. While trying to leave from a nearby airstrip, members of Jonestown came over with guns and killed the representative, 3 journalists, and one of the Jonestown members. Later that evening, realizing that he wasn't going to get to play God anymore, except for this one last time, he had the entire commune drink cyanide-laced Kool-Aid, killing a total of 918 people, Jim Jones himself being one of them. It's a very frustrating case because it's always just felt to me like because he realized he lost, he wanted everyone else to lose too.
Yeah,
and it's
that's
also
exactly
an example of what one person with the right words and enough manipulation can get away with. Nicaean heresies was kind of hard to find something on. I believe this is in reference to the Nicene Creed. It's basically an idea that comes from the roots of Orthodox Christianity and puts away ideas such as Arianism, which is the idea that Christ exists in between that of being a god and man, Apollinarianism, which is the idea that Christ had no soul, Neosterianism, which is the idea that Christ had 2 souls, one from human and one from God, and Eutychianism, which is the idea that Christ was God and therefore couldn't be a sacrifice for man. And it's basically just 4 rules saying that we do not believe these things, therefore Christ can be what it says he is in the Bible. So I'm guessing that this would be believing in those 4 things, or one of those 4 things, which would essentially be with like Christianity without Christ. I don't know, make your own inference. Siberian Old Believers are Eastern Orthodox Christians maintaining the beliefs of the Russian Church. Or in other words, they still hold fast to the ideas of ancient Greek translations and Old World customs rather than new ideas of what Christianity is supposed to be. Also, every example I could find of them exists in the middle of nowhere. Like traveling hundreds of miles through the Siberian wilderness, you would find a small church, and you could probably bet to yourself that it's a Siberian Old Believer, which is why they have the name Siberian Old Believers. NIXVM was a company that was used as a front for a Hith cult. On the surface, it was a multi-level marketing scheme. However, beneath the surface, there's a group known as the Dominus Obsequious Sororium. I'm not pronouncing that. It went by DOS, D-O-S. Essentially, the leader of the company had been taking in women and keeping them as slaves, all the way to the point of branding his name on them, in which other higher up levels of the company also had slaves. And yeah, gross. This entire thing was founded in 2018 and was one of the first mainstream examples of trafficking existing in higher level elitist circles. The Soldiers of Heaven is an Islamic doomsday cult existing in Iran. They hold the belief that their God will return if enough damage is caused on Earth. Therefore, they want to cause a lot of damage on Earth. There are very, very few of them, less than 1,000, and the majority of them exist as farmers without really the means to do so. However, it's the belief of several Iranian officials that this
Make this
group or
work.
ideology could be dangerous if given the means to carry out their ideas. Lucien Pulvermarker was one of those sedeventias, the ones who don't like the Pope, who in
Like, should the Pope be at the
1998
top or the
was
bottom? I think
declared
the
by
bottom.
other
I'm poor.
sedevacantist to be Pope Pius VIII. Essentially, they all agreed that this guy knows what he's talking about, and they don't like the real Pope, so this guy's Pope now. To which he then made all of them bishops,
Makes
and then
sense.
they made each other bishops, and it's the equivalent of a bunch of bros, like, all shaking hands and giving high fives to each other, and I really like
Cool.
it. Especially all these pictures of him just, like, standing in his backyard as the Pope. I love it. It's cute. Easter lightning is an Eastern Asian belief that is pretty much the same as Christianity, except they believe that Jesus currently exists on Earth in the form of a Chinese woman. This
Okay.
comes from in the book of Revelations when it says, as lightning goes across the eastern sky, so will the return of our Lord, which is why the group is called Eastern Lightning. It began in 1995 when a woman who has never been officially identified, but it is pretty well understood, goes by the name of Yang Zibing. I'm sorry, I'm butchering these. Who said that she experienced voices from God telling her she was meant for great things. When a year later, a man who was an at the time leader of the church named Zhao Weishan said that she was not only receiving messages from Jesus, but that she was Jesus. And
Okay.
they just kind of operate besides that with knowing Jesus is the woman in the congregation. The group has got
Bet.
a lot of bad publicity, and I can't really verify if it's the group intentions to do these things or if it's just radicals. For example, in 2002, there were kidnappings of people of other
There was one
nearby
of-
religions that supposedly members of Eastern Lightning did. Furthermore, before the 2012 December 21st End of the World event, there were several riots that started up in China that was once again blamed on the church. And in 2014, a man walked into a cafe, and after people didn't want to hear his gospel message, he killed a woman behind the counter, and he later identified as a member of Eastern Lightning. So are these a bunch of zealots who feel extra pumped to do crazy things because they think their God's on earth with them, or is it just a bad rap? I don't know, but I know that Western Christians in the area, or more specifically underground church members, say that the Eastern Lightning is a terrorist organization. So
Interesting.
make of that what you will. We are now on to Tier 9, the final tier, which is very specific instances of crazy cult activities. Oh boy. The
Yeah.
first of which being Juhaman al-Atayabi, I promise I'm trying with these, who in 1979 seized the Grand Mosque in Saudi Arabia. See, he believed that the Saudi government was weak. His father
there we
and
go.
grandfather fought in wars for them, and he didn't like the idea that Saudi was now making deals with Western society. So, him and 500 of his followers stormed the mosque and for 2 weeks held off
The
any
amount
entry
of
into it.
fucking
The
ribbon.
standoff was eventually ended after French GIGN commandos came
okay,
in
well, good.
in order to direct the Saudis of how to attack, to which Atayabi and several of his men were captured and then beheaded for their crimes. But it's still a pretty big deal historically because he got enough people together in order to take the Grand Mosque. Things I can't talk about, like why was there a temple? Why was there a pyramid? Why did he drive to this person's island right before? Why?
What the rituals?
All right, so I'm going to get like Odyssey. It's this off. I'll talk about whenever I do it, but I'm gonna make videos on there that I can't talk about on YouTube because I really want to talk about this, but this gets a video zapped immediately. I've seen it happen, and we'll get there. The Manson family is a reference to the cult that was started by Charles Manson. The group was, on the surface, your standard hippie level stuff. They liked taking parts in drugs and living on communes. However, it's whenever you got into the beliefs
out,
of the
baby?
cult that you started to see the cracks.
You
For
need puppy
example, members
freedom?
of the commune thought that the leader, Charles Manson, was a reincarnation of Jesus himself.
What is
Manson
with all
himself
the
preached on a
reincarnations?
coming apocalyptic race war that was going to begin, and how they needed to begin a race war in order to confirm that they'll be safe. This was an event that Manson referred to as Helter Skelter in reference to the Beatles song. This led to, in 1969, the Sharon Tate murders, as they're called, in which he had several of his followers go out and kill 9 people over the course of several weeks. The most famous of which being whenever they broke into Sharon Tate's
Hold on,
house,
Papa.
killed her along with 3 friends, and staged it in order to look like African Americans did it in such a way to start a race war, to which they said that they would eventually win and come out on top. And all the research I've done about Manson over the years, it seems to me that he's a Jim Jones type. He was a type of person who liked to be in control, he liked to have others do his bidding, and he wasn't afraid to hurt other people to get it done. The LeBaron family probably exists on the farthest possible extreme of Mormonism that you can reach. For one, they were kicked out of the church for polygamy, but the son of the leader, Alma LeBaron, said that he had dreams where he talked to the prophets and that he himself was meant to be the replacement for Joseph Smith. Eventually, they started a compound of a few hundred members in Chihuahua, Mexico. They have had several odd altercations with the locals, such as one in which one of the sons was kidnapped and held for ransom. The family didn't pay ransom in order to not encourage ransoming kidnappings, so they let the son go. The son then went on this whole political thing as to say that ransoming is bad, to which the cartel then got 2 more members of the commune and then killed them because the son was talking bad about kidnappings. There was also an odd altercation that took place regarding a well on their property in which they apparently shot at the neighbors for getting too close to their well. And then on the Sonora Highway, which you may remember from a couple years ago in 2019, 3 women and 6 children from the compound were killed by the cartel, although it is believed in that case that the cartel mistaked them for a rival gang. Alright, so this one's weird. Remember Nation of Islam that I talked about at the beginning? And how essentially like white people bad, and then the Church of Scientology, which even though they don't have any race rules are primarily white. Well, apparently there is an ally between the Nation of Islam and the Church of Scientology. According to the Nation of Islam, because they've been asked, I thought white people were awful, why go with a primarily white religion? They have said it's because they have recognized the greater world around us, in other words, the idea of space and the space opera and the aliens that created us and whatever. And they've gone so much so with this that 700 members of the Nation of Islam have been inducted as part of the Church of Scientology. This is all to return them to a mother wheel, which is essentially a giant UFO, which will come down and take them away whenever it decides to come take them away. Also, the belief of the Nation of Islam has always been that white people will be left behind whenever that happens.
I hope
Although
so.
in recent years they've changed their tune after siding, or at least sort of siding with the Church of Scientology and said, maybe a few. Left to Whore is a very niche group of Judaism that only has about 200 members. Most of their beliefs are very
I thought he said
conservative
left
compared
to
normal
whore. I think I'm
Judaism,
getting
such as
tired.
very long prayers, arranged marriages at teenage years, and the females are to be covered from head to toe from the ages of 3 on. They're also anti-Zionist, which means they don't really believe in the sanctity of Israel itself, and exists sort of nomadically, such as their compound began in Canada and exists currently in Mexico. In Canada, however, they were ran out of the country after several investigations of child abuse, because that whole teenage marriage thing isn't always teenager to teenager, sometimes teenager to not teenager, as well as kidnapping children, which maybe, I don't know. They then moved the compound to Mexico, in which the leader of the church, Shalomo Helbrons, drowned while conducting one of his rituals that he was underwater for. I don't know, it was weird. And the religion's pretty much broken up now, as they've all been arrested by the combined might of the FBI and Interpol, so yeah, that's that. Workers' Institute of Marxism, Leninism, Mao Zedong Thought is basically just a communist thing. I don't know what else to call it. It had 8 members.
I'm gonna try this on.
The leader was a guy named Aravidian Balakrishnan, who was kicked out of the Leninist Marxist group in London. And after his group, which had 14 people in it at the time, was searched for trafficking drugs, he decided to move the group underground with the 7 people that were still in it. Those 7 people being all women who he took as his wives, and then made do chores and essentially treated them like slaves. So I guess real convenient for him. Oh, look, I'm the only guy in a commune of 8 and I need 7 kids. He eventually got arrested for abuse and trafficking and other things. So it's just really lame to think about. Just one guy who's like, he has a cult and there's 7 people in it. Like, imagine you start a religion and you can't even make a football team out of it. So, Anthill Kids kind of got me down a rabbit hole reading it. And I've got to say, from all the research I've done, this has got to be one of the most disturbing cult reads I have ever gone on. And there is a ton of information, and there's so much to get into that I just decided I'm going to do a separate video on it, probably shortly after this one goes up. To not totally leave you hanging on what it is, essentially a man by the name of Rox Heralt started a commune in Ontario, Canada, in which he slowly brought in people over the years, but he slowly became more and more abusive, to the point, by the end of it, there was murders, there was crazy goings on with what he was doing to some of the members, which eventually led to one of the members escaping, telling the police, to which he was then arrested, tried, put in jail for life, and then his cellmate killed him because of how bad he was. So yeah, I'm going to do a whole video about it because the specifics are really gruesome, and there's too much to get into.
I mean,
it's already too long. So stay tuned for that.
I think it's looking pretty good. Oh, thank you.
To call him the most evil cult leader I've ever heard of is because of the
Dude, I'm so excited to see what this looks like.
Marcus Wesson. Marcus Wesson has got to be one of the most frustratingly evil people I've ever read about. I want to emphasize with this one is probably the most graphic. Well, I'm not going to show any images or say anything too overt.
This will be better when I'm uploaded.
It is a rather intense theme, so again, viewer discretion advised. Okay. Put it bluntly, after he returned from Vietnam, he began
upgraded
living
and
with a woman,
fancy.
which he had a son with. However, the woman had a daughter by another man.
I'm also very happy.
Which, whenever that daughter turned 8, he began abusing the child, and then he married that child, who he then had 10 children with. And then out of all of the girl children, he also began abusing them when they turned 8. Yeah, no jokes. This one's just depressing. He had all of the girls homeschooled, and he was the only one allowed to interact with the daughters. The mother was not allowed to have contact with her own girls. And he read them a Bible that he wrote himself, in which he said Jesus was a vampire and that he himself was God. He also told them about Armageddon, and told his daughters that they were meant to be his future wives.
Here, before
the
you
girls
head
were
off, I'll
also
smoke
ordered
really
that they were not allowed to talk to their brothers or their mother. As aforementioned, the abuse kept up to a point until which extended family figured out what was going on and got the local police involved. The police then showed up to Marcus's house, in which a standoff began. He walked inside with his gun. The police did not hear gunshots, however, after getting inside, Marcus had killed all 9 people that were in the house. A few of the kids got away, but Marcus managed to kill his wife and all of the children that were in the house at the time. If it makes you feel even a little bit better, he's currently awaiting the death penalty, even though it's been 11 years.
That does not make me feel better.
Look at these situations and blame other
I was hoping to hear he had died on the scene. What the fuck?
Mother at the time, who was also killed by Marcus, was 16, and considering the amount of abuse that she went through, I don't think it's necessarily fair to say that she was responsible, or at least in any magnitude that you could shame her over. I think predominantly and alone, Marcus is one of the most evil people I've ever read about, and all the blame squarely falls on him.
Yeah,
what I mean by
obviously.
there's such a frustratingly evilness to it is similar to Jim Jones. It's like whenever they can't play God anymore, they just ruin literally end everyone else's lives around them. Only with Marcus, it seems to be much more malicious and just depraved. I'll try to perk everyone back up.
The way that it is.
That's enough of that. Let's move on. Heaven's Gate refers to the cult that was started in 1974 by the couple Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Nessa. The two believed themselves to be the witnesses of Revelation, or in other words, in the book of Revelations in the Christian Bible, when it says there will be 2 witnesses who foretell the coming of Christ. They managed to catch a staggering following with this ideology, and got to the point that they sort of existed as vagabonds until they made their way out to California. The entire time sort of living this nomadic lifestyle as they went across the country, that is until 1996. In 1996, whenever the comet Halley-Bopp went by, the two believed that behind it was a spaceship that was supposed to take them into the afterlife, and the only way to catch it was if they were dead. They managed to convince 38 other members of the Heaven's Gate cult to commit suicide with them. They did this by eating
the fucked up thing is their website's still up, I'm pretty sure.
To which they all went and laid on their beds and waited for the end. This actually took place over the course of 3 days, in which one group would do the deed, to which the next group would then clean up, make preparations for them to do it, and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
they all wore matching tracksuits with matching Nike shoes. One of the reasons for it being one of the group's mottos was "Just Do It," and the Nike logo, you get it. They also wore armbands that said Heaven's Gate Away Team, and each had $5.75 in their pocket. This is a reference to in the book Huckleberry Finn, whenever a character says all it takes is $5 3/4 to get a ride to heaven on the nearest comet. What's really weird is even after the Heaven's Gate cult, several of the members who were not a part of it later committed suicide themselves. Some attribute this to a sense of survivor's guilt, while others see it as a lack of purpose. But it's interesting the effect that this one couple had on so many people in such a personal way. Unknown bunkers is in reference to the fact that there are a ton of unknown bunkers that exist across the world, especially the U.S. Not only have
okay, I'll glue on more to the shirt
tomorrow. The bases of abandoned buildings that have satanic or Latin text scribbled on them.
I won't add any more. We've done a lot. We've done a lot. I'm happy with it.
There's a lot of companies that sell bunker supplies or entirely made bunkers for groups to stay in. But how many bunkers do you actually know about? Which means they've got to be around here somewhere, and assuming all of them aren't just going to doomsday preppers, then what are some of them for? Which could possibly lead into the final theory of the entire iceberg.
I thought I could save it, but
a lot of people throw around the name Illuminati a lot as a
the
joke,
gold
right?
stuff,
But what are
no.
they really? Well, it's believed the original foundations of the Illuminati come from the original foundations of the Freemasons. The Freemasons trace their origin all the way back to the original temple built in Israel under King Solomon, with the idea that they will always exist as a sort of unseen hand behind the scenes of world powers. Well, the Illuminati was officially made in 1776. However, due to several sort of traditional Christian beliefs at the time,
when this video is over, we'll wrap up stream.
In France, which is where they originated.
I'm very satisfied though. We got a lot done.
With the idea that we ourselves should be the own deciders of our fate and shouldn't look to a higher power, something we don't truly understand.
I'm glad you can
instead,
make it,
people need people to rule over them. So even if they don't know we're doing it, we'll do that for them. The plan among members was that after they were outlawed, they would slip into hiding in a sort of secret society and simply continue to act from behind the scenes, with several believing that they are directly responsible for the French Revolution. Here's what's so interesting about them. We have no way of knowing the capacity to which they exist. If it's true and they are interconnected
Yep, that's kind of how secret societies work.
That means everyone who's a high-ranking Freemason could possibly be implicit with it. Or if they died out and they didn't successfully join together, then there's nothing to worry about. However, the problem is, if they don't exist or they exist at full capacity, there's no way for anyone else
I have other shit to do.
The disappearance of them from the earth could mean they're really, really bad or really, really good at what they're doing. The real Illuminati, and the reason that it's proliferated so much in conspiracy theories, is because it's the very literal equivalent of watching a shark fin dive under the water. Did it go away, or is it still swimming where it's always been? And
definitely a more productive day than yesterday.
And cult iceberg. I want to emphasize, especially with some of the bottom stuff, and how some of these were very kind of anti-human or anti-righteous in their presentation. This is a video to specifically discuss the worst of the worst as it's publicly known. If you want to see what humanity has done with beliefs and ideas and inspiration, just look around you. There are an infinite number of positive outcomes that have come from ideas of love and charity and giving that completely outweigh everything I just talked about. It's exactly like I talked about in the Disturbed.
Well, my day before stream was more productive today.
Yeah, it's fun to look in the rabbit hole and see how deep it goes, but you gotta remember to take your head out, because in the grand scheme of things, the rabbit hole ain't that big. And as I've said before, yeah, the world can be a pretty bad place sometimes, but it can be a pretty cool place too. And part of that coolness is you all sticking around and watching this video, and I sincerely mean it. Thank you for watching. My social links, as well as the artist and editor's social links, will be in the description below.
Oh yeah, so by the way, I was thinking I'm gonna get a new laptop so that I can stream.
My links to the subreddit.
Right, thank you, Indigo, for entertaining us. So I was thinking I'm gonna get a laptop, because, I mean, like, I have one, it's just old and shitty. So I wanna get a new laptop. I don't know which kind I'm gonna get yet. I just want one for streaming, so probably not the best. Because then I could stream while I reorganize my apartment, because I want to do that this summer. It's one of the things I want to get done, because outside of this room, I need to reorganize bits and pieces. I want to reorganize next to my actual desk, because because this is just my work desk. I want to reorganize next to my actual desk. I want to put like a crafting station so that I can have more storage for that shit. Because right now it's just in the closet and I kind of have to shove things in there, and it'd be great if I had a different space for those. Like the wig. Not a wig. My actual hair. But let's see. Yeah, so I want to do that, and then also I could do bath streams on Fansly again, so that'd be nice. But anyway, that is something for me to work on. I will be filming tomorrow, so I'll probably be AFK all day, but also I will probably post TikToks and other teasers and stuff. But yeah, it's gonna be like a wholesome video, so don't expect too much. I'll definitely flash you or something in the video, but I can't do anything else, really. Maybe I can work a blowjob into it. Other than that, it's a wholesome video. So I'm gonna go because I'm hungry. All right. Okay. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you if you donated. I appreciate you very much. Thank you if you joined. Thank you if you subscribed. Thank you if you liked the video. Thank you if you shared the video. Thank you if you modded. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Okay, wait, no, I will spam you tomorrow. I will see you Friday. Teddy Chan will see you Thursday. Enjoy the end screen. Have a good night. I'm tired. Good night.